Whoops. Welcome back, everybody, to Smite Prime. The August Circuit Week 1 is happening right here, right now, and we're about to talk about it. Morty on the mic today, and next to me, none other than the most passionate piece of papier that I know. It's Spirited Book. How we feeling, big dog?
Feeling good, Mort. My mic is not muted personally, and I'm here to yap about Smite 2 all day long here in August. I mean, it's been a hot minute since I feel like we've gotten to cast about what's happening in Smite 2 in the circuit and of Smite Prime, and we got some cool stuff here for us today.
We got a lot to cover before we get on to the game. So, first of all, why are we here? What's going on with the stream? What is it all about? It's the August Circuit, where we've got 3 weeks of open bracket signups where anybody, you and 4 friends, can play and then qualify for the final week where you get a chance to fight in one big bracket for $7,000. $7,000 is a whole lot of skins. We've also got OP40. Open Beta 40 is the patch that we're playing on, and a couple new things to talk about, namely, Kokolin is finally in the game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk online about the strength of Kokolin right now. I think a lot of people are saying he's not the top solo laner on the block right now. I think a lot of the talk is still around characters like Osiris, like Bellona, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of him today once people kind of figure out what they will be building on him specifically.
We've also got some new items that have recently dropped into the game, mainly for carries. We'll go over that now. Dominant Silver Branch Bow, Toxic Blade, and Book. I know you know about that Silver Branch Bow item. Whew.
Yeah, pretty much core on every ADC right now, and a lot of the ADCs we'll probably see today are ADCs with attack speed steroids because of how Silver Branch really works. With the more attack speed you have, the more of those little arrows you get to shoot out onto your on-hit targets. You know, each arrow doing 25% of your basic attack damage, as physical damage. So the damage really does stack up with this item throughout the game, and I do feel like ADC's in a pretty solid spot right now. Toxic Blade, not as effective. I think the lack of damage on that item makes it, not the most viable. Kind of like old Ichavolt, though, in terms of how the passive works. And then Dominance, a lot of talk on how effective this item is as well. I do think we'll see quite a bit of it today. In terms of the changes to Obsidian Shard and Titan's Bane, though, these are some pretty important changes. I think the Ob Shard definitely more effective than the Titan's Bane change, but Ob Shard likely going to be seeing bought a little bit more early on the mid lane mages now.
And we've also got some new balance changes for the gods, specifically a couple gods that are getting good, a couple gods getting not so good, along with a couple item nerfs on the left, mainly targeting the tanks and looking to take them down a notch. But a couple popular gods have been buffed up a little bit and taken down some. Bastet getting a nerf, thank goodness.
Yeah, I think Bastet being nerfed once again probably needed to happen. Excited to see that maybe we'll see some more different assassins as of late. I will note, though, I really like the Ishtar and Thanatos aspect buffs in particular. I think those are 2 characters we might see a little bit more today, at least. Horus as well. The aspect, I think, doesn't really change how strong base Horus is. I think we'll still see a lot more of just base Horus over the aspect today.
And we've also got one more thing to cover. The Conquest changes. What has been going on the map, and how are things different? Minions have been changed up a little bit. The jungler role passive has been up a little bit. Gold Fury leadership aura doesn't affect pets anymore. What else, Book?
Yeah, the jungle role passive as well. Increased base heal, bonus damage applies to most item damage as well. So in general, the jungle clear just is a little bit easier for all the assassins, and more importantly, I think for the tanks as well. We're kind of seeing a little bit more of a tankier jungle meta as of late. The Mordreds, a little bit of Gilgamesh here and there. So those characters get a little bit more help because of this little change as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make a pretty big difference for things going forward. But now that we're here, we've got some more exciting things to talk about, and it's about specifically the circuit today. And Book, you said this term a while back, and I've kind of been obsessed with it for a while. It's called the roster apocalypse. We've got a lot of team changes to talk about, so let's take our way over to the brackets and see who signed up to potentially fight for the 7K. Now, you probably can't read that. I can't either. I don't have my glasses on. But there's a lot of teams, quite a bit of teams. Go to the website. Good shout, Tess. Go to the website, smiteprime.com, if you want to get a closer look at the brackets. But we'll talk about a couple teams, namely Hydrogen Bomb is the only team that you'll be familiar with if you've been watching Smite Prime for a while, with Hydrogen, Kydon, Sunprod, Snatty, but there are a whole lot of other changes too, Book.
Yeah, a ton of changes. That old clocked in overtime roster has split apart officially, no longer together, and now have all gone their separate ways on a host of new teams. You know, Benny Q goes off to this Tuba, Rongyu, Jengaru, Dishonored roster to be the mid lane for them. Donut Doug, Aurora, Moswell part ways with Lairs, pick up Tegveer and Karmic, look towards that roster to suddenly be a dominant force on the block. You know, Kaveka, Cherry, Globe, Ratmilk, John Rowing all teaming up together. And so there's just a ton of new rosters that have kind of picked apart this overtime clocked in roster and acquired some names here and there. Happen goes over to work with SAP 7 and adapting. Like that's just, we've seen Happen play with them before in the EU tournaments. To see him now go over and work with him in these North American tournaments, excited to see what this roster can do.
And I think one thing we talked about was how Happen has been teaming with the same team for quite a while, right? And we said Happen, you know, when we and you did the EU Conquest thing, Happen can learn a lot from players like Adapting and SAP 7 and to doing so much to a point where not only is he just learning from them, he said, screw it, let's just keep playing together. I kind of like you guys. Like, this is way better than Clocked In. So Happen is hanging out with them. And for the first time, another thing in a very long time, Tegveer and Happen aren't teaming together. Tegveer and Happen have been inseparable, like two peas in a pod since the beginning of Smite Prime circuits. But now they're done. They're done. The band's broken up, Book.
Yep. Officially, it's done. It's dusted. You know, we're moving on in the world. A new era for Smite Prime is upon us. And I'm excited to see what these new rosters can really do in particular. Again, I'm looking towards this Doug roster in particular, adding Tegveer and Karmic to this team. And not to say like that their jungle solo were bad previously, but I think Tegveer, we've seen it time and time again, is just far better than Tegveer ADC. I feel like he really flourishes in that role with his specific kind of weird builds and weird god pool not a lot of other people are really playing. And he can outright carry games. And we've seen it time and time on that clocked in roster. When paired alongside Paul once upon a time, Tegveer was the one at times carrying games. And that's pretty impressive when you have the two-time world champion Paul on your team, right? Like, that's crazy to think about. And now pairing it alongside a pretty strong duo lane in Donut Doug and Aurora. Moswell, a pretty consistent, if not, I'd argue, the best mid laner on the block right now. I'm curious to see how this roster really meshes together.
Another thing to mention, too, is that Karmic and Moswell have been slamming rank queues. Granted, Moswell just kind of plays with whoever, right? I don't think Moswell is too picky on the rank queues, but I have kept my ears to the streets going into this week one because I knew this roster shakeup was going to happen. I'm wondering who's going who's teaming with who, and Moswell and Karmic seem like a very nice duo. They seem to talk very well. They seem to communicate well. And Karmic and Tegveer have been playing together, like you said already. So I think Contraction Assessment is going to mesh together very well. But a team that I'm excited for personally is Souls of the Dom with Kaveka, Cherry, Globe, Ratmilk, and J.R. John Rowing. This is like a friends team, but it's also like a good team. You know what I mean? Like, these are all people that are like very familiar and like love teaming together, like love playing with each other, but like have only been getting better and better. I feel like we kind of saw Globe and Ratmilk and everybody else as these kind of like sleeper picks going into things. Well, not Ratmilk, Globe mainly, Kaveka, Karmic, you know, when they were teaming together for the Founders Series, it was kind of like a sleeper team that, like, I mean, they're going up in the bracket. And next thing you know, they're playing in Vegas. So if these guys can play in Vegas, they surely stand a chance to make their way up the bracket here.
Yeah, I agree. I think to me, it's interesting because I would argue all these players are just solid in their roles. None of them are the top of their role. Sometimes maybe in the conversation to be at the top of their role, but always just kind of there being consistent, being solid players in their individual roles. And to kind of see how this roster comes together will be interesting and how well they can mesh. Because again, we got 3 weeks of, you know, regular open bracket circuit play, and then we get to our closed bracket stage. I think that's where these kind of issues that we can afford to see early on need to be ironed out and ready to go to play for the sort of upper, you know, playing towards all that cash that you mentioned previously.
Yes, and that cash pool can be pretty tempting, but we've got a reveal to show off for y'all. Our first game of the day that we're going to watch over here in just a moment as we get things ready for you. It's Hydrogen Bomb, the team we all know and love, up against Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox. Jithens, we got to make sure these people don't make team names. I can't say all of that in the middle of a cast. That's like 20 syllables. Like, what are we talking about here? This is great.
Yeah, I feel like some of these naming conventions just got to go out the window, man. I think sometimes we just got to simplify it, bring back the old, where's like, just something with gaming at the end of it, right? Just very simplify, good gaming or something like just very simple, right? And then you can be like GG at the end of the game, and it's just, it's just easy to say, rolls off the tongue more.
Okay, we need a little more creativity than that. We'll find there's like a fine medium we've got to get into. We've got to get in the middle here. We'll workshop it. Blake, I appreciate your effort there. I definitely love that. But we've hey, man. All right, let's lock in here. We're straying off a little bit. Let's talk about this thing. Hydrogen Bomb, which is the only roster that has stayed together considering this whole roster apocalypse, but because of how prominent they've been all throughout pretty much every single Smite Prime event that's been going on, I feel like because they're so comfortable, because they mesh so well together, this is definitely one of the top contenders going into today.
Yeah, I'd argue they're the contender for today. I think they've been looking really good as of late. I think the meta changes are a little worrisome, though, I'd argue. I think we're kind of more of in a tanky jungler meta, and that can work well for Sunprod, who we've seen, previously play the Odin jungle. Remember, there was a time where Odin was just permabanned against Sunprod because of how successful he was on that pick. But now I'm curious, will it translate to other characters like the Gilgamesh, maybe like the Thanatos in the aspect form? Curious to see how it works out.
We'll find out as we get into picks and bans because they're waiting for us. Let's dive on in and take a closer look at the rosters and what gods will be played. Stewie, Des, Mushroom Kingdom's gone.
Yep.
Where's Chang'e Best? Where's Mushroom Kingdom's gone?
Out the window, more. We're moving on in the world. I mean, Cherry went off to another team, right? So you got to replace Cherry with Midi Delvin. You got to pick up Dest here, who was kind of just sitting on the sidelines for a while. And for a long time, I mean, Dest has been a pretty solid player. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen him on a team like this. But again, new roster, new teammates working together. How well they mesh out, we're just going to have to wait and see more.
We will have to wait and see how this new team will formulate together. And I've always been a big Des believer. Even Des, who went on Twitter saying, looking for a team. I said, pick him up. That's Des. We know Des. OSL, AGL, very familiar in some of the amateur leagues. And I think that Des is ready to move on up to the next level and has been playing it, at a pretty good rate. I'm happy to see Des playing today. While I will miss Chang'e Best. I'm sure that we'll see her back when the Enchanter supports come around. I think with the whole push and everything, maybe we see the return. But until then, let's focus on the right here, right now. Goodness, we've already seen 6 bans.
Yeah, we're moving through it. I mean, Achilles, arguably the best soul laner right now. Glad to see that one taken away, as well as Mordred. Interesting that Hydrogen and Bomb are the ones banning these characters away. Tells you kind of they don't want to be the ones picking them first overall. They want to go towards something else. Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox, they're targeting Kairon out, taking away 2 mages, and then you cannot give Hydrogen Jingwei right now. So I like that ban as well. This does leave a lot open, though. The Horus, Cerberus, who you're seeing a little less of as of late, but still, I think, really prevalent. I'm curious to see what is the priority for these top teams right now. Hydrogen Bomb, one of the teams we said to watch. When it's all said and done, though, why not go back to the just classic tried and true Sobek that we've been seeing for a very, very long time now, more.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially when you have a team that plays together so well, this Hydrogen Bomb, when we see Baby Gup go for a pluck, the comms are there, we take them into the air, and we destroy them. I mean, that's exactly how it goes with the Sobek pluck. And I feel like it's not as prevalent in the lower levels of play because not everybody knows how to blow up somebody off of a Sobek pluck. But Hydrogen Bomb know this very well. Baby Gup, formerly known as Barrow, knows how to play Sobek very well. We've seen Barrow play Sobek quite a bit and is very comfortable with this god. So seeing how they work around this potential pick team comp, I think it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, it also simplifies the game plan really easily. And you mentioned it, just pluck and kill the person that we pluck. And I like this identity a lot for Baby Gup. I think Baby Gup's transition to support has been, solid at times, a little rocky at others, but overall, whenever Baby Gup has played a very easy to execute support, always looks very successful on it. The Sobex, Aphrodite as well, playing towards Peel, but also just being that frontline presence as well with that character, and pocket healing the carry. And Hydrogen and Baby Gup have looked a solid duo lane. Like, they want to be aggressive. Baby Gup wants to facilitate for Hydrogen's aggression. And Sobek, one of those characters that just has a lot of mobility and safety. So Baby Gup doesn't really get punished for the aggressive playstyle that they like to run. You can use that pluck as a way in or as an escape tool, the tail whip or self peel with the knockup. And of course, that ultimate where you're just kind of in the waters under the ground and you're CC immune. You can kind of make your way out of, some pretty scary situations. It's a very nice first pick here for Hydrogen Bomb for sure. Curious to see what the response is from Frank's Friendly Stolen Lunchbox. There are a lot of options here. I feel like there's a lot of mid lane mages. It's important to note, though, Yanis is comp banned for today. So one of the top mages, I think, being out of here is important for both teams, or for all teams today. I think that was a character that a lot of teams were going to have to contend with. Now gone. This does open up the priority for characters like Discordia, who we've seen banned away. Hecate as well, banned away. Where does that leave us elsewhere towards? Agni is an option here for both teams. Kaidon has played it previously. Dest has played it previously. Is that the potential answer here for this team?
One shout I do want to give is Sylvanas is banned as well, and the Sylvanas might seem, okay, well, is that the counter to Sobek, or why is that being brought up? Now, I've kept my ears to the streets, like I mentioned earlier. Donut Doug and Hydrogen have been slamming Sylvanas aspect in the carry role. Low-key ball knowledge. Now, we won't see it today, but should they fix the small little bug that's going around, that means that we could see something pretty exciting in the near future. But we're working through a little bug with picks and bans. We're working on getting everything set up for you, but I think we've done so much hypothetical talk. I feel like I'm just being like, it's like right in front of me, but it's not there. You know what I mean? Book, like, I'm ready to just get in and like, see, it's the roster apocalypse. A whole lot of changes with the meta. Like, today is going to be super fun. So let's get on with it already.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really excited to see, particularly the builds. I think there's a lot of talk of what is good and what should be being built right now in all the individual roles, what items should be prioritized, especially ADC. I mean, we touched on that there's some new ADC items. There's a lot of talk of what is going to be prioritized in what order. Is Toxic Blade relevant here? Is Tearfing a must on every build? Can you make Devourer's Gauntlet work in your builds? There's a lot of talk of what should be prioritized. Where Silver Branch is bought, I think, is going to be really important to see in these ADC builds. Because again, it's a lot of attack speed, some pen as well, percent pen in the build. And then that passive is just really good, but it only gets stronger the more attack speed you get. So I think the 3.0 mark is where Silver Branch is at its best. I think 4.0 is a little much for most attack speed builds. And honestly, you can only get it on certain ADCs with a steroid. And when you run that build, you kind of have to not lean towards the Tearfing, which I think is really important in a lot of these on-hit builds we're seeing right now for ADCs. Where the Silver Branch is bought, is it going to be third item or fourth item? Where does the oboe go in terms of synergizing with the build? Where do you get your strength for the build to clear the wave effectively? Because that's really important right now. A lot of these good ADC items have basic attack damage as their real kind of power behind the build. That doesn't add to your strength, which helps you clear the wave. So a lot of these ADCs like Rama have risen in priority, where his clear is relevant based on his basic attacks. Artemis, higher priority because of her attack speed steroid, but again, relies a little bit on that strength to be relevant in the early laning phase, to be able to clear the wave effectively and then be effective in the mid to late game. But that's a character you can kind of afford to not have to worry about clearing the wave, because you know you're going to get pressured out as an Artemis already in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely, this Silver Branch, bro, changes up the carry meta in such a huge way. I think you hit it right on the nail. To see what carries we're going to see, Hu Yi still getting banned away, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Very strong, but what other gods slot in? You know what I mean? You mentioned the Artemis. I mean, I know you love the Jing Wei. Those are some gods I'm excited to see. There's a lot to love with just so much change. So much is happening. Yeah. And, we're working our way to getting to a point where we can see what's happening. And again, I'm sorry for the unfortunate difficulties, but we talked about how excited we were to get into the game. So we're going in. We're skipping picks and bans. And are we going to see first blood? That's a 5-man rotation to the left side jungle. Hydrogen Bomb playing very far back. And Golden lost. Wait, Golden? What?
Golden.
What?
Golden's in, subbing in, I think, for Hydrogen here and rocking the On Her, a character we're seeing a little more as of late and makes sense. Pretty effective in a kind of a tank meta, which I do believe we're in right now. I think there's a lot of talk about how strong ADCs are right now, but I still think tanks are really, really good and very difficult to kill. And so I like this idea here. The little bit of a extra pen in On Her's passive makes it a little bit easier for him to kind of deal with some of these frontliners that are going to be in his way.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of self-reliability, a lot of penetration too. So Blue is not going to be standing up as much of a chance later down the road. But we're getting into our laning phase here, and I'm looking at a lot of these matches. We talked about what carries we're going to see. The Jing Wei has been busted out along with the On Her, and I think Jing Wei is going to be a very fun watch as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's weird. We are in a sort of on-hit meta right now. I think Crit's not really in the best spot in terms of comparison to the other ADC items, but I think Jing Wei, again, always the exception to that rule. But what is the build option as we see Mario Bro use that level 2 to dash in aggressively? But what is the option here? Does Mario Bro go towards the Devo's gloves, focus on stacking up that strength, getting to a point where they're really strong? What crit items do they go in particular? Do they go towards the Demon Blade we're seeing a little more as of late, now that attack speed is really prevalent for Silver Branch?
Yep. There's a lot of options. Definitely a lot of options for our carries to look at as we make our eyes over to the mid lane. And just a bit of skirmishing, looking to fight over some middle camps, and then maybe make our way over to Firebrands in a little bit. But starters are where I have my eyes on right now, too. Vamp Shroud for Zeus is very interesting.
I love it. I've kind of been seeing it a little more as of late. You can proc it off every single tick of your Chain Lightning as it spreads across the wave. So you're always getting a little bit extra heal. As Dest in trouble here.
Then the 2 will slow them down for a moment. Celestial Beam does a good amount of damage onto Dest and takes him down to less than half health. And that Vamp Shroud won't heal him up enough to stay around. He's going to have to hide under the tier 1 tower while Sunprod rotates around and tries to take some jungle camps.
I mean, you say that. He's near full health already. Again, the way the Chain Lightning works, as well as your Detonate, every time your Chain Lightning bounces to a minion, that's going to stack up that little Detonate option there. And then once you pop the Detonate, every minion you hit with the Detonate will also proc a little bit of a heal and mana sustain. So this item, very good on dot characters like Zeus. I love this identity that Dest has gone towards. A little bit extra sustain towards the Zeus, who is going to be the target of this Sobek, this Loki, this Asano that wants to dive and get to him as quickly as possible.
So, as we're getting through the 3-minute mark, Firebrand's about to spawn, and Sunprod following Snatty up the right side. They're going to force clear this wave as quickly as possible, then rotate over to the Brands. Meanwhile, Stewie's over in mid lane, doesn't have an ult ready to go, but still wanted to get some pressure onto Kaidon.
Just want to get pressure on the right-hand side here, just so they can secure this first round of rocks. And this is what we've been seeing for a hot second now. We're seeing those junglers kind of use that teleport to get to the right-hand side or get to mid, depending on what lane really needs pressure. And because you have a Raw in your mid lane, Kaidon's already going to have pressure over this Zeus in this early game. And so instead, Sunprod heads to the right-hand side, clears that wave, and secures his team the first round of rocks with the help of pressure from Snatty against this Jormungandr. And I like this idea already, prioritizing the right-hand side. You have a strong duo in On Her and Sobek already. Why not prioritize the other side of the map?
Exactly. Yeah, I think so. It's a very smart play, but it looks like we're getting an invade on the left side of the map. I think Frank's team is feeling comfortable going over to the purple buff and taking that away from Golden and Baronary. I don't think they stand a chance. You know, I mean, you've got a little bit of damage as Golden and Sobek, but still, I don't think they stand a chance.
No, I think it's smart there for Golden and Baby Gup to really saw that one up. Level 5 between both dual laners, and Elvin does land that stun, is able to walk away. And this is the kill threat now that Hydrogen Bomb have drafted for themselves. Now that they're level 5, they can really threaten this dual lane of Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox. So Mini Delvin and Mario Bro have to start being a little bit careful here on this left-hand side.
So we've got almost to the point of 5 minutes in. There hasn't been a single kill on the map, and the gold is exactly even just about. But Gold Fury about to spawn. I don't think there's going to be any opportunities to go for it anytime soon, considering how passive things have been here, Book.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very slow-paced game. Kaidon used that ultimate. Has to be careful that Stewie doesn't use the ultimate, but instead Stewie doesn't even do it. Curious that Stewie doesn't go for the ult there just to even try to pull the beads off of Kaidon there, though granted, Kaidon level 7 already in this game. Just a ton of solo experience for the mid lane already. You know, Sunprod's been everywhere else on the map to try and get pressure. That's let him farm up.
Oh my goodness, that damage is nuts, and Sunprod's there to follow through with a little bit of his own. Sunprod secures first blood for Hydrogen Bomb.
I mean, Stewie's just on his own too far forward. Dest ends up clearing the wave, then heading back to his own back camps, kind of expecting Stewie to be okay after that moment, but a rotation from Sunprod and Kaidon just lands everything in that moment. The empowered auto attacks off of the 2 as well means that they secure first blood already onto the Daji. And again, I come back to, why does Stewie just not ult in the mid lane to try and pull the beads off of Kaidon, who had no ultimate in that moment because of the red buff secure on the right-hand side, just pulling small resources in important moments like that.
That's a big pull. I mean, this is not great, but I mean, it's definitely recoverable. You know what I mean? I feel like we're not in a spot where, yeah, this is very early on, but as we're starting to see our first tier 3 items built up, the Jotuns for Stewie is very nice for a lot of cooldown on the ultimate. Gauntlet of Thebes picked up, and that pluck just does nothing to Jingwei. I love that counter pick.
And Baby Gup just trying to deny the secure there on those minions, though. Mario Bro has gone for the Devo Gloves as his first option here, so wants to spend some time stacking that item up before they really become relevant in this sort of early mid-game. You want to take note of some of the relics here on the side of Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox, though. It's Aegis, and a beads on the mid lane for Dest. Shell for the Cerberus, and I believe that's an Aegis for Blue Kohai in the Soul lane. So a lot of self-reliancy in terms of just kind of using the damage immunity, as Baby Gup has not been spotted here.
But then walks out, tail whips 2, because Stewie's walking up, pathing high. I don't think anybody knows that, though, on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. Stewie does have an ultimate ready in case that they want to rotate over, but instead we'll go for some camps instead. There's a pretty big lack of kill potential because of how safe a lot of these gods are, Book.
Yeah, and I think that's important for Frank's friendly stolen lunchbox in particular. I think they need a safe duo lane because they need the Jingwei to play the farming game, really get to that late game. Zeus is going to be the target of Frank's friendly it will be the target of Hydrogen Bomb, but they're prioritizing a lot of the safety for that Zeus in the mid lane as we're fighting over the mid pad here.
And there's Stygian Torment, takes up Sunprod, and a massive beam from Kaidon will nuke Mini Delvin's health bar. Sunprod goes in to secure the kill, in the mid lane ritual will go in favor of Hydrogen Bomb.
Nice usage of that ultimate for Kaidon. Uses it for the CC immunity to not get pulled by Mini Delvin, and then throwing the Beck into danger there. He's not really in danger as Stewie also getting plucked here.
But it doesn't seem like there's too much follow-up. Kaidon instead goes to the Oracles to grant some vision.
And Sunprod.
Put a bit of vision on the map, but Sunprod on the game goes straight on to Des and has a Typhoon ready to go. Beats forced out, but it won't save Des' life. Sunprod gets another kill, and over the wall goes Mini Delvin. That's 3 kills for Sunprod.
I mean, I kind of expected a bit more of these tanky junglers, but Sunprod showing that they can still play these assassins. Sasano, I love Sunprod on this pick in particular. Can be so mobile across the map. And we just saw it there. Got a kill on the left-hand side, immediately runs over to this right-hand side to secure that rocks. Immediately getting more, strength to his name. So getting stronger as the game goes on here because of that objective win. Just being so mobile. Feels like he's everywhere across the map, already making an impact.
So, 9 minutes into the game, 3-0. Every kill on the map belongs to Sunprod. This is a huge snowball forming up, and we've seen Sunprod take off with leads like this before.
Yeah, it looks unkillable at times, just kind of running everywhere, running the map, driving the pace of this game, and it feels like he's not really driving the pace just yet. Again, he wants to spend a little bit more time farming, get this power sustain build online, has the Barbed Carver, working towards what I believe is a Reaper next here, where this guy is Stewie making a play here on a Kaidon.
Lightning Storm thrown down, and the beat's forced away from Kaidon, but around the corner, Sunproud, who dives right onto Destin, has a lot of damage to. Hyper Beam connects, and down goes Stewie. Des follows as well. 2 dead in middle lane, which means that Hydrogen Bomb can put eyes on this Gold Fury.
Mario Bro and Mini Delvin here trying to contest this one. Mini Delvin has that spit to try and steal it away. Can he do it?
Look at that burn. It's down to 1,000, but Mini Delvin goes in, knocks up 3 with Stygian Torment. Not a lot of follow through. Phantom Shell thrown down. Mini Delvin gets destroyed. Nuked. He's got that up again already, and Kaidon is able to secure the Gold Fury. Hydrogen Bomb are making moves.
Spear of Desolation and Worldstone online here for Kaidon, so of course it's up early. Between all those kills that he's got to himself, he's able to get that ultimate already back up the Worldstone as well, reducing that ultimate cooldown already out of nowhere. Hydrogen Bomb have a 3,000 gold lead just 10 minutes in. They are just running the map right now.
Wow, it is just gonna keep getting worse if Hydrogen Bomb get their way. What I think we need to see is a little more presence from Stewie. We've got to get these ults off. We've got to get some pressure onto the back line. I mean, it feels like Sunprod is just kind of running around and doing whatever and doesn't have a lot of contest to it. Also, Kaidon, who doesn't have a lot of escape. He's just fast, you know what I mean? Lock him down and destroy that Sun Chicken.
I mean, yeah, shout out to that play in the mid lane again. I mean, what a moment there. You feel like Kaidon is going to throw that snipe out to try and get Dest, who's like 1 HP in that moment. Instead, lands it onto Stewie, takes him down, lets Sunprod then rotate to the right-hand side of that lane to finish off Dest in that moment. What a play between this mid 2v2. And again, we've been touching on it before the game started. This is the one roster that's really stuck together throughout all these roster changes, and it's showing. Kaidon and Sunprod working so well together through that little 2v2, and it pays this team to such dividends. They've got a crazy lead out of nowhere.
Yes, it is a nice lead, 4K at the 12-minute mark. And now that we're looking at Pyromancer, I think this could further the lead even more. Frank's Friendly, not only do they not stand a chance in contesting, they don't even know about it. They have not a clue that Pyromancer falls here. Runic Bomb in pocket for Sun Prodigy. And what are we putting our eyes on next? Sunprod goes over to the right side of the map, but Firebrands won't be up for a minute.
Yeah, Firebrands won't be up for a bit here. Queen Naga really the next target here between these two teams. That will be the next sort of neutral objective to contest over. Maybe up a little forward here, but he's the Sobek. He should be fine. It's interesting that, again, this damage is not really relevant right now for this Frank's Friendly stolen lunchbox. Feels like Mario Bros the only one kind of relevant in terms of damage. We saw around that Gold Fury play where Mini Delvin goes in, gets the ultimate there onto multiple members, and Mario Bro was swinging, but the shell just immune to all that damage. But the Jingwei is only getting stronger because of these Devo stacks, but will Hydrogen Bomb kind of not let him get there? Another play in mid here.
Ooh, Hyper Beam off the mark. Kaidon didn't make it happen, but it's cool because you probably got it up in like 30 seconds anyways. You could just use it again and again. Shout out Worldstone, shout out Spirit Deso.
Yeah, just slowly ticking back up already. Oh, play though. Kaidon.
Wait. Left side. Sunprod is able to go straight forward towards another. Look at Mini Delvin, who just got caught out, and Sunprod has the damage to boot. Down goes the support for Frank's Friendly, and Firebrand's being fought over. They went the way of Frank's, but Snatty's looking to fight over it. 2v1, but Snatty's holding his own. He's got damage for Stewie all freaking day. Look at this man go, and reinforcements have arrived near the Fire Giant pit. Hydrogen Bomb are able to take down Stewie. Down goes the jungler there, and now 8-0 for Hydrogen Bomb.
Just already so much happening across the map. Snatty lives for so long, buys so much time for his team. Ends up living at the end of the day, taking down Stewie as well. Another kill onto the enemy jungler is allowing Sunprod to just get out of control with this gold lead and experience lead as well. Up 2 levels over his lane opposition. Really just starting to get out of control here for Frank's Friendly stolen lunchbox. Mario Bro and Mini Delvin looking for a play onto Golden though.
Yeah, I don't know if Golden can get out of this. Disperse forward, but followed by a Stygian Torment. Pulls beads off of Golden and pulls his soul out of his body too. That's the first kill for Frank's just now.
It's a kill, yeah, but it goes on to Mini Delvin. You would have liked to have seen Mario Bro maybe get that kill. A shutdown to the ADC would be huge right now. It is an important shutdown nonetheless, but still, again, would have liked to have seen that one go to the ADC, get him a massive gold lead over Golden, because Mario Bro has done a good job over here on the left-hand side, being relevant, continuing to stack up those Devos. 79 stacks right now, 14 minutes in. He's on good pace to get those 100 stacks as quickly as possible. And that, to me, really is where Devos start to become really relevant. Once you get towards those 100 stacks, you really feel like you can kind of do whatever in the game. And it only gets better after that as the game goes on. If you can keep stalling it out, keep scaling kind of infinitely with these Devos, you kind of just feel unstoppable. Do you want to know, Kaidon has gone for a different build than I kind of expected. I figured with how the pace is going, might see Kaidon go towards the Nimble Ring to try and use that Raw 2 passive to kind of get empowered basic attacks, be relevant towards these objective burns, but instead, we're just seeing a trade of objectives right now.
Okay, so we've got Stewie going over to Golden. We want him dead once more. Meanwhile, Gold Fury goes the way of Frank's Friendly, which is a huge pull for them. But meanwhile, Queen Naga falling to Hydrogen Bomb. But, I mean, is that a worthwhile split?
I think it'll be worth more for Hydrogen Bomb if they get the Pyro, the Queen Naga, and you can get this mid pad up in 40 seconds. That, to me, is just by far the best combo at this kind of stage of the game. If you can get all three of those objectives, suddenly the gold lead just kind of feels a little out of control out of nowhere, and you're kind of like, well, what happened? They got the entire right-hand side of map in terms of objectives, and we got the Gold Fury. How are they so far ahead of us? Like, what happened out of nowhere?
Yeah. So now we've got eyes on the mid lane ritual where Baby Gup will post up and just kind of watching. It's aura, if you think about it. Sunprod comes over as well. So this mid lane ritual means a lot. Pushers going down lane means that Frank's Friendly have a whole lot more to worry about than just the gods on the side of Hydrogen Bomb.
Blue Kohai is here, though, and so they really want to contest this objective. Stewie now making his way over. This will be a fight in the mid lane.
It absolutely will be. And Franks have a bit of pressure on the ritual right now, thanks to the numbers game, but waiting on an engage. And single moment, the Hyper Beam connects right onto Des, and it takes out a good chunk of health, but still, Franks Friendly have a lot of pressure on there. Lightning Storm thrown down does a lot of damage onto the back line to Hydrogen Bomb. All of a sudden, they're a little worried, a little afraid. Snatty's here, though. So is Blue. Solo laners grouped up in the mid lane, and all of a sudden, Hydrogen feel fine walking up, and it's just kind of hard to find an engage at this point.
Oh, the stun lands. No follow-up there, but look at this. Mario Bro rotating first. He's the one first of the fight in mid.
Good pluck. Sunprod goes straight to mid Elvin, but Stewie's got the chains. Typhoon thrown down to find a knockup. Sunprod gets shut down. Massive bounty going the way of Franks. A whole lot of gold for their pockets.
Oh, Kaidon connects the ultimate there, but can't follow up anymore. But they're still hunting despite losing their jungler. It's like Hydrogen Bomb are the ones comfortable here in this play. But after that, they kind of have to back up here. I mean, look, they get the mid pad. They lose their jungler at the very least. So you're kind of saying, look, it's a good shutdown for Frank's Friendly, but they got the objective at the end of the day. And that's what you need right now if you're Frank's Friendly. Stewie in trouble, though.
Chomp, 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 chomp. No chomp. Instead, Sickening Strike. Still gets the kill, though. Baby Gup chases down Stewie in the right side jungle. Now we're going for the blue buff, and Blue does not want to lose that. Solo laners hate losing their blue buff, and I cannot blame them. But take a look at Mario Bro going to Golden. How does the one-on-one go? Impale into the wall, but doesn't find the stun, and Des is around the corner. All of a sudden, this isn't a one-on-one. The Lightning Storm thrown down. Detonate not even needed. Golden dies to the hands of Des, and Frank's Friendly get the purple buff, and maybe this Gold Fury, which isn't up just yet. Maybe not.
Golden's very annoyed that there was a roaming harpy sitting right next to him there in that moment. The chain lightning connects onto both of them and just bounces and bounces and bounces for so long. Ends up taking down Golden in that moment. That's, to me, is where Zeus is strong. It's not in these 1v1s. It's where it's the 1v1 with something nearby, an objective, a roaming harpy, a minion or some capacity, and you could just bounce the chain lightning, stack up that damage for the detonate. Des showing exactly how much damage he can do, despite kind of having a weird, funky build. The Book of Thoth and the E-Staff is good damage, but it's more onto the frontliners that it's going to be effective towards. Delvin is here. He might try and spit steal this.
He might, but used by Kaidon, and it won't get stolen. Minute Elvin not even going to try, and I'm pretty thankful that he didn't.
Yeah, I think that would have been a little spooky if he went for the all-in steal attempt. I like that. He just kind of went for the spit, didn't get it. Okay, we move back to farming, especially because that play on the left-hand side, you got that tower, and Mario Bro kind of giving Golden the hands right now. It's a 2-level lead for the Jingwei in the ADC role. Has 3 items completed. The crit is online here and likely going to be going towards a little bit more as Gold Fury very low here. And Hydrogen Bomb, they don't have Raw. No, now they do.
Wait, and Elvin secures Gold Fury, so Franks get their second gold and run immediately like roaches to light, and Hydrogen Bomb looking to chase them down. Sun Prod dashes forward, finds a pull onto Stewie and takes him down immediately after. Looks like Hydrogen are trying to find that momentum again.
Yeah, they're trying to find it, and they actually just might do this instead. I like this call here. You just took down a member. Everyone had to reset, go towards the Fire Giant. You have all 5 members here. Mario Bro is in left-hand side, has to back and fly over. Dest is on the way. Doesn't even have ultimate, though.
No Lightning Storm ready to throw down. It's 3K on
Bomb.
the FG. Who's going to take it? Bomb thrown down. And Sun Prod secures the FG and then kills Des immediately after. Franks are running once more. A little bit late to the steal. Dagger in hand for Golden.
I mean, just a weird moment there for Franks Friendly. They lose their jungler after getting the Gold Fury, and they're still not done hunting onto Mario Bro. Just a bit of a scrap here. Maybe they'll fight. No, instead they'll just kind of back off for now. I mean, just kind of caught snoozing. Like, what? There's no way they go for fire, right? As Blue Kohai's dead here, I think.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have an ult to dash away, so he just dies. Sunprod gets another kill. That's 8 this game.
Just out of nowhere, man. They're just slowly starting to get it back into the game here. Moments there.
Oh my goodness. Kaidon, you've got to be kidding me. Can you miss one of those? Kaidon connects onto Stewie with a hyper beam, destroys his health bar. Baby Gup cleans up with a sickening strike. Down goes the jungler. For Franks Friendly, once more, Hydrogen Bomb have 4 members on the right side of the map pushing up on this tier 2, and Franks Friendly decide we can't do anything about it. Instead, we'll put eyes on Golden, who's split pushing up left, and that looks like it could be a fierce 2v1. Desert Fury ready to go, Lightning Storm thrown down. Golden seems to be in a bit of trouble. Chain Lightning slows down Golden for a moment and gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the right side of the map, the right side bird is getting taken down. Franks Friendly are looking for something, but Blue shuts down Baby Gup. That's a big kill going the way of the Jormungandr. But now we've got to run if we're Hydrogen Bomb. Mario Bro in the air, on the chase, on the hunt, and a blink forward, but Stygian Torment doesn't find a knockup. Displacement immunity and beads for Hydrogen Bomb so they don't get pulled by the knockup, but still on the chase. Franks Friendly moving throughout the jungle.
They want the Pyromancer here if you're Franks Friendly. They're grouping towards it. You got to start getting some of these objectives aside from just the Gold Fury. Snatty hunting, though, he's really tanky. It's going to be very hard to chew through this Loki that's going to be in your face if you're Mario Bro. You don't really have any pen in the build just yet. Likely now working towards it. It's going to be a while before Mario Bro can really deal with this front line on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. For now, it's just kind of Dest. I mean, Dest has the pen, has Obshard, has E-Staff as well. A little bit kind of just health shred towards the Zeus, which I like. I mean, look, Snatty could just tank these autos forever. He is not dying to this Jingwei for a hot second here.
No, this is Snatty we're talking about. This Loki aspect absolutely cooks. He can just give himself damage mitigations because why not, right? Because why not? Baby Gup is walking up to the right side jungle looking for a pluck, but can't quite find one. Hydrogen Bomb are still have 3 members with Fire Giant belts, so let's move on up the mid lane, take down this tier 2. Let's open up the map a little bit as over on the left side, Des is able to take down a tower, and on the right side too.
And Dest ended up pushing out right. I feel like Franks Friendly are doing a good job of splitting the map and forcing a Hydrogen Bomb to not really 5-on-5 siege, and that's kind of slowed their pacing down with this Fire Giant. And I feel like Franks Friendly, if you can even just lose this tier 2 and keep the left-hand side tier 2 up, you're okay with how this Fire Giant siege has really gone for Hydrogen Bomb. The gold lead hasn't gotten out of control all of a sudden. And you can probably feel comfortable contesting this Gold Fury that's up as well if Hydrogen Bomb decide to fall back from this tier 2 as well. But look at Snatty hovering this left-hand side, trying to find a flank angle. He wants to find a way onto Dest and to Mario Bro.
Assassinate ready to go. Look at Kaidon looking for a beam, looking for a chance to snipe out some, but Des is getting destroyed in the meantime. Hyper beam connects. 1,400 damage, and Baby Gup cleans up onto Des. Down goes one. Mario Bro down to 100 health, and oh my goodness, Blue is having to escape through the mid lane, looking for some damage before they retreat. Finds a little bit, but with Golden dead, does that mean that Pyro is an impossible burn? I don't think so.
I think they can go towards Pyromancer. I think this gold might be out of their hands, though. Good job living for Mario Bro, and a big kill for Blue Kohai to find the enemy ADC. That really stops the rest of that siege going forward. Well, Pyro getting low here, but Blue Kohai has no ultimate, but is able to frontline here.
Look at Kaidon. He's got the damage. Hyper Beam connects only onto Blue. It does a pretty good amount of damage, but Aegis force off of Blue, though. And a blink in. Stygian Torment knocks up one. Beads force off a Sun Prodigy. And Baby Gup looking for a pluck on a Mini Delvin. Down goes the dog's health bar. Goodness gracious. That's 2 dead for Franks, and they've got 2 low as well. Look at the damage from Snatty. Goes straight for Stewie. Assassinates him. Very, very clean play from Hydrogen Bomb as they collapse on this Pyromancer, and we'll take it for free.
Old Fury available as well. Fire Giant due to spawn. This mid pad will be up as well. A lot on the map for Hydrogen Bomb to take advantage of with those kills going their way. Important to note, because of this build Mario Bro has gone towards, the Sobek really doesn't get punished for looking for those aggressive plucks. I mean, you're plucking a frontliner there in terms of it's on a mini Delvin, and Mario Bro ideally is free casting in that moment, but no pen, no answer to deal with this Sobek that's in your face right now.
Fire Giant is getting taken down. Golden's on the DPS. Look at Snatty in the front, zoning away members of Franks. Mario Bro looking for an angle. I don't think Franks can find one in. Blue goes straight forward. Maybe Hydrogen drop it and go for a fight. That's a miss on Kaidon's ult. A big opportunity for Franks to jump in, but still low health bars on Des, Delvin, and Mario Bro getting dove by Snatty. And Golden all of a sudden a little worried. Down goes the Lightning Storm, but Des is able to target. No Sunprod targets Des immediately after. The FG gets picked right back up. It did regen to full health, but we've got a good burn from Hydrogen Bomb. They feel comfortable going for it. Zoning in the front line still is Snatty, who won't let Franks get in there at any point. Mini Delvin does have the knockup ready to go, but we're going to target for a kill onto Blue first. And look at the beam. Again, doesn't connect, but Stewie takes down Kaidon right after. Wait, Snudbrod's dead? 2 down for Hydrogen Bomb. Who gets the FG? Golden secures the Fire Giant, and Snatty destroys Mario Bro right after. Delvin is getting taken down too. Snatty on the chase. Flurry strikes to the back, the rear end of the dog. 4 dead for Franks.
Again, just no way to get through this front line on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. Mario Bro really needs this pen right now, but he may not get it. Dest is up in right now. I don't think there's a world that Hydrogen Bomb can really end the game just yet. But they're at least going to wipe the map of some of these Phoenixes. They have siege minions pushing as well. Dest smartly ults the wave to try and cut it. And that denies Hydrogen the immediate push there. They might just have to play this a little slow. They do have their ADC still up, but Blue Kohai is spawning here in 2 seconds and doesn't have ult though, so that is important that the pluck goes in.
Pluck, and Desert Fury. Baby Gup takes down Stewie. This is really bad for Franks Friendly. They might not lose the game, but a middle bird falling is really bad for objective play, and they're going to go straight for it. Look at Blue in the front line. Down drops Mario Bro, goes straight for Golden, but we've got a dagger ready. Oh my God! Kaidon again connects with 2. Mario Bro dead along with Stewie. Des is forced to retreat. Hydrogen Bomb have created space to go for this left side tier 2. That seems to be the play.
Kaidon is just rocking this Raw right now, doing so well, hitting all the snipes he needs to on the key targets. He's not just hitting the free frontline targets right in front of him. He's looking towards the back line, looking to find the key target in the Jingwei, in the Zeus. The Jingwei is the most ideal target because of the build Dest has gone towards, and still Kaidon is finding the key snipes. He's got the perfect build to do it. A ton of flat pen, a ton of power in the build. Mario Bro dead for another 13 seconds. Dest is not here. This Phoenix may not be long for this world, Mort.
This push is big. A great pluck onto Delvin, and the dog gets just, he's barely able to jump back. Stygian Torment knocks up 2. Lightning Storm thrown down in response, but doesn't find a whole lot of damage. That was more of a self-heal ult rather than, I think that Snatty is doing a good job zoning, though. Assassinate countered by the ult from Mario Bro. So Mario gets out pretty easily. And all of a sudden, Hydrogen Bomb not feeling nearly as aggressive. Now we're retreating, but Mario Bro steps up too far. Does he get plugged? No, that's the dash from Bro. A nice stun from Delvin creates a bit of space, and Hydrogen all of a sudden don't have much left to fight over. Let's go back to base.
Mario Bro's got to slow down a little. He's feeling himself a little bit too much. He does a good bit of damage onto backliners, and he's kind of over-forcing a few plays there. Kind of dashed in place right in front of Loki. Immediately had to ult, otherwise he was dead there. A nice avoidance of that raw ultimate at the very least, but immediately then gets back to the base, heals up, and tries to make another play there in a 1v3. Just slow down, Mario. You got to spend some time farming now. You need that pen online. He's working towards the Rip Talon right now, which is a little bit, but I feel like you need a lot more than a Rip Talon right now to try and deal with this front line. Maybe you need to throw in the Executioner as well. That's a little bit more strength to the build as well over the Rip Talon, but I feel like Mario Bro just needs to get some of these items completed here before they can go for another play like that. You can see still just needs a bit more gold to finish up this Rip Talon. Gold Fury should go the way of Hydrogen Bomb, and you're starting to see a bit of the difference in the builds in terms of just damage output on some of these objectives and on key targets. Golden is affordable. It can afford to just kind of front to back here, deal with Mini Delvin and Blue Kohai in their face, and also output good of damage onto these objectives with the help of Silver Branch Bow.
It is 31 minutes into the game. A 15k gold lead for Hydrogen.
Oh my god.
No, Tidon! How are you just freehanding these ults? And Stewie's like, wait, my health bar. And Stewie has to go back, so he's going to recall. And Hydrogen Bomb are just going to walk up at the jungle and say, well, we sent Stewie packing back to base. Maybe we can go kill somebody else.
And Kaidon's already almost got that ultimate back online. Yeah, 8 seconds ready to go here for this ultimate.
Okay.
I mean, what can you do, man? He's always got it available to him. If he gets a kill, it's going to be up even quicker here. Between all the cooldown that he's got for himself, between this Deso, the Pendulum as well, Soul Gem, World Stone. I mean, look, the gold lead, the graph shows it here. It's kind of out of control, favoring Hydrogen Bomb. 2 Phoenixes down. The left-hand side, I think the bigger one that Frank's Friendly have to deal with. Hydrogen Bomb just in control of this game and looking so comfortable. Even without Hydrogen here, this team just looks so comfortable together. This dive unit between Sunprod and Snatty, allowing Kaidon to find a key target there with the snipe. And again, the key target this game has been Mario Bro, and consistently Kaidon is finding the snipe.
Okay, and that's a good amount of damage onto Blue from another snipe onto Blue, who is forced to ult and escape. Hydrogen Bomb are constantly poking out members of Frank's Friendly because of this ult on a 15 sec. Right.
Yeah, he's almost got it. Des is in trouble here. He's in no man's land.
Maybe this is a good flank. Lightning Storm thrown down does a lot of lifesteal. Des taken down to half health, and we don't lose too much health on the side of Hydrogen Bomb, though. Down goes Mini Delvin, looking to make sure that Des escapes alive, but he doesn't because Sunprod chases him down. So 2 dead for Frank's Friendly. Stewie's in the air, hits some chains, beats force off of Sunprod, and Blue by himself with a couple members. But Mario Bro just nuked Golden. The build's online, ults away immediately after. Baby Gup on the chase, looking for a pluck, blinks in, tail whip. Mario Bro is still getting chased. And then look at the Nemean. The 3's not ready. Baby Gup kills Mario Bro. That's 3 dead for Franks. Do they go EFG?
No, they can probably just end the game here with the right-hand side being weakened. The left-hand side low as well. Snatty and the rest of the team. No, instead, they are going to make the safe call. They are going towards the Fire Giant. And so Frank's Friendly are afforded another, siege defense here. Stewie has to Aegis. In trouble, though.
Look at Stewie trying to take it to Snatty, who's diving under the tower. Mitigations for days. Snatty doesn't care about a bird. He doesn't care about anything. Meanwhile, the EFG is getting burned down, and Blue does have eyes on it. But what are the odds? There's a steal here. But there are odds. There are always odds. Blue's going into the pit. It's down to 2,000 on the EFG, but who's going to take it? Hyper Beam ready. Kaidon secures the EFG, but man, that was a close one, Book. I heard that gasp.
That was way too close for. I mean, he missed the secure in that moment, and I thought that there was a moment that Blue Kohai was going to steal it, and that would have been EFG on 4 members of the side of Frank's Friendly. That makes it almost impossible for Hydrogen Bomb to siege in that moment. And then the game just would have been extended a little bit longer. Mario Bro could have kept farming up some more Devo stacks, which he has reached 103 stacks. And we're starting to see that damage come through there onto the back line. I mean, he's taken down Golden. I mean, Golden's 1-5. The Onher has not had the best game, but that's because of how much damage there is on the other side that's targeting towards him in particular. But that does mean that Kaidan has just had a field day. And Golden's probably saying, yeah, you guys can focus me out. That's fine. We still have this Raw that's doing whatever he wants this entire game. He's top of the player damage at 42k.
EFG belts around the members of every single person of Hydrogen Bomb, except for Golden. And debuffed birds, mid and right. Left bird is dead. Everything that Hydrogen Bomb needs to end this game, they have it right now. But can they make it happen? 4 members walking up the middle. And on the right is Snatty, looking to split up pressure and try and split up Franks as a team. Baby Gup looking for a pluck. At any opportunity, this game could go wrong for Franks. It already has, and it can only get worse. But an ult down from Kaidan means that maybe there's a sliver of an opportunity where Franks can pounce and do something. But with these EFG belts, I'm just not so sure.
Yeah, this is a tough one here. Golden has actually gone towards the Aegis, and there he goes. Mini Delvin's in.
And there he goes. Mini Delvin goes straight in, but not much can be found right after the ult's down, but nothing else really taken out.
Mario's
but
dead.
Sunprod destroys Mario Bro on the flank. That's a huge opportunity for Hydrogen Bomb. They could go straight into the bird. Wait, Snatty's just over there diving. Stewie? Dagger used because Sunprod needs to get some damage. Lightning Storm thrown down for a bit of self-peel, but Death gets destroyed by Kaidan. And Mini Delvin in a whole lot of trouble, getting chased down by the demon Sun Prodigy. Another kill for the hands of Hydrogen Bomb. Stewie and Kohai are the only 2 left alive. But what can you do as the Hydrogen Bomb explodes the Titan? That's a W for Bomb.
And they will move on. I mean, Frank's Friendly made it look close at times. They were really relevant in important fights, and then just small moments. Again, I come back to this early game, did not go their way at all. The little scraps here and there. Hydrogen Bomb, they just looked like a single unit on the same page. I mean, this play to me really just kind of shows how this game went. Again, doesn't target Dest, targets Stewie instead, and then Sunprod will clean up Dest afterwards. Is this just going to be a montage of Kaidan hitting all the snipes? I really hope it is, because Kaidan had a great game on this Raw, looked so comfortable on this character, hit multiple important snipes. And yeah, it is. It really is just the Kaidan show this game.
Jithens, can we get the hit marker effect on every single Kaidan? Oh, that's it. It could be like those old montages, you know what I'm talking about? It could be so funny. But
oh, baby,
yeah,
a
this is
triple.
Kaidan just going correct. Oh, baby, a triple snipe. But it was a fun game to watch. This Raw, now I'll tell you this. If you want a word of the day, right? I'll give you 2 words of the day. Bird diff. Bird diff. Kaidan is just electric on this Raw pick, and I'm wondering now, how often are we going to see Raw down the bracket?
I mean, we saw earlier as well, kind of briefly in the picks and bans, the Discordia Hecate bans were targeted towards Kaidan, and Kaidan still looks comfortable on characters like the Raw. Is this character suddenly risen a lot more in priority? Now, I do think we are in a weird state in terms of the mage meta of, I mean, you can see it here, right? The damage difference between Kaidan versus Dest. Dest has gone towards a build to try and deal with some survivability aspects for himself, but also dealing damage to the front line, versus Kaidan is purely built towards dealing damage to backliners like Mario Bro, like Stewie, and it's just risen him so far up in the player damage charts over Dest, and that to me is just a bit of a build diff.
Well, 3 things to say. Shout out Hydrogen Bomb, good dub. You'll give it your best shot next time for Frank's Friendly and Bird diff. We're going to take a quick ad break before we move on down, but we'll see you in a few minutes. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to Smite Prime. The August circuit is here, and we're about to watch over our second game of the day. Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today. And Book, we just came off of a very exciting game 1. I am super stoked to see how this next one goes.
Like you said, Bird diff. Bird diff.
Bird diff. Words of the day, bird diff.
Words of the day. It was good. No, it was such a good game. It was a great game one. I mean, a lot of action for a game that did feel a little bit one-sided, as we do get to see how the day has gone so far for all these teams through our bracket. And it's been an exciting one, I think, or at the very least. You know, we have a lot of new teams, a lot of new faces as well playing. And so far, to me, it seems like the old heads in Hydrogen Bomb are still the top team to contend with, even with Golden subbing over Hydrogen. I feel like that team as a unit just looks so scary with their on-field play. Just how they work together, how they play their team fights. It's just so disgusting to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it honestly really is. We've got some very fun games going on. Further down, though, is Drum with some names that we know. Contraction Assessment. I feel like this is a team that we didn't really get to cover too much. Well, we talked about it a little bit before last game. Is the Karmic and Tagveer, along with Aurora and Donut Dog. So that's going to be a very fun team to watch if they can keep making their way down the bracket, and I'm sure they will. Drum is another game I'm keeping my eyes on. But what we're going to watch right now, our next game, which is happening, is Souls of the Dom up against the New Life. And I think this Souls of the Dom team is going to be, you've got Cherry, you've got Globe, who's one of my favorite mid laners, you've got JR. This is John Rowing. I mean, this will be cool.
The John Rowing will grace us with his presence once again here in the solo lane for a new team. I mean, I'm excited to see how, as a unit, John Rowing and Cherry really work well together. Like, I feel like those are two really solid frontliners, and how well they can play together, I think, is really important to enable their backline. I mean, Cherio is a really backline. Well, he has a couple different styles, but he can really facilitate his backline to do good work. And him and Kaveka played together for a hot second now. I feel like they work really well together. Add John Rowing into the mix, and I think this is a real strong unit ready to go for this team.
And I also feel like not only is Kaveka one of the more innovative carries, right? Maybe not always, like you said, the best in the conversation of roles, but tends to try out some new things, not afraid to do some new things as we make our way into picks and bans. But another innovator, along with JR, is Globe. Globe is pulling out a lot of fancy picks all throughout the Founder Series and OSL when Globe was playing over there as Vi. I think Globe is known for these non-traditional mid lane picks that can sometimes low-key fry.
Yeah, sometimes, but also can sometimes fall flat on his face a little bit. You know, I think, don't get me wrong, I think Globe is a very solid player, and I think he's a fine addition to this roster in particular. I do think this is a pretty strong roster on paper. Again, to me, not any of the sort of top names, but I feel like these are 5 players that can work well in a team and work well with kind of whoever, right? They're kind of plug-and-play players. And when you need a player to play a specific role, do you need Kaveka to carry? Okay, he can do that. Do you need Globe to kind of carry or facilitate the backline peel for Kaveka to do well? Oh, he can do that, but he can also carry if you put him on the right pick. John Rowing, do you need him to facilitate, kind of be the frontline body that just kind of stands there and eats damage? Oh, he can do that. Or he can play kind of the low keys, just being the body running forward, kind of killing backliners, the Osiris as well. Again, very versatile players with very versatile play styles. I'm excited to see how they work as a unit.
The Afro ban is always funny to me because if you can see down there, 0 picks and 3 bans. I mean, like, nobody really wants to play the Afro because it's like not that fun, but you definitely don't want to play against the Afro. You know what I mean? It's just like, it makes you miserable to be up against, but when you're playing it, it's like, it's not very like dopamine inducing. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like, kiss the homies and couple heals and counterplay. You're not going to touch my team. Like, wow, that's fun. So, you know, not a high pick rate, but very successful nonetheless when it is thrown out. Horus is also banned away as well. So no bird diff from Horus, at least. Hu Yi thrown out as well, another prominent carry, which has seen so many bans as of recent. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about that. I think he's still really strong in terms of how, like, his lane presence is very good, right? Like, he works well with the build. Not having an attack speed steroid, I think, really hurts him right now in terms of going towards that on-hit attack speed build. But he's still got a lot of high base numbers. His abilities can hurt really well. he's got some CC follow-up as well. The ultimate is just so impactful in team fights, covers such a wide area. I think can flex the jungle as well right now. I think that's a talking point we haven't really touched on much lately, is Hui, I think, is still really prevalent in the jungle right now. Even though we're not seeing it as much as of late, I think it can still work. I am curious, though, that the New Life have not banned away the Artemis. Kaveka is a big Artemis player, loves this character, and I think she's really good right now. I think that might have been a bit of a missed opportunity here for the New Life to take that one away from Souls of the Damned.
Can I throw something crazy at you, Book? I'd like to give you a bit of a different idea, right?
Okay.
It's a Kaveka classic, the Neath aspect. You can reach wild amounts of attack speed through the passive.
Sure.
And it seems to be a Kaveka special. And with the on-hit being so popular, and with you have a front line like Xiantian, I think this could be a possibility, if anything.
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. I think the Neath aspect does work well with the new on-hit build. The concern I have with Neath aspect is you kind of need to spam abilities to work well with it, to keep that sort of passive up and keep the attack speed up in terms of that tier of where it's at and how effective it is. And that requires you to keep spamming abilities. That requires a lot of mana. And one of the talking points I mentioned, or I guess talked with Tegvir about a while ago when he was playing in ADC for a brief period of time, is he was also playing Neath aspect. And he would run Transcendence first every game. And I'd be like, well, why would you do that? Why would you not go Devos? And he's like, well, you know, I really need the mana because if I'm spamming abilities, keeping the passive up to its upper tier of attack speed and how effective it can be. It's a ton of attack speed when you get it there, but it requires a lot of mana to get there. And you've got to be spamming those abilities. You need the mana to do it. I think it's possible. You can go Death's Toll and that can kind of cover some of that mana usage.
Yeah.
But it's a tough one to keep up there, I think, right now. I think being forced to go Transcendence first in this sort of on-hit meta really hurts your output of attack speed you can get to get those Silver Branch stacks up. A god that we haven't seen as of late that I think has received a lot of positive changes here because of the recent item additions is Izanami.
Uh-huh. The Malum special. Malum slammed this yesterday for our animosity finals, and this Izanami god is quite nice. Quite nice. Big fan of Izanami, along with the Agni. So you've got a lot of range distance. You know what I mean? The Izanami ult, which can be surprisingly strong, along with Agni here. But Uller for carry. Kaveka playing Uller maybe, and then Ra going mid. Oh.
Mort, I think we're in for another bird diff here. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Ra is a pretty good pick here. I will say the New Life, the immediate response to the Uller is the Dodgy, and I love that. A character that doesn't have CC immunity, he becomes the key target here for the Dodgy in particular. I love this identity already for the New Life and what they're drafting here.
It's the Morgan Le Fay aspect solo for John Rowing. He has been running this for quite a minute. Quite a long minute. JR is giving us one of his recent signature picks, and thank you, JR, for giving us another wonderful game. JR is about to have a pop-off game, but Thanatos in the jungle means that it's got to be Uller Xingqian over there. That's got to be Serb support, Mordred solo, Daji. It seems like we've got a pretty standard picks and bans. You know what I mean? But what I don't really understand just yet, what I'd like for you to help me out with, is team fight composition. What our goals are for these teams. You know what I mean? What are we good at? What are we not so good at?
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Ratmilk goes towards base Thanatos or aspect Thanatos. I think I'm seeing a little more aspect Thanatos as of late. I think it's really good. And you can kind of just be a body that runs forward and sets up for your Ra, I think is the idea here for Ratmilk if he goes towards that. If he goes full kind of base blaster, run in there, kill people, I think that's totally fine for Ratmilk as well. Mm-hmm. In terms of the New Life composition, I think they have a lot of CC setup here and all-in potential with their comp. And they have a lot of range damage here in this Agni. They have a lot of kind of... I do worry a little bit because the Dodgy, you want to get in there, pop the ultimate, pull people in, and that's all your damage in that immediate area. But where's the soft CC? Where's the easy to hit stun like a Thor wall or something? I do worry there's not enough here for the New Life to work.
Well, Let's take a look. We're getting into the game. Game 2 of the day is live. It's ready. It's upon us. And we're here to talk about it. It's Morty and Book in the booth today. We've got Test Side, Jithens, and Music behind the scenes making all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. And now that we've got our aces in our places, go ahead, Book.
So it is going to be base Thanatos here for Rat Milk. But that's a cowl start for the Thanatos. A little bit of extra movement speed in that passive, and that's going to allow Rat Milk to just roam around the map a little bit quicker than his lane opposition. I like this idea here for Rat Milk already. I think he's going to be able to get everywhere pretty quickly. Be very effective as well. I think this Thanatos, this is one of Rat Milk's sort of tried and true picks. And I do think he has potential to just outright carry this game, I'm not going to lie.
I think so too. I think there's a good chance. Even if, you know what, I'm not even mad if Rat Milk doesn't carry this game, because even if he just becomes an ult bot late game, hitting those stuns will be monumental for Globe. You know what I mean? I mean, with that much more crowd control that Rat Milk can offer, those snipes that Kaidan was freehanding, Globe doesn't need to freehand them. There's a lot of crowd control on that side to work with. It's knockups from John Rowing. It's, you know, washing machine spins from Cherry, and even the freehand axe stuns from Kaveka. There is a good amount of coordination that can happen here to make these easy snipes happen. But as we're seeing a bit of skirmishing over in duo lane, a couple low health bars on Kaveka and Hope. But Hope can only hope that health. I can't believe I used that so early in the cast. I only get one of those.
You only get one more, but I mean, this is a Nami pick. You can just clear the wave so quickly. About they hit level 2 first, and now Blood Dweller in trouble here.
Beads forced out, and that's 200 health onto Blood, but Kaveka's out of mana, so not much more to work with. I guess we're just going to have to wait on that. A good stun from Hope, but doesn't last long. Kaveka's able to follow through another freehand stun. Blood Dweller walks up a tad too far. That's first blood for Souls of the Damned.
Yeah, no beads, no shell in that moment, and you're just dead if you're Blood Dweller. Just stepping back up when they have CC ready to them, and you don't have some safety tools ready to go. You just dashed as well to survive the initial push, and then immediately walking back up. Unfortunate there for Blood Dweller. Kaveka taken fairly low around this scrap here. It feels like Hope is feeling comfortable taking this fight here. He's got the Daji on the way here, but Rat Milk also hovering.
Yeah, Rat Milk is pretty high up on the right side of the Gold Fury pit, and
that's a
look
dash.
At Colin, who's dashing straight for Cherry, less than half health. Kaveka finds a very nice stun though onto the Daji, and Hope is still walking forward, shredding some prots and doing some damage. Good stun on a Kaveka, but all of a sudden Hope is in a really bad spot with no soul expulsion ready to go. So Rat Milk gets the kill onto Hope. Another kill for Souls of the Damned.
Level 2 on the Cerberus, so doesn't have access to that jump in that moment. Spent the ability points on the 1 and the 2 in particular, that spit and the ghastly breath. So not going to be able to escape in that moment. But at the very least, they did secure the speed buff on the left-hand side, so a small victory. But again, 2 kills already to the duo lane and to the jungle of the Souls of the Dom. Those are 2 characters you don't want to be giving kills to, especially this Thanatos this early on. Again, Rat Milk has potential to just run away with the pacing of this game if he's allowed to, and already giving the Thanatos, even if it's a kill onto the support, it's like, support for whatever, you know, not the end of the world. But I think at this stage, definitely not something you want to be giving over to Rat Milk.
Not at all. You know, one thing that I've had my eyes on is that Blink from Rat Milk. Blink is very interesting, considering, you know, I think that Souls of the Dom think that, you know, they're confident going into this game. You know what I mean? They've studied, they've done their homework, they're ready for today's matchup. But look at Rat Milk going straight for Colin, and Globe is around the corner to make sure another kill secured, and Uncle is on the run. Uncle Ro gets killed. Rat Milk is all of a sudden on a kill streak.
Uncle Ro taken down, just trying to get away there, but not able to. You mentioned that Blink, and sure enough, Rat Milk's using it. Immediately just use it to get in there, be active, be aggressive, finds that initial kill, and gets the other one after that. Or already Rat Milk 3-0-0, just almost 4 minutes in. This Thanatos is getting scary, man.
He is getting very scary indeed. You called it early. That Rogue Milk could have a legacy game right here. Oh my goodness, the damage off of Death Scythe is wild. Into the air goes Rat Milk, looking to collapse, but instead goes for an escape, which is honestly a smart call. Nice to save your killing spree.
Yeah, I think that was the smart call, but I fully believed that Rat Milk was going to up down in that moment. Just immediately go for that play, try and find the execute. Kaveka looking for hope here, though, who is low.
But hits the stun, but a little bit too far under the tower to find any more damage. Kaveka, though, looking very nice on this Uller. I haven't seen him use it too much, a little bit in scrims, but not a lot of practice time from what I've seen. But Kaveka looks pretty naturally good on it.
I mean, Uller is in an interesting spot right now as an ADC with all the recent changes in terms. Yeah, this is just rude at this point, right? Level 4 on Blood Dweller. What can you do, right? But Uller's in such an interesting spot in that ADCs right now are really strong with the on-hit build. But what we're seeing out of mid lane right now is, you know, this kind of build that allows you to all in the backline. Kaveka's identity for this game is probably going to be to just deal with the backline, try and dive in onto the Agni, onto the Izanami, play with the rest of the dive, just try and get to the backline to deal with them. Hope still only level 4.
Oh no, washing machine ready to go, diving under the tower. Cherry is able to tank those tower shots with ease. Kaveka kills Hope once more.
And this is the problem with this composition that the New Life have gone towards. This Daji really can't be active in this early game, needs to spend some time farming. And this dual lane in Uller and Jingchen can just zone the Izanami and Cerberus off the wave like this. I mean, level 6 for Cherio and Kaveka, or at least for Kaveka. Cherio's still working towards it, but what can you do? You're level 4 in terms of Hope and Blood Dweller. You have your Shell and Beads, but do you really want to be using those relics to just clear the wave?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. A very good point as Rat Milk moves around. We're 6 minutes into the game. It's 5 kills to nothing. Souls of the Damned have got a pretty nice start. 3K gold lead is nothing to wag your tail at.
Yeah, 6 minutes in. I think it was like the 10, 11 minute mark that we saw in the last game where Hydrogen Bomb had this kind of lead. So already the Souls of the Damned getting off to a very good early game here and already amassing themselves a pretty significant lead. And a lot of it is in that dual lane. Look at a transfer to the right because Uncle Rose dead.
Anyways, oh, in mid lane, there's another fight going down. Look at Agni dashing in. A Whalmer is able to kill Globe off of the ult from Colin, too. Good coordination.
Yeah, well done between these two. I mean, you needed to find an answer somewhere, and that gets them a kill. It gets them on the board more than anything. You also get Globe's beads. I think that's the bigger win here. Globe is going to have to use that ultimate as a CC immunity tool in the next fight. And now look at this collapse on the left-hand side. Whalmer and Colin are on the way here.
Yeah, a lot of members from New Life on top of this purple buff because Kaveka and Cherry dove a little bit too far. Kaveka's gotten low health and even less mana. Stunned and slowed, shredded, prots and everything. Hope kills Kaveka.
An important kill there onto the Uller. Rat Milk, though, wrapping around the backhand side of this tower.
Oh, Rat Milk blinked in, and look at him go. That's Rat Milk on a rampage already, and Whalmer hiding under the tower saying, "Not me, Rat Milk, please." The ult's thrown out from Globe and does a fair bit of damage to Hope, but what's the follow through? Look at Rat Milk going under the tower with Terry into the air and slams back down. Rat Milk gets another kill. 6-0 with 7 minutes. I think you were onto something earlier, Book. This mid lane ritual falls to Souls of the Damned as well, and then they retreat right after.
Because of the recent changes to the mid ritual, it goes so quickly now that the side of Souls of the Damned, yeah, their health bars are fairly low, but they don't have to stick around as long. They can get that objective quickly and then run away. A nice impressive moment there between the support and jungler here, between Rat Milk and Cherio, just being so aggressive under the tier 1 tower, finding some free kills. And yeah, the gold lead, Mort, is out of control at this point, just 8 minutes in, almost 8.5 minutes in. Kaveka's got himself a lead. Cherio's got a lead. Globe is actually even, though, with Whalmer and Joyer. The gold lead definitely favors Globe in this moment because of all the team gold that's going his way, but at least Whalmer and Joyer has the experience lead. Hits level 10 first over Globe, and so between these two mid laners, feel like the Agni is having the better impact, but Globe is just happy to just let the rest of the map win out, and then he's going to show up in the mid game. Once he's got an item or two, he's got that Deso, likely working towards that World Stone second here to just get that ult up as often as possible. I feel like Globe is just happy to sit in the backpack for a while and then become relevant. Hop out of the backpack and just sidekick someone.
Yeah, it's 9 minutes in, 8-2, a 3K gold lead. Actually, I think that's 4. My math said, yep, I checked the calculator. 4K gold lead for Souls of the Damned, and Gold Fury is getting burned down slowly but surely. Is there a chance they actually burn this? It's only 2 members, but
no answer.
Loki Globe has some DPS onto this Gold Fury. It's the mix of Solar Beam and everything else. You've got so much damage from Ra. You know, you just got to wait for your abilities to come back up, but once they're up, look at it go. Oof.
I mean, Whalmer and Joyer is in mid lane having to deal with the Naga minion pushing down that lane. In fact, all lanes have to kind of deal with that minion, and they don't clear it the best on their own. So Colin's just kind of looking for any farm he can invade, just going to get these rocks on the timer. But outside of that, just a free objective going the way of Souls of the Damned.
I'm a little worried for New Life solo Uncle Ro over here because JR starting to climb up in the ranks. That Shift of Shield and Breastplate of Valor is going to provide a lot of damage and cooldown and protections and everything else that John Rowing's probably going to need. Ults out from JR. It's a 2v1, and the Mordred ults out, off the mark. Still chasing, looks for a loop-de-loop, but again, off the mark. Dragonflight finds a nasty knockup, and while Mordred was doing circles and donuts in the Fire Giant pit, JR is just destroying Colin, and Uncle Ro says, my bad, and Ratmilk just killed 1. Blood Dweller falls as well. That's 2 dead in the mid lane, 3 members of New Life deceased. They could go for Firebrands too.
Yeah, Firebrand's available. They were never taking that moment between Colin and Uncle Ro. I mean, shout outs to John Rowing, just kind of standing there menacingly, being like, yeah, you can't hit me.
Oh, no.
You're going to get me? Nope.
Stun, Death Scythe, and a 3-2 to follow. Look at Ratmilk, 8-0. Like, Ratmilk needs to be killed.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you would say, right? He needs to be killed. Is he gonna be killed? Probably not. The only way I think he dies is if he overextends egregiously, and the New Life just have the numbers in the moment to punish him for it. I feel like Ratmilk, I mean, we saw it earlier, right? Ratmilk goes to the sky. In theory, he could go back in, didn't. I think Ratmilk's just happy to make the safe call, despite being so aggressive.
Yeah, I think so too, but look at Globe in a whole heap of trouble. Doesn't have a lot of reinforcements. Oh no, Ratmilk. The Ratmilk is upon us and looking to chase down 1 member, but everybody hides under the tower. They scurry as soon as they see eyes on Ratmilk. But Kaveka and Blood Dweller duking it out over here on the left side. Kaveka has a 2-level lead and a whole lot of Did you see Blood Dweller just evaporate?
Hydra's Lament, Transcendence. Kaveka swinging. I mean, there's no... Blood Dweller is just too far behind, right, in this matchup. I mean, the experience lead has gotten out of hand here between these two. Kaveka freezing waves has really denied Blood Dweller a lot of experience more than anything else, and that just means Kaveka's base power and health and mana is a lot higher than Blood Dweller's, and Blood Dweller doesn't really have an answer for this 1v1 right now and won't for a very, very long time, I think.
You know, I think that one thing to mention too is that it's the Izanami pick. I feel like a lot of carries just don't feel good from behind. You know what I mean? There's no arguing that, but Izanami especially does not feel good from behind. Pyromancer getting taken down near the Pyromancer pit, believe it or not, and I don't think that New Life really stand a chance unless Hope can steal it with a 1. We've seen Baby Guff do it before. Over the wall, doesn't even try to steal. Globe secures, and John Rowing shows up from solo lane to provide a bit of pressure. A show and face a little bit, if you will, as Firebrand spawn in just a moment. And in 2 minutes, Book, the Queen Naga will be up too.
Oh, but before then, they might look for a kill here onto the Uncle Ro.
Uncle Ro doing donuts yet again. Somebody needs to take away his license.
They won't, though. I mean, he's just gonna hobble on back to his tier 2 tower. I don't think there's anyone on the Souls of the Dawn that can take away his license right now. I don't think any of them have that power just yet. Oh, nice stun lands. But I mean, again, it feels like Souls of the Dawn, they're just kind of doing whatever they want. They're being aggressive and then just kind of walking away, not really getting punished for it because there's always an objective to go back towards. Nice dash in there.
Stygian Torment forces away beads from Globe. That's another ult. They just keep going for Globe. Whalmer takes him down. Baterio just showed up. Two-man knock-up and a root. Washing Machine ready to go with the last bit of mana that Cherry has to offer. JR's around the corner. Can we find some more damage? JR dashes straight towards Whalmer. Colin. That's Colin getting dove onto. And Colin seems to be very afraid of what JR can do. Rat Milk's here. Oh no, Rat Milk's here. We've got to get out of here. It's Rat Milk. And look at Whalmer dashing barely away. 100 health to his name. Nice knock-up onto Colin. And Rat Milk's going to capitalize. JR decimates Blood Dweller 2, and Whalmer barely made it back to the base. Rat Milk looking into the skies for somebody to collapse to, but no more gods to kill. And all of a sudden, Rat Milk will settle for some camps instead.
Uncle Row, at the very least, is able to steal away the blue buff away from John Rowing. So that's, it's a small win. It's something going the way of the new life. But I mean, again, Souls of the Dom they're just running the map right now. They're winning every single team fight. This composition that they have, two big snowball characters in the Uller, in the Thanatos. I mean, look at that graph, right? Like 9,000 gold, 14 minutes in. I mean, they're just playing with their food at this point. Kaveka probably just going to try and solo kill him here.
Booga booga! Beads forced out, and there goes Blood Dweller. The rat strats prevail again.
Devo.
Anyways, you were saying, I'm sorry.
I don't even know what I was saying at this point, man. I mean, it's just two snowball characters in the Uller and the Thanatos, and they've snowballed, right? I mean, what can you do? I mean, Kaveka's got a death. Yeah, okay. Globe's got 3 deaths. Globe doesn't have a kill, actually. So, you know what, Mort? It's not a bird diff this game. It's really not. Well, hang on. Thanatos has wings. Is he a bird?
No, he's death. It's a death diff. Yes, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Queen Naga. Wait. New Life are taking Queen Naga while Gold Fury goes to Souls of the Damned. Maybe this is like a late game investment and a comeback for New Life, but Gold Fury going the way of Souls of the Damned, I feel like is a much bigger thing because Souls of the Damned are on a rampage. They've got momentum. It's 16-4. It's 16 minutes in. When they get that third Gold Fury, they're going to be able to just run its structures.
Yeah, I think they're happy with the pacing of this game, are Souls of the Damned. I feel like the New Life, yeah, you make that long-term investment in the Queen Naga, but it's like, are you ever really going to see the payment of that long-term investment this game?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. I mean, Collins just completed a Transcendence and has 11 stacks on it. Like, this is very long-term investments from the players here of the New Life. I feel like there's a lot to farm for. Good ult from Globe there.
Okay, good zoning from Hope. Washing Machine, ready to go. Rat Milk kills Whalmer and Joyer. Everything is looking very nice. Into the air goes Rat Milk. Another kill ready. Will he dive under the tower? Who are we targeting? Rat Milk plays it safe and doesn't dive too far, but a two-man knockup from Uncle Row is going to provide some space with the backline, which is just getting shredded, by the way, by everybody else. Rat Milk destroys Uncle Row. That's 3 dead for New Life under the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And they're going to go for that tier 2 tower right after. Souls of the Dom are continuing to rampage all throughout the map, but Blood Dweller at least gets a tier 1 on the left. That's something.
Yeah, it's something. I mean, he's down 3 levels. He's down an insurmountable amount of gold, but he got the tier 1 tower on the left hand side. You know, he got something to his name. That's a small gold victory that'll get him closer to his next item, which I think is a Berserker Shield, if I'm not mistaken, by the components bought there. It's definitely not the Silver Branch I maybe expected.
The old McBlue. The old McBlue. I love saying that. Pyromancer falls right after the FG. Obsidian Dagger in pocket for Rat Milk. This is a death diff game. We said bird diff last game. It's death diff this game. 11-0-1. Jeez.
Yeah. Rat Milk has 1 assist because he's like, I'm getting all the kills this game, guys. Like, I don't need any of these assists. I can take 1, but I don't need much more. He just finished the Heartseeker. I mean, I was saying like maybe Rat Milk can go towards the Aspect and kind of play setup style, but he may just go full blaster and run the game. And then he did that. And good for him. Honestly, you know what? Good for you, Rat Milk. He's still a top end jungler for a reason, right? He could just kind of run games like this on characters like the Thanatos, where a lot of junglers will play like the Sasano, a lot of mobility to kind of play around the map. Rat Milk just gets the ball rolling early and doesn't let it stop rolling. He has continued to just keep fighting, keep scrapping, using this snowball lead that he's accumulated for himself to just keep looking to fight as much as possible and keep looking for, kills and deaths here and there. Speaking of,
oh no, Ratmilk's in the air and collapses down right after the dash is used, and it wasn't even needed from Globe. Ratmilk's got it taken care of. Another kill for the menace known as Ratmilk, while JR is zoning by himself in the mid lane. Just 1v4ing casually. Shout out JR, by the way. This is just another great play for JR just to split up the team of New Life while that left bird gets taken down. But the rest of Souls of the Dom, Ratmilk rotates over to collapse onto Cullen. That makes it 2 dead for New Life. And the Pyro Bomb thrown down to put some damage onto the mid lane. Phoenix, the left Phoenix will fall though. Globe takes that down. JR continuing to zone in the front line. And that Stygian Torment won't do much. You're just taking the team to your back line. Souls of the Dom want that. They don't mind going to the back line. That's another bird dead up in the mid lane. JR takes that one down. Now we're going towards the right side of the map. Or do we? We don't end here, do we?
They might try. They have such a big lead at this point, but I think with that tier 2 on the right-hand side makes it a little more difficult, but they have such good sustain here with the Fire Giant. They can just keep on sieging, and the Raw as well. They can just keep sieging. Cullen's dead. Ratmilk's still in there. Of course he is.
Ratmilk, he does not care. He's got a dagger. He's got his ult. He's going straight for maybe Uncle Ro. Anybody can get the smoke, says Chat Ratmilk. He goes for Blood Dweller instead, which is a pretty good silence. Takes a lot away. And a knockup on to Ratmilk. This could be bad news. His dagger's ready, though. Can he use it? Death Scythe provides a bit of life to him.
We got
dagger use. Ratmilk is clutch. But Globe right next to Ratmilk. JR takes down Blood Dweller. Says, I got you. Thanks for the alley-oop, Ratmilk. Another kill for JR, and 20 minutes in, and we're looking at end game times. This could be really bad. Look at the damage from Kaveka. Into the sky goes Colin to provide a bit of time, but it won't do much to stop Souls of the Dom. Down goes Ro. Down goes Colin. And Souls of the Dom have made their way on top of the Titan. One more kill for Cherry. Hope is dead, and so is the Titan. That is a W for Souls of the Dom.
Well done for Souls of the Dom. They make it look easy. Ratmilk has a star of a game. Well done for him. And there's not a lot to say about that one. That was just, from minute 1, it felt like the snowball snowballed. It got out of control. The Uller Thanatos, man, 2 characters you don't want to let get ahead. And well, they got ahead. And they did not let the lead go back the other way. They just kept it going. John Rowing here. I mean, 1, 2, just again, that same point where he's just walking away from the angle for the Uncle Ro to try and find him with the ult. And then just styles on Colin. Unfortunate for the New Life's jungler there.
And Ratmilk just going crazy on the other side of the map. Keep in mind, just kind of look. This is our second replay, and Ratmilk already has 8 kills. So, GG. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Ratmilk just had. There's some players that can just make some of these gods look way better than others can, and I feel like Thanatos is like one we don't see too often. You know what I mean? It's like a very unpopular jungler. Ratmilk's like, why? He's like the best jungler. We're like, no, he's not. Ratmilk's like, yeah, he is. Watch this. 14-0-1. Like, what?
Let me show you that he's the best jungler real quick. I got you. Oh, you got 3 more. You got 2 more assists as well at the end of the day. So I guess Ratmilk was willing to play the team game. Make that 3 assists at the end of the day. And yeah, the team gets a dub and they move on in the bracket. Well done to Souls of the Dom. Commiserations to the New Life. They'll have to try and find a new life next week, I think, and come back swinging with a new strategy, I think.
You know what I just realized? If you look at Izanami's name there, Alucard, you know what that is backwards? Dracula.
Whoa.
Just like the haunted music plays. Okay, sorry, I got a little distracted there. Yeah, so shout out New Life. I don't know, I saw the Dracula. I got a little distracted there. It was cool. It was cool. I like Dracula. The spooky stuff is kind of funny to me, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, no bird diff, death diff. Shout out Ratmilk. W game for Kaveka, JR, Globe, and the friends. But we've got more games to go on down the bracket. But before we get there, we got to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. It's here. We're live with week 1 of the August circuit, and we're here to talk about it. Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today. And Book, we've had, for lack of better words, a very fun day. It has been a fun day here on Smite Prime, but we've got more fun to be had as we take a look at the brackets and see what teams are moving on down.
Yeah, so Souls of the Dom, obviously, moving on to face off against a pretty scary team up there. I mean, that's the Donut Doug team that's going to be playing up against them. And, you know, contraction assessment, they're feeling pretty good. You got to imagine with their new roster changes. We've been talking about it all day. Haven't gotten a chance to see them just yet, but we get to see one of our newer teams that's formed because of the, you know, clocked in overtime separation of the players. We get to see the Happen team and where Happen went. And Happen went to play with Sap 7 and Adapting and Deduin. And we get to see them play up against Hydrogen Bomb and go up against Happen's old teammate in Hydrogen, if he's back. I don't know if he's back or not. I would hope so, but this is going to be a good matchup. I think, Mort. I think this has potential to be our matchup of the day.
Now, there's two different factors to this because we've seen this matchup. Me and you, Book, we saw this during the EU Conquest tournament, and Hydrogen Bomb up against this exact same team of Happen, Sap 7, Deduin, but a couple different key factors here. Last time, this was on EU servers. Let's take our way into picks and bans while we talk about this. Last time, this was on EU servers. So, Sap 7 is not on ping. Sap 7 is comfy at home and playing to his best capability, right? Now, he's playing on NA servers. So, this is Sap 7 on ping. Another thing, Sap 7 loves the Giannis. Not available today. Banned away. And last time, this was Hydrogen. But Golden might still be around. We don't know if Hydrogen is back yet. We will know once we get into the game. But for now, it might be safe to assume that Golden is still taking the place of Hydrogen. So a couple key factors that change up this matchup since last time we've seen it. But will the transfer of servers be enough to give Hydrogen Bomb the advantage that they need to take down this, honestly, superhero build of a team?
Yeah, I think this has potential to be a very strong roster going into close bracket. I do think this team needs a little bit of warming up to do, though. I think getting Sap 7 and Adapting on the same page as Happen and getting this sort of 3v3 unit working well together is going to be important to their success. I'm curious to see how well it works. As well, a new addition to this Happen's last Hope roster is this ADC player in Quo. We haven't really, I'm not going to even try it. We had a whole talk before the cast about how you enunciate this name. Musey said it to us 5-6 times, and we're just going to stick to Quo, man. I mean, it's a long name to say, but I mean, Quo has been very successful as of late in sort of, we saw him in, I believe, the Joust tournament, if I'm not mistaken, and excited to see how he performs here against top NA talent in Hydrogen Bomb.
Bird diff. Horus got through picks and bans because that Quo player you're talking about got the Chiron target ban instead of the Horus. So Horus gets through, and all of a sudden, Hydrogen Bomb have a bird diff. But does this go to Baby Gup? Does this possibly go to Solo? Probably Baby Gup, but you never know.
Ooh, okay. So do you want to note on the Horus? I'm curious that it's the Horus lock-in here over the Sobek. I mean, we kind of saw the same instance earlier, but Sobek was the priority. But Horus kind of matches a little bit in what Sobek does, where he wants to go in, find the stun, and then use that 3 as a safety, get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
This Afro pick, though, very good into Horus, though. Again, that single target CC that can just be immuned instantly by the Aphrodite. I think this is already a very nice answer into the Horus.
So, Horus Ooh Yi is very nice. I mean, this is an engage that destroys. Mulan is interesting. Okay, so we're trying out some new things. Wait. Mulan Horus. Okay, so bear with me here. I've done a bit. Like I said, I've been researching. I've been keeping my ears to the streets for a little bit, okay? Snatty has been slamming Horus.
It's
Solo
possible.
lane Horus is a very real possibility, but here's the thing. You can't knock up Yorm. Also changes things. Pele's here.
Yeah, I'm kind of not sold on this Mulan into Jormungandr as well. I think both these two characters have CC tools that can't really deal with the Jormungandr, right? The Mulan 3 is just going to stun him rather than pull him towards you because of his passive. Same with the horse, like you mentioned, can't knock him up. The Yi as well, the knock up there from the jump won't work as well. At least the Yi can stun the Jormungandr, but I do worry a little bit. This to me does look, I think, a little bit like a Horus in support Mulan solo, though, if I were to look at it. At the very least, though, the Mulan ult combo, there is a knockup that can proc the Jormungandr passive, meaning he will take more damage from the rest of the team. So there is some potential answers to deal with the Jormungandr in some capacity.
So that does change a lot of things. Morgan Le Fay is out, and that's a pretty awesome Kaidon signature, right? Susano here as well. So Prod loves that. Tsukuyomi, which hasn't been as popular. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that. So Pele mid from Happens last. So that's Sap 7 playing Pele.
I think so. I saw him on his stream recently doing this, I believe, where he was playing Pele, but I think it was Pele jungle, but I'm pretty sure Sap 7 has been slamming Pele as of late. And we've seen it once upon a time by Paul in particular, who really loved this pick. Playing Pele in the mid lane, you have good clear. You basically play like a second assassin and you're just trying to all in the back line. And that's what mid lane mages want to do right now anyways. I like it here. I do worry a little bit about dealing with this Yi Morgan Le Fay backline, though. I feel like that's a lot of self-peel between these two characters, right? Like Hou can just kind of hop in the air, avoid all the damage on the ground. Morgan Le Fay has that knock-up for some self-peel as well. The ultimate to grant them some CC immunity, a bit of extra movement speed. I think this is a very difficult backline to really dive here for Happens Last Hope.
It really is. There is so much crowd control immunity and escapes and immunities for this and that and this that Happens Last Hope are extremely safe. The counterplay here is immeasurable, and there's just no way that Hydrogen Bomb have enough means to even bait that away. Think about how much committal CC that Hydrogen Bomb have. If you want to find lockdowns, Horus's combo means that you are literally dashing into them, much like the Sobek that Barrow's used to. Same thing with Mulan. Rope pull is going right in. If you want to find the knockup from Mulano, you're dashing towards them. I mean, really, you have, Typhoon from Susano, which is more of like a damage ability rather than, the knockup's nice, but it only lasts so long. It's kind of, there's some weird things in there, but we're going to figure it out. We're going to mesh it all together. So we get into the game. It's ready for us. It's live. And me and Spirited Book are gonna talk about it along with the rest of the Prime team. That is Musi and Testai and Jithens. And now that we've got everybody in place, go on ahead. Huh?
It is the Pele mid. It's a bird.
Bird diff.
Kind of. Bird diff. just having a good time, in the mid lane. Hey, adapting. How's it going? I mean, it is going to be Sap 7 rocking the Pele in the mid lane. And I think that has to be the point of contention here between these two teams is how does Sap 7 pilot this character into the Morgan Le Fay on the other side, who has a lot of self-reliancy in terms of self-peel. I mean, already 3 Aegises on the side of Hydrogen Bomb to deal with this dive from adapting in Sap 7. I do worry a lot here. I think Happens Last Hope might have put themselves in a pretty difficult spot to deal with Hydrogen Bomb's comp because everything they do just gets immuned by Aegis, right? There's no big Hunbot's ultimate or Cerberus ultimate to go in and force the team to feel bad for going all these Aegises because they don't need the beads. They have their safety tools in terms of a CC immune ult for Kaidon, the banishment dash for Golden where he can go to the sky, just avoid everything on the ground. I also worry how Happens Last Hope start a fight. It's just Afro Kiss to me. Outside of all-inning with ultis between adapting and Sap 7, which is very telegraphed and all right, they're going to walk up and dash forward with their ultis and try and kill us. It's just an Afro Kiss. Or maybe a Jormungandr knockup. Again, kind of CC, you want to be using a little more reliance in terms of peel or very telegraphed. Like, you know when an Afro is going to walk up and start kissing you. Ooh, dash off the mark there from Quo. Puts him in a bad spot.
Aegis put out, and out go the Lovebirds. A lot of damage from Happens Last Hope, but it doesn't provide enough space because Golden jumps right on top of Quo, and down they go. That's first blood for Hydrogen Bomb. Almost found second, but the bounce didn't do enough damage. But man, that was close to 2.
Yeah, Quo needs to be a little more careful there. Ishtar is not an early game ADC, you know, scrapper. You want to be spending some time farming, and just kind of taking that trade already has put this dual lane in a pretty bad spot against such an aggressive dual lane of the Horus, of the Hui Yi. I feel like this Aphrodite already is kind of forced to sit in a lane that might already be lost for a bit and kind of play babysitter here for Quo for a hot second.
So, as we get everybody settled in, we've got a couple more things to look at. I mean, I'm very interested in a lot of these relics and starters. I mean, the biggest thing that I'm looking at is the Warrior Zax in mid. I think SAP7 just wants to take off quickly, and it's going to be kind of hard against Kaidon, who's got a lot of self-reliance.
Yeah, the CC immunity, the peel in terms of the fear on the 1 and the Dragonflight for the knockup as well. Even a little bit of extra movement speed in the 3. It's just so hard to get to a Morgan Le Fay when your only tool is kind of dashing forward for the Pele, which is why SAP7 has this blink in hand. But like D'Lo and I always say, if you have the blink in hand, we want to see you use it. And so SAP7 want to see him use it early on. Maybe once they hit level 5, maybe try and use that relic to try and get active here in this early mid game. Level 5 on SAP7 is a big deal for this first rock fight. Only level 4 on Snatty and Sunprod.
This is going to be a bit of a rough contest. If Hydrogen Bomb even decide to try and fight for Brand, they decided, yeah, it's smart. I think that's the smart thing to do. You don't need to fight for everything, especially this early on, because that's when you can give up snowballs, and they've already got first blood, you know?
Yeah, on top of that already, this 2v2 in adapting in SAP7 can be aggressive and active in this early game. Kaidon on this Morgan Le Fay, again, wants an item or two before they can really be effective and do good damage. They're not really a big scrapper. They're more of a bit of a farmer and then peeler in the mid to late game. Does good damage, sure, but across the way, there's just damage for spades between adapting and SAP7. Even happen once they rotate out, just all the cooldown in the world once they get their items online and spamming those heals. The damage on the 2 as well for the knockback once linked to someone. Curious to see what the team fights will look like, though, in the late game, or even in the mid game, honestly, once they start grouping up. Who does Happen kind of decide to link to? Is it going to be adapting, who's going to want to get to the back line, or SAP7, who wants to get to the back line? And Happen's going to have to be very conscientious of where they use that ultimate. What key ability on the other side are they looking to immune with their ult?
So as we're making our eyes back over here to solo lane, you can see the Bluestone starters are kind of just providing, you know, sustain for doing and Snatty. Not a lot of kill potential over here, especially with, you know, you've got crowd control immune ultimates and, you know, a lot of healing here and there. But oh no, wait, health bars are starting to drop over there, but probably just solo lane things. Nothing to worry about.
SAP7 has blink though, and they're hovering this right hand side. That does mean they give up this blue neutral in the mid lane. SAP7 still wrapping around the backhand side, maybe looking for a pick onto Kaidon here.
Ult is up for Kaidon though, and does a lot of damage from him. Consuming power utilized, and then goes Sunprod, but there goes Volcanic Rush. Then that's ults from both mid laners, but Adapting's here, finds a stun. The Caltrop's thrown down to find a slow, and a bit of damage onto Sun Prodigy, but I don't think we find much more. That's a blink in. Wait, blink from Sap, but do we chase far? Doesn't look like it.
Blink is down, but look at this Horus ult coming in here from Baby Gup. He has arrived with the help of that ultimate. So make sure that they get that oracles to their name. It feels like that's it. I mean, look, Happens Last Hope at the end of the day, they make that play in mid lane, use that pressure to try and get those oracles on the left-hand side, but the lovely rotation from Baby Gup means that they don't even get that one. They already gave the blue neutral on the right. So free mid farm going the way of Hydrogen Bombs 2v2.
So 6 minutes into the game, 1-0. It's pretty slow, but I think it's standard considering what we talked about in picks and bans. We expected this. A lot of safe gods. We've got Aegises. We've got crowd control. I can never say that right. Crowd control immune ultimates. And there's so many tools to utilize. So getting kills is going to be a lot harder than what we've seen earlier throughout the day.
And with the pacing of this game, you actually see Golden's gone towards the Devo gloves here on the Yi. So I like this idea. You know this is going to be a slow game already. You can already kind of feel the pacing of how it's going to go. Why not just get an item that's going to let you kind of infinitely stack? And the conversation around Devos is always, well, you kind of always need to be relevant as an ADC right now in terms of how the game pace goes. You kind of need to be strong to be able to take an early gold for your rotate over to the mid pad to be able to take a fight. But with how this game has gone, I feel like Golden realizes, hey, I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time over here on the left-hand side. If I keep Quo over here on the left-hand side, he's not going to be able to rotate as well, and I could just spend the time farming it out, getting these Devos stacked up. And speaking of...
That's the Sunbreaker thrown down, and all of a sudden, Quo is in a really bad spot. Blades of Retribution up, down by Golden, which is a really nice utilization of the jump. So dead carry for Happens Last Hope.
It's a big deal right as the mid ritual is spawning here. So Baby Gup is able to rotate on over and doesn't really use a whole lot on the left-hand side to make that gank happen. That gives more free time for Golden to just farm it out. So it is a 3v3 here in the mid, and Sap7 goes first.
And goes Sap7. Look at the knock up from Baby Gup right on to Sap7. But what can we do right after? Consuming Power just doesn't have a lot of damage. And the ritual will go the way of Happens Last Hope. And even though the kills favor Hydrogen Bomb, they are all over in duo lane. It seems like we're dead even across the map regardless.
Yeah, but Happens Last Hope have to be careful that the Yi doesn't get out of control. Golden, again, stacking the Devos, is only getting stronger as the game goes on. Poa will eventually kind of hit a break point where they're just not as strong as Golden is because of the way the stacking game is going. And so they got to be careful that this Yi doesn't suddenly have this crazy gold lead that they don't really have an answer for. You can already see that Adapting is hovering the left-hand side, but to me, it feels like the plan for Happens Last Hope is telling Poa, hey, try not to die as much as humanly possible over there, but I think that's going to be a little difficult as you already see Sunprod rapping.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the best you can do is just try and play it safe. You know what I mean? Sunprod is going to make sure that Quo can't play it safe enough to live. That's a kill for Sun Prodigy as the Oracles have been fought over and go the way of Happens Last Hope. So it's 3-0 on the side. Hydrogen Bomb have a couple more kills, but their gold lead is very, very minute. Absolutely, and even still, all 3 kills again are onto the ADC. Everyone else is able to just free farm right now. Sap7 even, Adapting fairly even, Deduin definitely even, Happen also just even. So it's just everything onto the enemy ADC right now, and it's gotten Gold in a lead, and that's something. And the left-hand side is strong, and you can see Sunprod already still kind of hovering over here, just wanting to make sure their ADC is okay. But I do worry now that we've seen 3 deaths onto the Ishtar that Happen will have to do this, which is just kind of sit over here on the left-hand side to make sure the Ishtar can farm safely. And that does mean that that keeps Happen away from rotating to make sure that they can get other objectives on the map, like the Pyromancer that's spawning pretty soon, the rocks on the right-hand side, the Moonlight Ritual that will respawn eventually. And I like that Hydrogen Bomb have used those objective windows to make plays over here on the left-hand side. The Moonlight Ritual was spawning in mid, Baby Gup was in left, making sure that they can get that kill and rotate over to mid just in time. Man, Horus has so much aura. He's like 8 feet tall, jacked, like huge wings. Just terrifying. Like, that's got to be like one of the most like terrifying gods. And Smite too, if you think about it. Like, thank goodness he's a good guy. You know what I mean? If it weren't for Set, I mean, somebody's got to balance out the good and evil, and Horus being a good guy reassures me a little bit. But man, like, just look at the aura, you know.
He's a scary guy, man. He's a scary bird. I feel like we're going to see a lot of bird characters today more. It's just going to be a recurring theme of the day, I think. Good kiss there from Happen, but again, this duo lane, I mean, Toxic Blade as well for Golden now means that he's kind of unboxable, to be honest. The new Toxic Blade is basically like old Ichavolt. You can reduce their healing, sure, but the attack speed is the bigger deal. There's no world that Koa can try and box out Golden here. it's going to be a tough one, I think, for this Ishtar for a long time. I do note, though, Toxic Blade's damage output is just not as strong as another item here right now. And so it's kind of a bridge item that I think Golden can afford to sell into the mid to late game. But for now, it's just a placeholder, I think.
3-on-2 over by the left side camps, and it looks like Hydrogen Bomb secured the buff and walked away. One talking
No,
point
I don't think so.
Sap 7, who's volcanic, rushing towards Kaidon and diving under the tower, consuming power utilized, so barely give him the health back. But look at the piercing moonlight. Adapting goes under the tower to get the kill, but Sunprod's there for a bit of revenge. The cow trap slow him down, and is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, you had it right the first time. It was a bird that just showed up and destroyed Adapting South Bar. Shout out to Baby Gup for applying reinforcements over to the right side jungle.
So much mobility for this horse. He's able to kind of just be everywhere on the map at once. So hard to keep track of him. Yeah, they kill Kaidon, but it costs them a lot. Sap 7 used the ultimate. Adapting used the ultimate as well. The Aegis as well. It's just so much committed there. Now you're able to secure the oracles. I'm kind of curious, Hydrogen Bomb didn't feel comfortable going towards the Gold Fury in that moment. Maybe just aware that, hey, without Kaidon, our secure isn't the best. Let's just kind of go back to farming. It is what it is. We traded at the very least jungle for mid, so something to our name despite losing something.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly 12.5 minutes into the game, 4-1, and Hydrogen Bomb are in the lead still. And that minute goal lead we talked about earlier is ever so slightly climbing. It's not 2K. It's a little bit over 1,000. We're looking at 13, making up to 14. It's just, it's climbing. You know, it's there.
It's getting out of control here, I think. Slow. Well, not out of control, I think, yet for Hydrogen Bomb. But I think they're close to that point where just one team fight and the game's just kind of suddenly in their control. And it's in their hands. And
well put.
It's up to them to kind of make mistakes. Because, again, happens last hope. Sap?
What? Sap 7 kniving, and so is Adapting. Piercing Moonlight straight for Kaidon. Consuming power will do nothing. Kaidon falls, and Sunprod all alone. Sap 7 runs away, and the damage from Adapting. Oh my goodness. So, wait. I thought they were behind, and the Sap 7 is like, screw it. Let's just run at him. Baby Gup's not around. Oh no, Baby Gup is around, but he's too late.
I mean, no Aegis there for Kaidon. That's the perfect window for Sap 7 and Adapting to take advantage of that play. Snatty in the area now, and Adapting still nearby, but I can't imagine they're going to go for this kill. But Pyromancer available, gold available for both these two teams, and that's an important pick, don't get me wrong. And they contest the rocks after. They get a red buff invade as well. So small advantages, but they gotta start finding these bigger windows of opportunity. Again, Pyromancer's there for the taking. Why not go towards that objective? Try and get that one off the board to their name. I feel like Happens Last Hope are kind of missing some important windows that they need to take advantage of. Because as well, Sunprod had to back. He was low. Kaidon was dead. And so you gotta feel comfortable at some point taking something. Now you've let Sunprod get back on the map, and he's looking for a play in left.
Sunbreaker locks down two members of Happens Last Hope, and the Typhoon in response. Sunprod is able to find a nice knock-up, and Happen will inevitably fall. Meanwhile, Baby Gup is going straight for Adapting, who can't seem to find a stun. Hydrogen Bomb get the kill and tend to walk away. They got a buff, and Baby Gup goes up to zone, but no members of Happens Last Hope to dash at. So Baby Gup says, that's fine, I'll just walk around with Aura, like I always do.
No stun, because Adapting has Book of Thoth second here, going for the double stacking build. We don't see this a whole lot. Now, actually in a bit of trouble here for Sap 7.
Crowd controlled for 7 minutes at a time. Sap 7 barely able to find a volcanic rush out of there. And look at Aduin, who just rotated out from solo and has a lot of damage to offer and does one knock-up and then dashes away in the World Serpent. Aduin has damage. Look at that build. Oh my god.
Shifters, E-Staff, and then Glad Shield. A lot of damage here, and as well as very tanky here for this character. The Snake Man working overtime here. Just going to be able to steal away some health from his opponents. So good damage to both backliners and frontliners, as well as just more damage from the Glad Shield as well. The tankier they get. Love that for the Jormungandr. Only going to be getting stronger here as the game goes on. Tankier and dealing more damage as they get tankier. How does that sound fair? I don't know, man. That doesn't sound fair to me more as a carry player, but, you know, to each their own here on the Battleground of the Gods. And do you want to know, Adapting again has gone for this Book of Thoth, And so doesn't have access to the stun in that moment. Needs a bit more strength now to get that stun and the mobility on that 2 back. So adapting just has to spend more time farming. Again, this build kind of became a little more irrelevant due to the recent changes of Book of Thoth and Transcendence working together. Hold that, Sunprod hunting here, trying to contest the Queen Naga.
The Queen is getting burned, but Sunprod wants it and really wants it bad. Typhoon is ready to go, and Baby Gup in the front line. There goes Kaidon. Wait a minute, but Happen is destroying Kaidon. So did Sap 7, and 3K still on the Queen Naga. You got to remember, it doesn't regen, so in can go. Baby Gup and Snatty, but Happen's Last Hope are gonna secure it. Queen Naga go the way of Happen's Last Hope, while Golden and Quo are fighting on the left side of the jungle. And mid lane Ritual is up as well, but reinforcements have arrived for Happen's Last Hope. They have more manpower in the mid lane, and Baby Gup is able to dash back to Sunprod under the tier 1 tower. Will not fall here. Happen's Last Hope are starting to find their footing.
Starting to find their footing, and they're looking for another objective as well. Pyromancer available to them. This 3v3 from Happen's Last Hope is pretty disgusting, man. Happen, Sap 7, and Adapting working together so well here. Baby Gup nearby. Can he steal this one away with the updraft?
I don't think so. It's down to 800. Baby Gup's here. Happen secures the Pyromancer. Runic Bomb does get picked up by Adapting as well. So good things happening for Happen's Last Hope at the 17.5-minute mark. They found a lot in recent time. A lot.
Wow.
And look at the gold lead. It's in favor for them now, too.
Just that crawl back downwards to the chaos side for Happen's Last Hope. Getting their way back into this game off of some nice plays on the right-hand side, off the back of Sap 7 and Adapting, just choosing to be aggressive. And for all the kills that have happened on the left-hand side for Golden, and onto Quo in particular, you know, 0-3-0 on the Ishtar, we were saying, the Ishtar is going to need help at some point. Kaidon is the one that really needs help right now on the map, has been the target of every single fight that's happened that Happen's Last Hope have looked towards. They're always hunting for this Morgan Le Fay. You can already see Kaidon now realizes this, has to work towards a bit of defense. I believe that's working towards a shifter shield.
I think so, too. Hey, who upshifting they shield? Everybody loves a shifter shield, man. It's a great item. I love shifter shield. I love shifter shield, man.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Yeah, that's that was definitely a Mortism for sure. That was
Your right tower is
Come on, you don't like shifter shield? Everybody loves shifter shield. It gives you it's for everybody. It's for carries, for supports.
As a carry player, I don't like when I look across the way when I hit tab and see my opponent has shifter shield and I don't, and so I don't win anymore. Sunprod needs a shifter shield. He's in trouble.
What? Kaidon is able to destroy Sap 7, consuming power, neutralizes the health bar. Adapting's very low as well. Into the sky, takes Baby Gup and a couple up for a ride. Happen's Last Hope looking to zone away. Gold Fury, so Hydrogen don't grab it and look into the skies. It's a snake flying around. First it was a bird, now it's a snake. Bad day at the petting zoo. Gold Fury getting burned by Hydrogen Bomb, and Happen's Last Hope have no means to take it away. That's a big OBJ for Hydrogen Bomb.
That time, Kaidon is able to survive for so long with the help of the Aegis and the ultimate as well. Just survives all the damage of Sap 7. Adapting isn't able to land those ultimate shots onto Kaidon to try and trade out the mid laners. And so Sap 7 takes a spill. The Gold Fury goes the way of Hydrogen Bomb as well. And so all of a sudden, they're back in the driver's seat once again, looking to push their advantage here. Level 17 on this Hui. He is doing big numbers right now, Golden. He has got the damage in hand, ready to go, working towards an OD bow as well to keep up that damage. Dominance for the pen to try and deal with the front line on the other side. And I really like this build right now. I don't really like the Toxic Blade in the build, though it does grant him a ton of attack speed once he gets a couple of shots in there. And so that will kind of help out the Silver Branch once he gets that online. Because of the Devo's Glove build he's gone towards, he's not going to have as much attack speed as, say, Quo will. And so I like this idea. It does help the Silver Branch eventually, especially a character like Yi who doesn't have an attack speed steroid.
Yeah.
But I do like the build outside the Toxic Blade.
You know, another gripe, too, that I have is, in this situation, it's not as prevalent, but Toxic Knife, not expensive. Not the cheapest carry item. You know what I mean? There's definitely some cheaper options out there. But and if it weren't for the lead that Golden had early, I would think it's a little bit out of your budget. You know what I mean? I mean, you're not working at Walmart and going out to buy Perry Ellis. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that Golden's working at Walmart anymore. Now we've got some. You know, he's moved on up in the corporate world. He's making 6 figures, and he says, you know what? I'll get myself a toxic knife. Why not?
Are you telling me, Mort, that Toxic Blade kind of sounds a little underwhelming and that we should buff it?
Shifter Shield. You know what I really would have liked right there was Shifter Shield. It's cheaper. Toxic Knife, Toxic Blade is more expensive than Shifter Shield. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's pretty diabolical.
Very true. Hey, we're not no one's gonna nerf it ever, and I love this game. 21 minutes in, and Shifter shielding is still shifting all across builds throughout the game. We've got it on our solos. We've got it on our mid laners, and why not? Am I right, Book? Right. Book is not happy with Shifter Shield. Hey, tank players, we're up. In the wise words of Musi, shout outs. Right, we love Shifter Shield.
You know what, Mort? I'm gonna say it. Inbound's tweet recently where he talked about which role was the best, and everyone voted Hunters, man. Meanwhile, every other role can build these Shifter Shields and make it work.
Save it for OSL, Book.
Not lose out on the damage. Just every time, man.
Come on.
This anti-ADC propaganda, man. I cannot stand for it any longer, Mort. I've listened to it long enough.
You really want to argue with me? I have had enough of carries are not doing good enough. Hey, just build the Shifter Shield, man. Just if you're not gonna beat them, then just join them. Just go buy the Shifter Shield. Why not? It's not. Hey, Smite 1 would only let you buy physical or magical. If you're a physical or magical, hey, Smite 2, there's strength, there's intelligence. You know what else there is? Shifter's Shield. Go shift your way. All right, look, we're getting a little passionate here. Look, you know I've got love for you at heart. You know this Pyro. Let's start locking in here a little bit. Pyromancer is locked in here. We're having a good time here, folks. Pyromancer's getting looked at by Hydrogen Bomb and Happens Last. So we've got 3 members from each team, but Sunprod walks away to go farm up for a Shifter Shield.
I feel like that was the angle there for Happens Last Hope. Only Baby Gup was in the area, and that's why Happens Last Hope felt comfortable going for that objective. But the rest of the team, again, just pretty mobile. Sunprod can kind of be anywhere, make plays on the Sasano, being very aggressive as well. I mean, 2-0-2, shout-outs to him. Just being everywhere on the map that he needs to be at the right time, and loves to make that play towards the Pyromancer to defend that one. Happens Last Hope have really slowed down the pace of this game, I feel like. They were looking to be aggressive off the back of SAP 7, and ever since that one play on the left-hand side around that Gold Fury, and we'll talk about that in a second there, Muse, I love that shout-out. Ever since that one play on the left-hand side, SAP 7 has really just kind of not been as aggressive, has really slowed down, wants to farm it out. You were pointing to one there, Muse, and there's a second one being bought there. SAP 7, Avatar's Parashu, picked up here in the mid lane. That is a ton of strength, a good bit of penetration as well. Adapting is also working towards one as well. I love that they just stopped, slowed the pace down, and said, let's get these really powerful items right now.
Fighting over the oracles. Hydrogen Bomb get their hands on him. Another mention too, displacement immunity on that, so you don't get knocked up by Dragonflight. You don't get knocked up by Horus. Displacement immunity is a really big thing for Avatar's Parashu. That's my favorite shot from it compared to this team from Hydrogen Bomb specifically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I actually really like that idea here. I love that shout there, Mort. Just so much heal there between Snatty, between Sunprod, between Kaiton as well, even Baby Gup. The displacement immunity makes your job in life as 2 dive assassins so much easier. Kaiton!
Oh, the Aegis saved his life there, and a consuming power to follow. The Sunbreaker provided a lot of space too, so Snatty can go forward. Rope pull on to Deduin, who goes into the World Serpent, and Sunprod can't seem to find an end to the backline. Who even is the backline? But Baby Gup goes right in there, and look at SAP 7 blinking onto one, forces away Aegis from Sunprod, and all of a sudden, SAP 7 seems to have no damage to offer after the combo was dumped. Typhoon utilized, and Dragonflight looking for a knockup, adapting just destroyed. Snatty, but Golden killed Sap7. That's 2 dead as Quo follows 2. Kydon gets that kill. And look at it, doing going straight into the backline and destroying health bars. Golden dead, Baby Gup deceased, and Sunprod next on the chopping block. Triple kill for Adapting.
Adapting goes big there off the back of Happen, just keeping him healed up throughout that entire team fight. Happen did so much work peeling there with the heals, with the ulti. Originally was linked to Sap7, bought him so much time there, and then swaps to Adapting once the Pele's dead and keeps Adapting up for the rest of that fight. Quo dies there in mid lane. I'm pretty sure to a Morgan clone spawned by the one in that moment. Ends up taking a spill in mid lane. And the Ishtar just needs to, I think, be grouped with the rest of the team, having a hard time piloting through these fights here because of all the dive on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. But still, a win for Happen's Last Hope in the team fight, but they don't really get a lot off of it. There's still a Pyromancer on the table, Gold Fury as well. Again, to me, at the very least, Adapting gets to spread out and find some farm here. Working towards that Avatar's Parashu, I think now has just got enough gold in hand. And yes, we'll finish that item in a moment here. Adapting is about to start swinging. And you can already see Sap7's cooldown for that item up in 14 seconds. He's going to have it in the next team fight. There's going to be 2 Avatars Parashu Assassins swinging.
Yeah, this is only going to get worse for Hydrogen Bomb. You would think, based on what the scoreboard says, which we'll talk about real quick, 27.5 minutes into the game, and it's a 1K gold lead for Hydrogen Bomb. The kills are 8-6, but even with that kill lead, it seems like Hydrogen Bomb are slightly on the back foot. They are winning some fights here and there. They are back into a gold lead. Sure, they weren't earlier, but I mean, you just said it earlier. Like right now, the Avatar's Parashu is online. Happen's Last Hope are only going to get stronger. Their late game just looks so good. And shout out to Protector Surge for getting Pharaoh back to safety. But things are just getting better and better.
And look at what Happen's Last Hope are doing. They're grouping now. They want to take fights right now while they have these 2 items in hand ready to go. And so they're forcing these Pyromancers and little objectives, but they don't want the objective. They want the fight.
So, Pyromancer getting burned away, down to 5,000. Hydrogen Bomb have 2 members looking at it. It's down to 2, down to 1. The cow chop's thrown down. Snatty could go in. It's sealed away, but the Pyromancer gets thrown down. We're instead looking for a pick onto Snatty, but the damage wasn't there. Instead, they back off and go back for the Pyro. Could win Sprite over the wall, and Daduin's able to secure the Pyromancer, but where will we go from there? Natty's able to find a 2-man knockup right after the Mulan. Oh, but Consuming Power just did a lot of damage, but Snatty gets nuked immediately after. Quo's got damage to boot, and Sunprod kills Adapting. 1 dead on each side so far, and Baby Cup is waiting on cooldowns. Golden is meanwhile destroyed. Nobody there to protect poor Golden. And everybody else from Hydrogen Bomb on the back foot, retreating once more. Another good fight for Happen's Last Hope.
2 for 1 at the end of the day, and Happen's Last Hope get the Pyromancer as well. And where do they go after that? Maybe towards this Fire Giant or Gold. Both available to them. Instead, looks like they're grouping towards mid, maybe looking to push down the tower. No, instead, Daduin and Happen are back in the base. They haven't backed just yet. And so again, objectives available, and Happen's Last Hope win the team fight, and then don't really get anything off of it.
Yeah, it can be a little, you know, it's hard to find stuff to grab. I feel like these objectives are just a little out of reach still. You know what I mean? These are big objectives that are hard to burn. And even though,
Maybe, I mean, like the Gold Fury, the Fire Giant I get, right? You can't really do a Fire Giant. Kydon's on the map. He out-secures you. You only have a Pyromancer bomb for secure. I get that. But Gold's been sitting there for a hot second now. Maybe the concern from Happen's Last Hope is, look, if we go to Gold, they maybe contest us here. If they kill 1 person around the Gold, they can maybe pull a Fire Giant in front of us. That might be the concern here for Happen's Last Hope. But even then, like, look, they're just scaling at this point. They've said, guys, we're just going to scale. We're going to try and outscale our opponents. We're going to get to the late game as quickly as we can. I think even Quo might be working on an Avatar's Parashu as well. Bought 2 Skagoxes, sold the 1 to get some wards instead. I think this is Quo just saying, guys, it's all about the late game. Let's just keep farming it out. Keep scaling. Because they are doing a good job of stalling the pace here. Yeah, Golden is permanently scaling with these Devos. But despite that, Happens Last Hope are building items that let them scale into the late game really well. Snatty misses the pull there, and so he's going to take a bit of poke from Deduit, who is swinging right now with these items online. Soul Reaver as well is going to do good damage to the people that want to walk in first into the team fights. So a lot of % health damage in his items.
31 minutes in, 9-8. EFG is coming up soon. Maybe that's what Happens Last Hope are waiting for. Keep grabbing gold, keep buying items, get stronger and stronger. And then when EFG shows up, that's when we can do more. But look, you know what's shock? Hold on, there's a fight that's going to unfold. Look at the engage from Snatty, followed by a Sunbreaker, destroys Sap 7, and Quo happens very low as well and flies back to the team, but can't get away too far. That's 3 dead in the blink of an eye. 5 seconds apart, 3 deaths in the mid lane. Hydra and Bomb say, all right, Pyro, let's do it. No. FG, Pyro.
Pyro, I feel like they should go fire here. Again, both these two teams feel not very comfortable, but they're dead for a long time. They could do both. Yeah, they're going to Pyro Bomb for a little bit of extra secure. Man, what happened there? Snatty just went in with the ultimate, pulled everyone in close. They kind of stacked on top of each other. And that's just damage in spades for Golden's ultimate. Kaidon's one into the ultimate damage as well. So much damage in such a small space was all that was required. They wiped the carries and the support off the map. Pyromancer, Fire Giant as well, gonna go the way of Hydrogen Bomb. And all of a sudden, the lead is just to them. Look at this damage out of
Man.
What happened? Where was the engage there? It had to have been Snatty's ultimate there is my best guess, and Taduin's dead as well.
Another good engage. Hey, I'm starting to like this Mulan pick. It took me a minute to grow, but man, that was a pretty sweet engage. and also, you know what else helped spread that damage out? The Sundering Echo. I just noticed that. Sundering Echo helped a lot there, and now that we're getting down the lane, finally busting open the map. The tier 1 and tier 2 in the mid lane have fallen. Hydrogen Bomb are going to go for the bird as well. They have a bomb in pocket for Baby Gup and dagger in hand for Sun Prodigy. This could be the very moment they need to really find an opening, really find a lead. 1,000 health on the bird in the middle, and down it goes. Happens Last Hope can do nothing but watch as Hydrogen Bomb take the map for what it has.
Man, Deduin dying there on the left-hand side, really big deal there. Means Happens Last Hope can't even contest the mid-bird. So Hydrogen's Bomb are about to back with a ton of gold in hand here, man. I mean, just so much suddenly swinging their way in terms of the gold lead. I mean, it was a dead-even game, and now it's 6,000 gold favoring. I mean, look at that graph. Just 6,600 gold climb.
Sheesh.
What? Off of one fight, by the way. One fight into 2 objectives, and then the mid tier 1, tier 2, and the Phoenix as well. Man, that is a tough one.
In the wise words of Mr. Rogers, when you're in the neighborhood, stop and smell the roses. Stop and smell them, because these roses smell phenomenal. These roses give an EFG buff, and that's one of the best buffs in the game. Well, they didn't get EFG. They got FG buffs, but still, yeah, it's better than no buffs. Am I right? As we're now going for the left side tower, tier 2, down in the left lane. Maybe we go for another bird, and they still have the tools. No more Pyro Bomb, but the dagger's still in hand for Sunprod. We'll come get the bird later. Let's go get that ritual, maybe an AGF. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, the enhanced Gold Fury and the mid pad are the answers here for Hydrogen Bomb. Sap 7 is split pushing on the right hand side at the very least, so some gold going towards Happens Last Hope at the very least. But man, this is a tough one to climb into. Golden has 116 stacks on Devo gloves, and this is where this build really is just kind of scary. When you can afford to go at Devos and you can afford to just kind of farm it out, get to that late game. He's got a Titan's Bane as well in the build, and the dominance as well. And between these two items, he's not overcapping because of the passives of Titan's Bane and dominance. And so just that little bit of extra percent pen on the Silver Branch, it could just sit there. It's completely fine.
Shout outs 100% pin. Tanks are dead. Well, no, they're not dead. We still have Shifter Shield, thank goodness. But Happens Last Hope, they don't have the front line that they think they do. We just saw on that last replay the destruction that comes from the combo of Hydrogen Bomb. This very well could happen again if Snatty plays his cards right. This engage could be monumental. Rope pull onto Deduin, which does give him the passive proc, and that will let Deduin take a little more damage for a moment. But Hydrogen don't feel comfortable going for a dive onto that left bird, even with it debuffed by Ancient Gold Fury. Instead, let's pull back. Let's get our tools. Pyromancer's up, and the EGF. Enhanced Fire Giant comes up in a moment.
Yeah, they're actually looking for a bit of a pick play here, and this is smart. Pyromancer available. They don't have to go towards it just yet. Their Fire Giant just now ran out, and I like that call there. That's a smart call. The way it was kind of going, they were having a hard time getting through the Jormungandr pools on the ground, hard time really pushing forward and sieging. Their Fire Giant was about to run out. Go take the free objective in the Pyromancer. Get yourself another Pyro Bomb for this next Fire Giant that's going to be spawning here, and set yourself up for another objective fight. Because now the builds are pretty much complete here for Hydrogen Bomb. Everyone on the side of Happens Last Hope is still working towards a 6th item. Avatar's Parashu is bought here by Quill, and that is a big deal. That's a ton of power towards this Ishtar. But man, you have still got to spend a lot of time farming here if you're Happens Last Hope. You need that last item completed here for everyone to try and match what's across the way for Hydrogen Bomb. And I hate to say it, but these Avatar's Parashu pickups have really delayed this 6 item completion here for Happens Last Hope. That's a ton of gold there in those specific slots that you're not finishing the build if it's a different item, but you're getting closer to that 6th item. You're still having to work towards it now, 37 minutes in. I mean, we're just so late in the game right now, and the fact that these characters in particular aren't 6 items slotted, it's really hard to contend with what's on the other side for Hydrogen Bomb.
But what that means for Hydrogen Bomb is that their timer is running out soon, because eventually there will be that 6th item. And that's when Happens Last Hope can really punch it. So we need to fight right now. And with this pick on to doing, Aegis forced out, this could be good news, but goes right through the Sunbreak Meteor at the very end of the circle. So Deduin doesn't get picked up there, but does lose half of their health, and Happens going to be able to heal up Deduin for a moment. But what happens afterwards? EFG is still the big thing on the map. No Pyro, no Ancient Gold Fury. It's one big objective to look at. It's that Ancient Gold Fury. Enhanced Fire Giant.
Happen did have to use the ultimate, so did Adapting as well. So aside from the Aegis, Sap 7
blinks in, Aegis Force off of Kaidon, and wait a minute, World Serpent goes into the back line. We're looking to distract. If we're to do and finds a knock-up, and that's Golden diving backwards. Baby Gup is very low. Down their support. Hydrogen Bomb feel not so confident going into this next fight, but Baby Gup is just going to be able to go back to base. We still have ultimates ready for a majority of Hydrogen Bomb. Meanwhile, Happens Last Hope just invested 3. So while they might have good health bars now, the ultimate economy is just really favoring Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, Happens Last Hope. They get some small wins there. Kaidon's Aegis is down, and that has been a big part of stalling out the dive from Sap 7 pretty consistently.
True.
Ooh, the Magi's pulled off of Happen as well is a big deal. So that character losing a little bit more CC immunity aside from the ultimate. So they're going to be really reliant on this ultimate here for Happen to try and keep free casting those heals, those stuns, the knockbacks as well. You're going to have to use that ultimate once, and that is your only sort of safety tool for you or your ally.
39. Let's just make it 40 minutes into this game. And it is a gold lead that is starting to look pretty nice for Hydrogen Bomb. But we've already seen it time and time again here, Book. Happens Last Hope aren't just down and out. They have engage means. They have safety tools. This is still very much so anyone's game.
Yeah, I like what Happens Last Hope have done as well. They've really kind of spread the map, forced a few plays, and made Hydrogen Bomb kind of have to hesitate on pulling the Fire Giant or the gold even. And you could see that gold lead. It got out of control and it hit, 8,000, and that's scary. And then it kind of sat there around 7,500, favoring Hydrogen Bomb for a hot minute now. Happens Last Hope have done a good job of finding farm where they need to try and get these 6 items completed. Adapting has the build completed now. Sap 7, Magi's Cloak online. Only Quoa is the real player that needs to finish up the build. I mean, Happen as well, sure, but it's an Aphrodite at this stage. You're not really getting anything too crazy last item unless it's another active item, I think, that can really impact the fight. What you're maybe looking towards. Snatty forced to dash away. Should be okay here, but Adapting swings now that he's got Titan's Blade online.
Yeah, even Snatty's like, oh, crap. That's a lot of damage. So, yeah, those, what we talked about earlier, last time that we were in this stance right here, you talked about last items. Oh, no, Sap 7 kind of nuked Snatty yet again. Snatty's in a really bad spot, forced to ult away. Now we've lost our solo laner who's down to half health and needs to go back to base to heal up from there.
Fire.
Or do we stick around and risk doing this? Happens Last Hope realize, okay, we've got ults, we've got relics, we've got everything we need. Do we go for this burn? That's exactly what they're doing. The Doin's going to zone in the front line, and Baby Gup is ready for an engage at a moment's notice when the health bar gets low. But in the meantime, Happens are going to continue to burn the EFG.
They have to play for the fight, though. They don't have a traditional mage to secure.
Oh my goodness, the Sunbreaker thrown down. Sap 7 goes straight for Golden. Look at the Doin dive into the back line. Sap 7 destroys one. Quo kills Snatty. 2 dead for Hydrogen Bomb. And the Doin continues going forward. Look at the rest. Up Happens. W key. That's 3 dead for Hydrogen Bomb. Sunprod and Baby Gup, the only 2 left alive, cowering behind the right side bird, going back to the fountain to heal, buy, and pray that they make it out of this last siege. And that's the Pyro Bomb thrown down. Phoenix dead. Can Happens Last Hope end it here? Will we see the end of the game after 42 long minutes? 5 members of Happens Last Hope on top of the Titan. Sunprod goes straight for the back line, but gets destroyed right after. Baby Gup kills Happen, but then dies right after. The Blades of Retribution will make the Titan bleed. That's a W for Happens Last Hope.
Sap 7 is taunting on them in front of the fountain. What a fight there from Happens Last Hope at the tail end. Just forcing the issue. Sap 7, have yourself a game, man. Just all-inning onto the back line. Doesn't care that Golden's got Aegis. Doesn't care that Kaidan's got Aegis. Just waits it out, waits it out. As soon as it's gone, auto attack, auto attack, auto attack. The Doin hops in there as well with the ultimate. Helps out his mid laner. I mean, what a play there. And Hydrogen Bomb, that's the team. That's the team that's been winning Smite Prime as of late. And they just lost. And it's not even finals.
No, it's not even finals. This is rough for Hydrogen Bomb. I mean, you know, granted, it's a new week. You know, it's only week 1. You've got other weeks to come back from it, but for today, they're done. Happens Last Hope. This I don't want to say brand new team, but you know, this is their first time in the NA circuits, and they're making a pretty big splash. I don't want to say the pool's empty yet, but it lost a bit of water. Now, all of a sudden, all these new teams all look like some contenders, but Happens Last Hope, I mean, looks like got a pretty good amount of hope to me.
Yeah, and remember, this is Sap 7 and Adapting to Doin and Quoa as well, all on ping. Only Happens the only North American player here, right? And so he's the only one on quote-unquote real ping. Everyone else is kind of playing from no man's land. Everything's kind of a little slower, a little more, you know, clunky, I guess. But look at this. Like, look at this play. Ults right to Golden, waits out that Aegis, and just goes to town on the Hou Yi. He doesn't even get to play the game in that moment. Unlucky for the ADC substitution here for Hydrogen Bomb. And then the rest of the team just cleans house here. A great attempt here from Sunprod and Baby Gup to try and stall out. I was actually a little concerned here because of the tier 1 and tier 2 still available on the map. But finally, Happens Last Hope. Just, I mean, look, they just stalled the game. They stalled the game long enough to where Adapting could finish the build. Sap 7 could finish the build. And then they could go for another all-in fight. They waited till Quoa finishes up the Avatar's Parashu, so he does big numbers in the fight as well. I mean, wow, what a game. And to me, it's this mid 3v3. Sap 7, Happen, and Adapting, because Happen was putting in work as well with the heals, with the peel from the ultimate as well. Did such a good job of keeping the carries alive.
You said it earlier, really, really early in today's game, and I think it remained present all throughout the game, is that one big fight can swing things in a huge way. And it did, back and forth. We saw not that many picks, a couple contests here and there on objectives, but it was all about these really big fights that swung the game one way or the other. And turns out it goes to Happen's last hope. But do they have hope of moving further down the bracket? We'll find out as we get back from the break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime's August Circuit. We're in week 1, and we're moving on down the bracket. We're here to talk about it. It's Morty on the microphone with none other than Spirited Book with me here in the booth. And Book, we've got some things to talk about as we make our way down. Prizing is where we're at. We got to talk about where we're at as far as prizing goes and what we're doing, why we're here, what's going on. It's $7,000 that these teams are going to be fighting for today. It's 3 weeks of open bracket, meaning that anybody, you and 4 friends, can sign up, play the game, and try and qualify to get into the final week, which is closed bracket, where 8 teams, the top 8 teams throughout the earlier weeks, will fight for a chance in one big bracket to fight over $7,000.
Yeah, double elimination in closed bracket too, so you can lose once and then keep on going through the lower bracket. We've seen a few teams kind of make some crazy lower bracket runs as well, but for now, we get to talk about today's bracket, and I'm excited to see what other teams have been making it through. I mean, we've been seeing a couple of good teams here and there. There's one team we haven't gotten to watch just yet that I do believe we're going to get to watch right now, and that is the Donut Doug team. The contraction assessment here. And that, of course, is Tegvir and Karmic.
Yes, that is going to be very fun to watch. We know Donut Doug. We know Aurora. We know this team is single bind for quite some time with Dishonored, and they looked really good. This team has won Prime once or twice, if I'm not mistaken. This is a very strong team, but now they've got Karmic, who is used to being at the top. They have Tegvir, who is used to being at the top. They are comfortable at the tippity top of the totem pole, but I wonder how they will work, how they will coagulate, if you will, right? Because they've got Tegvir and Karmic, who are used to working together. They've got Aurora and Doug, who are also used to working together. But can these two pairs mesh together with Moswald in the middle? And I think Moswald is a very nice player who has been playing with Karmic. I've got high hopes. But we can also talk about Drum, on the other hand, which they've got a pretty awesome roster too. Bayou, Valo, Bacon, Layers, we know Layers.
Yep. Layers is going to move and play up against his old team, right? Because that's where Layers was previously, was on this roster alongside Moswell, Doug, and Aurora. Now, I think parted ways. It's kind of unclear on how that occurred, but after the last Smite Prime event, I think there were some hurt feelings, and Layers parts ways, and, you know, the roster finds a new jungler in Tegvir and the new soul laner as well. And so now it's a pretty spooky looking roster. And against this Drum team, which has some solid names, right? Like Vayu, pretty solid, you know. Bacon, solid, sure. Layers, really good at times, but a little streaky in terms of how the God pool works. And then Valo as well, which I'm curious to see. Is Valo playing support for this team? That kind of would make sense because Layers is jungle here. And I think Valo might be playing support.
I mean, if I'm you know, a hypothetical jungle and Layers wants to come onto my team, I'm going to support. It's a Layer. I know we talked about, you know, God pool, this and that, but it's Layers. We've seen what Layers can do. I am completely fine with saying, you know what? Go ahead, have it. I'll play a support, and I'll set up crowd control for you, and you do your thing. So let's see if that's really the case as we go on to picks and bans. Let's take a closer look at the rosters. We know how this contraction assessment team goes, but yeah, you're right. That's Valo support and Layers there. Klino is back too. That's a name that I know. Bayou carry up against Donut Doug. Now, Bayou I know is a pretty known name, quite popular, but he's got to run for his money with Donut Doug.
Yeah, Doug, I think probably in that sort of upper echelon tier, and then Vayu a little lower, right? Below your Kavekas. Still pretty solid, don't get me wrong, and, you know, very consistent in terms of ADC. Like some of the more odder non-traditional picks. We'll play characters like the Rama that we haven't really seen for a hot minute now. Looks pretty solid on it, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's a character we maybe see today, because he works really well with the on-hit build, right? The attack speed steroid. He's one of the few ADCs that can get the sort of legendary 4 shots of the Silver Branch ready to go, right? So curious to see if that's maybe the angle here for Drum's ADC.
So, a couple bans coming through. The Aladdin ban is nice. I feel like that's a good target for Layer as well. He has run the Willish more than anything. I feel like he's collapsed on the Aladdin a time or two before and looked kind of nice doing it. So I don't mind taking away the Aladdin and the Willix too. And Layer is just thinking like, man, what am I going to play now? It's like, there goes the God Pool. Am I right? There goes the God Pool. And then we see the XT make its way onto the field for the first pick. And that's a very nice frontliner.
Yeah, I think this is smart already here. Xingqian being open here. There's a lot of other options as well. Horus, Sobek, namely still open. I mean, you mentioned what Lairs is going to play next. Thor is still available, and we've seen Lairs go stupid crazy on the Thor previously. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be his lock-in here in the next 2 picks. The Xingqian already screams a lot of safety, a lot of setup, whether it's solo or support, and a lot of CC setup as well. Kind of works similar to how our Horuses and our Sobeks work, where you can be aggressive and then hop away to safety with your life intact.
The Agni pick is very nice for shredding health bars, right? I feel like what Agni does, pretty fairly well is taking care of tanks. You've got Dot in your build. You've got, or in your kit. You've got a pretty good amount of damage from a distance too. That's another thing. Non-committal damage, non-committal crowd control. We talked a lot about some team comps earlier on today where if we're going to lock somebody down, we are dispositioning ourselves. We are sacrificing a lot to make that crowd control happen. Agni's like, nah, just throw it out there. Just stun. Just stun him.
Yeah.
Stun him.
From over a wall too, which is gotta feel pretty good if you're Moswell here. Jormungandr as well locked in, and we've been seeing a lot of Jormungandr today as well. Seems to work really well with this new sort of hybrid-y percent health damage build that we're seeing. The Soul Reavers, the E-Staff going into the builds, the Glad Shield as well. A lot of damage on this fairly tanky Soul Laner. Been seeing a lot of success as of late, and now that the Horus is locked in, gotta imagine that's gonna be a Xingqian Jormungandr matchup in the Soul lane.
I love the Horus pick. Hashtag bird diff. Hashtag bird diff is back. And it's not the bird we're used to seeing. We're not seeing a raw just yet, at least, but it's still a bird and bird diff. And you know what? I really think this creates a very aggressive duo lane, right? You've got a lane that wants to go in, combo, your fracture updraft for super awesome damage. You've got knockups, slows, prot shred, stuns with Horus. And then he's like, you just stunned him for like 3 minutes. Thanks. And then here's my combo, and I've got another stun to offer too. I've got all this and that. This dual lane looks really good. Then you've got the initiation through Xingqian. Imagine that Horus brings in a washing machine, just collapses onto your head top. That stinks. So this team comp for Drum looks very nice, but contraction assessment. So I've got a little bit to talk about there too. Achilles Yorm. Oh, Tegvir Achilles. I didn't even think about that.
Yep. Tegvir Achilles. And that's going to be Jormungandr in the Soul lane. As soon as I saw the Achilles, I was kind of like, wait, where's this Achilles? Oh, right. Tegvir's on this team. That's definitely going to be his pick. Curious to see how he builds it. I think last time I saw him play Achilles, it was this weird auto attack build where it's the weaving in the auto attacks that are going to do a majority of your damage between your abilities. The Dagger of Frenzy was in there, the Barbed Carver as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm kind of curious to see how it works out this time for Tegvir, because I think he can lean a little bit more towards some of the tankier options. Oh, and I was so ready to say I'm a big fan of this comp. I was so ready to say Jingwei is great here, but I think seeing the matchup into the Huiyi, the Jingwei kind of struggles there. So I think switching it up last moment, but Medusa, not a character we've been seeing a lot as of late. And I'll be honest, I just don't think Medusa's damage is really there right now. I mean, On Her's still open. Even Chiron you can make an argument for right now. Medusa, to me, in this composition, I think is going to have a really difficult time, if I'm being honest. There's a lot of interrupt on the other side that can really stop her dash from keeping her safe. I think Donut Doug is going to have to spend a lot of time just kind of standing and fighting rather than running away.
Yeah, it does make up for, so you don't have as much DPS, I feel like, with Medusa. You know what I mean? But you've got a good burst. And I feel like if this team can coordinate well, we can utilize that burst Viper shot damage and just destroy somebody. We saw how SAP 7 did the same thing with Pele last game. Maybe we can see something similar with Doug and, you know, something of the similar coordination. Let's find one target. Let's find a Golden. Let's find somebody, a Vayu, a Valo, whoever the heck just looks out of position and delicious. Let's pounce on them and kill them. And then we destroy the rest of the team from there. You've also got really nice AoE CC with Petrify, and then also the Agni Stuns can, you know, not as AoE, but still possible to hit a couple targets within a small team fight or skirmish of the sort. We'll have to see how it goes. Well, how good is the Medusa? We'll find out as we get into the game. It is ready for us. The semifinals of week 1 of the August circuit are upon us, and we are here to talk about it. It's Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today, behind the scenes of Musi and Testai and Jithens as well. Be sure to wish him a happy birthday. He's had a great day so far. Let's wish him a happy birthday in the chat. But Book, go on ahead.
So it is the new in the mid lane, and we kind of haven't gotten a chance to mention it just yet, but curious to see that Newt is the character we've been seeing a little more as of late, and a little less as well at the same time. Feel like we're seeing her more in the ADC role for a hot second now, but instead going back into the mid lane here for Bacon. Just a ton of damage. Curious what the build will be. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more of what we've seen previously with some of the mages that want to be hitting the back line, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bacon is trying to play this style where trying to avoid hitting the front line and just get to that back line, using that ultimate the way you can just go to the skies, drop the ult, the skyfall, do a ton of damage on the back line and really disrupt a lot of the team fight with it. But how effective is it going to be here for this drum composition? I mean, you have good damage for Yi, you have good damage for your Humbots, who has not gone for the aspect, so just will have a ton of damage in the build as the game goes on. I'm going to see how things blow out. Is Karmic taken fairly low there? That's the Sunder as well from Klino committed there.
That's a big relic usage, which, you know, it's got a 2-minute cooldown. That's kill potential down until Firebrands come back around, which, you know what? I think that's like the next big fight for solo. I don't mind waiting until then for a Sunder. I don't hate it. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah. I mean, use it early, right? You're trying to get pressure right now in this early game. Yeah. Taking down Karmic, who also has to, or doesn't has to, but he plays pretty far back, right? He's using those spits to kind of clear the wave. And so I like the idea of just getting the confirmable damage where you can right now. If you're Klino, who wants to be a little bit more in your face and gap close onto Karmic. And so I like that little usage there. It's just a little bit more pressure provided there for the soul laner.
No, absolutely, yeah. And that pressure alone, we're used to seeing Karmic, you know, be quite aggressive in some points, but I think on this Yorm pick specifically, I feel like Karmic is really good about, you know, knowing where he's at. Karmic's really good about knowing damage output. Can I do this fight? Can I not do this fight? Things like that Karmic knows very well with the Yorm, because I also feel like Karmic was one of the first ones to bring Yorm into Prime. I remember like a year ago when we were like, Yorm and Prime, what in the world? And that was Karmic doing it. Next thing you know, Dishonor's doing it. Now everybody's doing it. But Karmic just never stopped with the Yorm.
Yeah, and I think it's just always been, for a hot second now, a very solid character. And even right now, I think just in a better spot than it was previously. Being able to use like the sort of proc build for soul laners, like I mentioned, the Glad Shield with the E-Staff and the Soul Reaver as well. Love that idea here for Karmic if he's going to go towards it. And look across the way, there's a lot of options for who he can target specifically. The Horus wants to kind of walk forward and then to someone. So going to be taking damage from those pools and the dot damage there. Even Klino as well kind of needs to hobble forward and then kind of... Because you want to be walking forward to initiate as Jingtian or blinking forward to initiate as Jingtian and then using those hops to get away. So... I feel like at some point they're going to be taking damage here in the pools. As you can see, both junglers rotating over here to their soul lane. And it is Contraction Assessment who have the first priority to the rocks, but there'll be a bit of a scrap over at first.
Yeah, I don't think this goes for free because Bacon rotates over. Mozball's a
Level
little
5.
bit farther behind, but I think we're still going to show... Oh, yeah, Skyfall's ready to go. Good damage onto Karmic, and followed by a Skyfall. Down goes Karmic for first blood. Bacon's got damage to boot. I did not expect that.
Yeah, level 5, and again, has priority in the mid lane, so he's there first. Tegbeer now in a bit of trouble here, gets rooted and taken down.
Oh!
Double kill for Bacon.
Wow. With what? Not even a con. It's a Sands of Time and a Gem and an Evil Eye. And just slam the health bars there. That's a newt damage, by the way, but invading on the left side of the map, that's Contraction Assessment's dual lane going for Drum's purple buff, and I think they got it.
Yeah, I think so too, because Vayu didn't go and pick it up after. Immediately head back to their own purple buff, and this is smart. The invades are always nice, but making sure you secure your own farm is always the most important afterwards. And so love that immediately after taking that invade there, they immediately go back and secure their own farm as well.
Yeah. Yep. It lines up your timers too. That's how you guess what their timers are, because you're the last one that, oh, yeah. So, 2-0. Bacon's got a lead. An assist for both Layers and Klino. The right side of the map looks pretty dominant for Drone to a certain extent. The Sunbreaker thrown down to maybe change things up and walled off. Aurora's like, man, this stinks. Did you see him turn around and just look back? He's like, dude, I don't fit through here because I'm a crocodile. Like, if I were like Horus, I'd probably fit.
I hate to say it, but if he has shell there as well, he lives. He doesn't have access to that shell because of the previous invade where he used it to defend, make sure that he and a Donut Duck can get out alive. Doesn't have shell there in that moment to avoid and get around that Hou wall that spawns at the back of that ultimate. And ends up taking a spill trap, just taking the Suns to the face. That's gonna suck, man. You're a crocodile. You're walking over, taking a camp, and then what happens? Some guy just hurls a bunch of Suns at you in this small corridor. What are you gonna do about that? Nothing, apparently, if you're Aurora.
He's stuck in that little wall. He's like, Doug, get the butter. I gotta squeeze through it.
We're eating croc tonight.
Oh, that's
unlucky for Aurora. Oh, hello. Karmic's dead.
GG's. Shout out to Klino. Very nice. Anyways, Karmic's dead again. Firebrands go the way of... Oh, wait. No, Maswal beat them there. Can Maswal take it first? I mean, he does have mana, but didn't have the damage. So it looks like Drum cleans up on those Firebrands. I'll tell you what, this is a very nice start for Drum.
Yeah, very good start for Drum indeed. I mean, they're just kind of running the map right now. I mean, off the back of this mid pressure from Bacon, solo pressure as well now for Klino. Karmic really struggling on this right-hand side. 0-2-0 now for the Jormungandr. Eye of Erebus first, which is what we're used to seeing out of our typical Yorm players. But I'm not so certain that Eye of Erebus is the play anymore. I'm going to be honest. I think we're seeing more of this, proc items being built up here for the Jormungandr. And so getting a little int earlier on, I think is fine, sure. But first item, I just think that Karmic may be telegraphing the build a little bit and might lose out on some of this damage in the mid to late game. It is tankiness and it's a lot of cooldown, which I like and does fit Yorm's style a lot, but yeah, I don't know, Mort. Just something about this build tells me this might not go the way of the soul laner of Karmic.
Well, I guess we'll have to, move on down and figure it out as we go. This is what we've been seeing for a while. It's what Karmic's comfortable with, and we talked about it earlier. I mean, this is what he likes. So let Karmic do his thing. I say, you know what? Let him cook. Let him cook, and you never know what might happen. Look at that Toxic Blade pickup from Doug.
Yeah, first overall. Kind of curious to see. It does mean that Vayu just can never box him. Good stun there onto Valo, but Horus should be okay here.
Oh, maybe not so okay. Protector Surge still up. Wait, to the skies, and he's going to use that to get to safety, which honestly is a super nice shot. I really like that play.
Yeah, had to. I mean, immediately we saw there use the Protector Surge on the wave there, just trying to kind of avoid a little bit of damage. And Aurora says, you what? You use your ability on what? The wave? All right, you're mine now. Now Aurora has to be careful. He's getting gone on by Valo. Is able to avoid that stun.
To the skies. No, that's Skyfall. And it goes straight to Aurora, who's down to 100 health. But we're going to go for Valo instead. Chomp ready to go, but so is the Exy. But neither is even needed. We killed Valo without either execution. Down goes the support for Drum.
Good play there from Contraction Assessment. I mean, just a little too aggressive there. Layers goes in with the Blink ulti, gets Aurora fairly low, but still just isn't able to find the kill there. Bacon uses the ultimate to try and help out with the damage, but remember, when you're kind of using that ultimate with Newt and you head to the sky, you throw out the ult, that's your fight then. That's all you can provide in that fight for the moment. You kind of didn't have to spend some time walking forward and then finding the damage afterwards. And so you got to be careful about how much damage you really have behind you in these fights whenever Bacon is ulting, because that ult for a period of time might be it in terms of the damage you're receiving from your mid lane mage.
9 minutes in, 4-1. Drum have the upper hand by not too much if you think about it. Look at where the gold is. Contraction assessment, even though they're down some kills, their gold is pretty good right now. Even with just one kill, their farming patterns are very nice. And I feel like that's what that clocked in, that overtime roster has always been good at. You know what I mean? They're just, even if they're down a bit, it's really that 15-minute mark where the team comes alive. I wonder if we'll see the same pattern with Aurora and Doug involved.
Yeah, I think this mid 3-3 potential here between Tegvir, Moswell, and Aurora, I think it can kind of go kind of crazy here. I think these three can, if they can figure out how they want to work well together and how they will kind of want to play these fights in the early game, what farm they really want to prioritize. Because even still, Lairs has a small lead over Tegvir. And to me, it comes down to the fact that Tegvir really prioritizes farm a lot of other junglers don't. While Lairs has prioritized those rocks, Tegvir has really hunkered down and just gone between the his own jungle, just finding the camps whenever he can. This Karmic is forced to ult on the right-hand side. But Tegvir's just done a good job of securing his own farm, making sure he's staying on top of the back camps, getting them pretty much on timer whenever he can. And that's kind of kept him in pace with Lairs. He's a little behind, sure, but it's nothing scary just yet. He eventually has to transfer that over into something bigger in terms of an objective or maybe a gank here and there. But for now, he's content to just keep farming.
So, farming game. I'm looking at items here and seeing what sticks out to me. We've got the eye. We talked about that. The shifter shield. We already had that convo. The Jotuns make sense because the ult cooldowns for Lairs. Oswald. Wait, Gold Fury. Wait. Gold Fury? Are they burning that?
Yep. They can. They're on the right-hand side doing the rocks. Drum now have an idea that it's happening, but in mid lane, there's some bacon. Might be too late, but contraction assessment, they drop it. They don't feel comfortable going for the 50-50.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to burger flip everything. I mean, just give it up. You gave it a shot. Try to sneak it from under the eyes, but it sometimes just doesn't work out well. Doug is looking for something there, but misses the lacerate. Skyfall in mid lane, but might get chopped right after. Aurora find a pick on a bacon, which is very, very nice. Valo looking for a knockup, but not much response right after. We're just looking to farm our PD stats at that point. Doug solos Vayu and duo. Very nice. Hey, that Medusa pick. Not bad.
I mean, this Toxic Blade, man, you can never win a 1v1 against it because as you're hitting them, suddenly you're just losing attack speed. It's like, why is he swinging faster than me at this stage of the game? Oh, Valo. He's okay, but not his ult force at the very least. This Gold Fury should go the way of contraction assessment, unless Lairs has something to say about it with his ultimate.
He does have Fear No Evil ready to go. Tegvir there to zone. Misses the shield bash. Oh my goodness, the damage from Lairs almost completely nuked Tegvir. He did lose 3/4 of his health, but the more important thing, Gold Fury goes the way. But I had a brain blast. Call me Jimmy Neutron during that Gold Fury burn here book. I figured out the reasoning behind the Medusa pick. Why did he go Toxic Blade first? Anti-heal. Medusa has anti-heal. We're worried about the healing from Xingqian and Horus. There's so much healing through Protector Surge, through Resolute, through Xingqian's passive as well. Why not pick up some anti-heal? Maybe that's how we neutralize the healing.
Yeah, good shout there for sure. I think the healing, the anti-heal behind it is really nice, and you can actually see Vayu has picked up a Toxic Blade of his own. I do think it's an interesting idea. Now that he's gone with the Avenging Blade, he's kind of got that power that he needs to clear the wave. Tegvir's got to be careful, though. He's on his own.
But not much can happen there. Tegvir's fine. Tegvir's okay. Pluck on Lairs, taken back, and is all good again. Oh, Bacon, out of position. We're just in kind of like a weird spot. It's just kind of weird. Huh. Wait, fighting over the firebrands? Do we go for kills instead? Karmic feels fine with going for this fight. Contraction assessment says we need to assess what's going on with these brands. We have everybody here. Let's make it happen. Klino going for a washing machine spin, but Yorm's a little bit too big to fit into the washing machine. Valo goes up and tries to go for some knockups, make some crowd control happen. Skyfall damage from all the way downtown. Did you see what Skyfall did right there? Bacon destroys Karmic yet again. Chomp goes, barely able to escape. Protector surge onto Layers. Valo's alive and didn't get scooped up by the jaws of Aurora, but we still go forward. Aurora looking to clean up on one member of Drum, but reinforcements not around just yet. Dashing forward is Mosball, who has a flame wave to offer. Doug kills Vayu and Duo. Meanwhile, that's two dead for Drum, Vayu, and Bacon, but we did kill Karmic and Mosball. Even trade, I think.
2 for 2 at the end of the day, yeah. And do you want to give a shout out to Layers with that wraparound? That Fear No Evil in such a small corridor lines up everyone for that Skyfall ultimate from Bacon. Lovely play there, but at the end of the day, it's a 2 for 2 across the map, and so it's kind of all out in the wash. At the very least, Doug is only getting stronger here on the left-hand side. And I was just going to mention previously that this Avenging Blade pickup after the Toxic Blade, the problem with Toxic Blade first, you get a little bit of flat pen, some decent attack speed, and some damage, sure, but this Avenging Blade, 60 strength, allows the Medusa to become relevant all of a sudden in this early game, where previously you're kind of worried about this first item pickup of, how do I ever clear the wave? Avenging Blade solves that issue entirely.
Yeah, 60 strength. Hefty number. That's like one of the highest strength items in the game, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that's not Avatar's Parashi or anything, but I mean, we're not spending 37 this early on. Queen Naga is the talking point between both teams, and 6-5 at 15 minutes, 3K gold lead for Contraction assessment, even though, again, they're down on kills, but up on gold.
Doug is here.
Interesting point as a Queen Naga gets burned, and yeah, Doug's on top of it, offering some DP, yes, but Layers is ready to go with Fear No Evil, waiting for reinforcements. Valo is around with To the Skies, 1,500 health on the Queen Naga, who's going to take it. It is secured by Contraction assessment. Layers couldn't find an opportunity, was zoned away and taken aback. So big objective pull for Contraction.
Doug has just bought a full Deathbringer third item. That's got to feel good for the Medusa player. I mean, this is a very interesting sequence of builds, or at least itemization here. I mean, the Toxic Blade, Avenging Blade into Deathbringer, it's a ton of power already to this build. And Toxic Blade, yeah, it's not the best first, but it's a great attack speed item in fights in particular. And now that you've got Deathbringer and Avenging Blade as well, your two really hefty power items, yeah, it's got to feel good here if you're Donut Doug, and you've already pretty much snowballed this lane. You've got yourself a 2-level lead over the Hoi Yi. You're feeling good going into the first team fight here.
Oh, yeah. No, I think you feel fantastic. That's a lot of damage, especially if those crits come through. I mean, things look good for Donut Doug. Klino and Karmic fight it out over here in solo lane, but we've got more important things to worry about. Bigger fish to fry, if you will. And the Crocodile might get fried if he goes up too far, but instead, looks like Contraction assessment have the upper hand because Layers rotates over to solo lane looking for Karmic, but Karmic has an ult around. Not a lot of mana or health, but at least enough to escape, because I don't think Karmic's dying anytime soon. The ritual goes the way of Contraction assessment as well, and Layers force a wind sprite over the wall. To the Skies ready to go, and reinforcements have arrived. There goes Bacon and Valo. So I think that would have worked well if they went for a fight, but I think they just wanted to get Layers out alive, which is probably the most important thing.
The panic ult there from Layers to try and just heal for himself, expecting a little bit more all in there from the side of Contraction assessment. Instead, they play it slow, bait out that ultimate. Big win there for the side of the Chaos team, as Aurora might be too far forward, but Tegvir's finding Klino on the right-hand side.
Massive fatal strike right to the dome of Klino. One dead for Drum, but low health bars and low mana too on Karmic for Contraction assessment. This still feels even to a certain extent. Skyfall utilized and a lot of damage to follow through. Mosball's there and doesn't hurt too bad, but does he at least do enough to let a chop go through, or gets chopped himself by Bacon? Bacon is looking good right now. Blink forward, overhead smash, and Layers continuing to chase. Did miss the Howling Monkey, but that's fine. Layers is continuing to chase, feels comfy and going for a kill, but will instead fall back and go for some farm instead.
Smart, but look who's rotated over. Moswell still hovering around, trying to make a play. Instead, just backs off Look at this. Karmic in the mid lane now. Looking to pressure out this tier 1 in mid, which is low, less than half HP. Members of Contraction Assessment, because of that Moonlight Ritual being picked up in mid, going to use these Naga minions to try and push down these towers.
Yeah, this is a really bad spot. Karmic is doing a good job at least pushing off Drum members from this tier 1. So even though there's no kills really to be had, the gold from the tower alone makes it worth.
Beads were pulled there from Vayu on the left-hand side as well. Karmic going to that ultimate, looking to be aggressive because Tegvir has arrived.
Skyfall up to provide some peel, but it won't save Bacon's life, I don't think. But maybe it
Fear
will.
No Evil.
No, it did. Oh my goodness. Fear No Evil saved the life of Bacon too. Karmic says, well, we didn't see that one coming. Reinforcements from Drum were around the corner, but Aurora's there too, looking for a pluck, but not a lot of friends from Contraction to make something happen with. So instead, Contraction Assessment back things up, and maybe we go for this gold instead. Their burn isn't too strong, but Drum aren't too comfortable walking up. Aurora's doing a good job of zoning.
Oh, Karmic isn't here. He went to the right-hand side, and look who's rotated around the backhand side. It's Kalino.
Oh, no. Kalino might be going for a big flank. Does have the washing machine ready to go. Can we find the spin? And an engage throws Doug right into the wall, slams him against the cement, and Doug surely falls here. Surely on the chase. Fatal strike used by Tegvir to escape the hands of Layers, but doesn't stop going in. Somersault. Can you hit the 3? Overhead smash out of range. Layers couldn't find the kill, but that's fine. Gold Fury gets dropped and Drum picks it up. Aurora is still here and has eyes on it. Check the bush right there too. Moswall could easily throw an ult over and take out the gold, but what will happen? 2,000 health. Make it 25. Lurking in the waters used a little too early so he doesn't fall. Skyfall is up. Can we use it to get the kill onto Aurora, who's very low on health, but down he goes. Layers gets the kill. Gold Fury taken down by Drum. Very good play. They got a kill. They got some damage off onto a couple members of Contraction and a Gold Fury as well. That is a huge pull for them at the 20-minute mark. 10-6 and a 3K gold lead for Contraction, but a Gold Fury evens things out for Drum.
I like the stall there from Aurora, but Tegvir showing up after and they try and go for the steal, I think was a bit much. You're trading the right-hand side tier 1 tower at the very least, a ton of farm going the way of Karmic in that play. Just take the trade. You already lost Doug previously in the fight. Just let it go. You'll get the Pyromancer after like they just did now, but stall as long as you can. And again, they did that. Even giving Aurora's life in that play is fine, but don't lose Tegvir. He needs to spend some time farming because look at this. Layers now has a 2-level lead over his lane opposition.
Karmic, no! Can't ult. GG's. Karmic's dead. Anyway.
Is that fire? That might be fire.
Yeah. Wait. Yes. I mean, if that's a huge zoning tool taken away. So I think that could be a fire call. Blink forced out from Aurora, but still gets stunned in place. But I don't think Drum can find a chase. I don't think they think fire is worth the call. Let's open up the map a little bit. Earn some gold. That might be the move.
Yeah, they are grouping in the mid lane, but the wave clear from Contraction Assessment is pretty good between Moswell and Doug. Don't feel like you can really look towards it just yet. No, they're just going to spread the map and farm. To me, that's a bit of a missed window there. Just try and force the issue, force a grouping from Contraction Assessment, because now, again, they're going to split the map and spend some time farming. And that only lets them get back in the game when you have such a strong lead. If you're Drum, keep forcing the issue. I think Donut Doug is the only one that you're kind of worried about right now. Maybe Moswell's damage is starting to swing a little bit too as he works towards this Obsidian Shard. But right now, you're really worried about Doug, who's gone for a crypt build, so your tanks are going to be able to run at him kind of for free for now. And he was on the left-hand side. You have Fire Giant as an option. You have a pick. Karmic is a key part of like how they zone or deal with a Fire Giant siege. He's dead. Go for it.
So 11-6 at 22, make it 23 minutes in, 3K gold leads. This theme has not changed this entire game book. It's more kills for Drum, but more gold for Contraction. But my question is, what means more? What's more important?
I mean, the gold technically will always mean more because you're working towards your items faster, right? You're just going to have more gold to get more items, which make your power spikes stronger. think the biggest difference right now is the experience lead, right? Like Layers has a 2-level lead over Tegveer, a level lead for Karmic at the very least, and a 2-level lead for Donut Doug. But eventually those will start to cap. No, other side will only get stronger as Karmic is forced to ult here.
Yeah, that's really all he can do. But reinforcements arriving from Drum right now. But I don't know how this ends up. We just got a lot of tanky folks over here, right? It's just a bunch of tanks. What are they gonna do? Bash heads? I mean, who dies here? You know?
Just slap fighting, man. I mean, at the very least, Contraction Assessment have one extra tank they can afford to just keep slap fighting. Valo goes to the sky.
Through the skies, he's going to bring Bacon with him. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? You had it right. It was a bird the first time. And here we go. We're going for a fight on Solo, lurking in the waters, forced out, finds a route. Valo seems
Doug
to be
on the way.
in trouble. Yeah, Doug's on the route as well. And we still have value in mid lane. So Doug being there is going to provide the man advantage in just a moment, as Doug does have Petrify ready to go. If we can find a good stun, then this could mean a really good fight for Contraction Assessment. Skyfall utilized too, beats force away. Doug's on the flank, and Value misses the stun. Backed up and lacerate forward. Doug zoning out members by himself, while Contraction Assessment pick apart Bacon. That's 2 dead, as Karmic had to leave. Is this an FG pull?
It could well be. Moswell and Tegveer back on the map, walking their way there. 2 members dead, and yeah, why not? Bacon just using the ultimate there must have realized that he was probably in threat of a pluck. Goes to the sky to try and peel out for himself at the very least, but that puts him in a bad spot where all of a sudden he's going to snap back to where he left the ground from. Fire Giant getting low. Contraction Assessment, they're on it.
4K on the FT, make it 3. Drum are looking for an engage. Looks like Contraction have dropped a burn and want to go for fighting, and I think that's a smart move too. Wait a minute, make it 15, make it 10, 5. Doug secures the FG. Very nice pull from Contraction, but can they fight after? Can they find an engage? Layers finds a tremble, and look at Tegveer right on top. Double kill. Klino and Layers executed in the right side jungle, and Contraction Assessment continue to push.
Pyromancer available as well. Got to imagine that's going to be the next target here for Contraction Assessment. So they are just spreading the map now, taking away a bit of jungle farm here from the side of Drum. And Doug will push out the right-hand side as there's no response there from the side of Drum. No, get this tier 2 on the right-hand side. Drum looking like they're looking towards the Gold Fury, but realize, look, we could lose our Phoenix here if we're not careful. We got to back to base.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to play our cards correctly. We cannot lose anything right now to risk this lead, to risk anything. This is a very, very, how do I say it? It's a seesaw that we're on right now, Book. I mean, it really is anyone's game. These leads are taking us back and forth, and gold leads really favoring Contraction Assessment right now. But still, I don't think Drum are out by any means. They've had a lot of good fights, and Bacon has put out some crazy damage so far. I just don't know how they keep going forward.
Yeah, it's just not enough right now, though. The front line from Contraction Assessment is starting to get online. It's so hard to walk through Karmic here on this Jormungandr, who's just buying so much time and space with the pools, the spit damage as well. The slow field that he's creating around these fire giants is so difficult to walk through. Moswell on his own gets his dash forced.
Okay, so 3-on-3 in mid lane. Aurora looking for a pluck to the skies used. So Valo is all fine and dandy. I think Contraction Assessment realized if we can force out members of Drum like that, we could probably just go rip Ancient Gold Fury, right?
Yeah, they can. They also have the minions pushing down that they want to wait for to start up their siege. So getting this this Gold Fury will make the sieges for the towers a little bit easier. Also makes Karmic siege on the right-hand side a little bit easier as well with this minion, as that Phoenix will be the one exposed and weakened here by this Gold Fury.
So, can we find a pick after the AGF? Doesn't look like it, because Layers somersaulted over the wall to safety. In the meantime, Contraction Assessment have 4 members on the map. Over on the left side, tier 2, taking that down with ease, mind you. And there is a pyro bomb in pocket for Tegveer. So I think they could take this bird, possibly. Vayu just disappeared to Donut Doug. Wow, did you see that damage? Ballo very low too, and that Phoenix could get burned down. It does. Karmic is rendezvousing with them in mid lane. That tier 2 is debuffed and can get taken. So things look rough for Drum right now. Contraction Assessment are going to make their way over to the right side, Bird, and take that one down. It is debuffed after all, and a pusher following through with them means that things could be very, very nice for Contraction.
Vayu had beats, Vayu had jump, just didn't expect that kind of engage there, and immediately goes down, loses the left-hand side Bird, the right-hand side Bird as well. Only one Phoenix remaining before the Titan can be exposed.
So the Bird falling soon. What can we do from here? Skyfall utilized, does provide a bit of damage onto the back line, but Techbear still kills Klino. That's one dead. The front line down for Drum. Look at Karmic zoning up there, knocking up Bull in a China cabinet. Mosball destroys the layers. This means really bad news for Drum. Bacon getting zoned and destroyed by Karmic. Bacon cannot do anything but die to the hands of Karmic. That's 3 dead for Drum. Make it 4. Deicide for Contraction Assessment, and a win goes to Contraction. They're going to the finals.
They're going all the way up here in week 1, and look, we've been saying all day that it's a Bird diff. Today it was a snake diff. More Donut Doug puts on a clinic on the Medusa, absolutely pops off, solo kills Vayu multiple times in the lane, gets off to such a crazy start, gets the Deathbringer so early on so they have relevant crit damage for objectives or team fights. And just what a performance there from Doug. Played so well.
So well. That was just awesome. I mean, we doubted the Medusa. You know what I mean? I feel like we had some doubts, you and I both, and then we saw a couple things. We were like, huh, okay, that makes sense. And then the game kept going. We were like, dang. Like, I feel like everyone should be playing this god. This Medusa god's kind of nice. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think Vayu ended up taking a few too many spills in this early game. Like one here, for example. Too many solo kills going the way of Doug just puts him in such a favorable position where the Medusa just feels really difficult to get to and kill. I mean, what a good job from Doug of just winning the lane and then using that winning lane to transfer that lead over to other lanes. I mean, when Doug was rotating to the far right-hand side to make a play that kind of won Drum the game, I'd argue, Vayu was pushing mid, trying to find farm, trying to just push the lane out, get whatever farm he could, and that kind of put Contraction Assessment in a very favorable position to take over the game, found the lead that they needed to do. It got them a Fire Giant afterwards, and after that, the rest of the game just went their way.
So this means that we're going to the finals with Contraction Assessment. And you know what? I think they're definitely a finals contending team. We decided that from the get-go. We talked about the roster change up and how, I mean, we've got a lot of hard-hitting players, but do they work well together? And that game answers, yes, they do. They absolutely do. Doug doing a great job of zoning at some points with Petrify, and Karmic doing a lot of Bull in a China cabinet, a lot of disruption in fights. There was so much to love about how this team just worked together as a unit when it came to the team fighting phase. Just like Clocked In, just like Overtime, just like Hostile Takeover. We might have Kings on the horizon, but we'll find out as we get into the finals. It's coming up soon after this ad break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Smite Prime. We're here with week 1 of the August circuit. We made it all the way to the final. So we've got some good games cooking up for you. It's Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today. And me and Book have had an absolute blast as far as how today has been going. But we've got more games to go. But before we get there, we got to talk about why we're here. What's going on? What's Smite Prime and what are we fighting for? It's $7,000 worth of prizing. 3 weeks of open bracket signups where you and 4 friends can sign up, play the game, and have a chance to qualify for the final bracket where the top 8 teams will go their way to fight for the $7K in prizing. We've also got some brackets to show you where we're at, who's playing, how we got here. Now, this isn't the entire bracket, and if you want to see the whole bracket, you can head on over to smiteprime.com and not only see the whole brackets, but also you can see what teams have what members, what they built. what happened, all of the good stuff on SmitePrime.com for today's events. But for now, the important thing to mention is that it is Contraction Assessment up against Happens Last Hope in the finals of today's bracket. We've also got vault bans to look at. Vault bans today for the finals means that there are it's a best of 3 instead of a best of 1, and if a god's played in game 1, it can't be played for the rest of the set. For example, if in team A plays Thor in game 1, neither team can use Thor in games 2 or 3.
Yeah, simple enough. Just means once the character's played, it's out of here. And that kind of limits a lot of this whole one trick conversation, right? Once you play your character, your best character, can't play it for the next 1 or maybe 2 games, depending on how far in the best of 3 we go. And I think we're in for a good one here, Mort. I feel like, if I'm being honest, we went into today, we looked at the rosters, and we said, Contraction Assessment, we'll probably see that team in the finals. Happens Last Hope, man. The team with 4 players on high ping playing from all over Europe. I mean, what are they doing here, man? They took down our top team in Hydrogen Bomb, and now they're here to play for week 1 finals. I mean, it's a crazy story, to say the least. Happen leaves his old roster. They kind of split up and go their separate ways, and he gets to go play with SAP 7 and adapting. That's got to feel pretty good if you're Happen, for sure.
Absolutely. Even if they are playing on ping, I mean, they got, SAP 7 in the North Pole. They got adapting in the South Pole. They're playing on a bit of ping. It's messing some things up. We're missing some abilities, but you know what? It doesn't stop pure, raw talent and skill. And that's what Happens Last Hope has. I mean, they got a lot of really good players. These players. These aren't new dogs on the streets. These are old heads that have been around the block for a hot minute. And I know you're kind of like our SPL historian, I feel like, around here, Book. What's been going on in the past. These are names that and how far they've come from Worlds and everything else. So it's cool to see that they're sticking around and showing it to these new heads who think they can take them on.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think getting to see adapting just kind of pop off in games like this. I mean, that guy won years and years ago, right? Like over 10 years ago at this point, his first world champion back in season 2 of Smite 1. And now he's playing to try and compete in Smite Prime. It's pretty cool to see against some of these new heads, like you mentioned, like against Tegvir, who swapped to jungle this past 2 years and has been very successful for a long time. Doug, who's a newer ADC. But speaking of newer ADCs, I mean, shoutouts to Quoa, man. I mean, very successful so far on this team for today. Had a bit of a rocky Ishtar performance earlier, but I mean, this Chiron ban that we keep seeing, man, and I know you and I were kind of watching between the breaks of this game the last game into this game that's coming up, and we got to kind of tune into SAP 7 stream and see what's going on over there. Pretty crazy composition that I'm curious to see. I won't spoil it just yet in case we get to see it in the picks and bans for our game number 1 and see if that is the similar strategy that they decide to go towards. And if it is, I think we're in for quite a treat, Mort.
Now, if y'all were bored on break and decided to tune over to SAP 7 or somebody else to stream to watch how that game went down, there were some pretty exciting picks, like you said a little bit earlier. So what picks we'll be seeing in the finals? We're going to find out, and we get into P's and B's. They're ready for us. And, I think this also changes a little bit because not only do we have exciting picks to work around, but vault bans as well. What gods do we want to save for games 2 and 3? If there even is a 3, what do we want to save for game 2? What do we want to have? You know what I mean? All very prominent talking points as we're going through the P's and B's. And Achilles banned away from Tegvir. Very nice target ban. And also, you don't want Karmic playing that either.
Yeah, the Pele ban as well, taken away from SAP 7 and the E set. That was what SAP 7 was previously playing in the very last game. So taking that one away, Contraction Assessment doing their homework. They also had a chance to go tune in to SAP 7 stream and say, hey, what did these guys play in the last game? What can we take away from them? I think these are very smart bans from Contraction Assessment already. Even the Afro is taken off the board.
We have completely target banned Karmic and Tegvir for our P's and P's for Happens Last Hope. Happen says, I have teamed with this team for the past year and a half. I know exactly what they play. But up his sleeve, Tegvir uses the Tsukiyomi, which surely goes to the jungle.
Yeah, that's a Tegvir special. That one's definitely going on over to him for sure. Curious that Contraction Assessment did leave open the Chiron. And, that's Koa's best pick, like we've been mentioning. It's still available. Donut Doug can play it. Maybe that's an avenue for him now that Nude is locked in here. I got to imagine that's for Sap 7. Paired alongside Deduin's Jing Tian here in the solo lane. Chiron's still open. And I think it's important that, maybe Donut Doug goes towards it. Just says, guys, this is his best pick. I'll make it work. I don't know more.
Ooh. All right. So the Uller we saw earlier today, Kaveka piloted it up against Blood Dweller 02. Now, keep in mind, Kaveka might have gapped Blood Dweller 02, but this carry-on-carry matchup doesn't have nearly as much of a gap. Uller might not look as good here, and I'm a little bit nervous on how it fares. But there is another trick up our sleeve here. It's Bastet. Now, I know you're thinking, okay, Bastet does a lot of damage. She's a jungler. That hurts really bad. But Tsukiyomi's on the team, so where's Bastet going? Last game, we saw Bastet Aspect.
In the support role.
Interesting. You get your old Smite 1 ultimate back, Cat Call, where you're not summoning 3 cats to help you jump and kill people. You're now summoning out the cat and yanking back whoever that cat is. And that is a very, very nice. It's kind of like the Sobek, but like even better. Now, it's an ult. Granted, it's not just a pluck you have every 10, 15 seconds. It's an ultimate that needs to be used correctly, but you don't need to displace yourself for that pull. You know what I mean? This is a very safe and very hard-hitting ult that really
Okay.
We might have a new wall.
We do have a new wall. I got to imagine that new wall is going to Sap 7, I think, in the mid lane. I can't imagine that's going to be the aspect for Nuwa in the carry role. It could be. But against an Uller, I don't think it will be, because that sounds horrible to play into. A Nuwa versus an Uller sounds terrible. Across the way, Newt can survive a little bit better. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the Newt is going, over into the carry role. Curious that Koa has Chiron available and is just kind of letting it go this game, it seems. Is letting that one go, maybe for game 2, maybe for game 3, saying Chiron worked really well when we had some other tankier options alongside it with the E set. So maybe just being like, hey, let's take this one away. We'll put it in the backpack for now. We'll bring out something else. The Newt probably going to the carry role. Nuwa in the mid lane for Sap 7. I mean, we mentioned Sap 7 being on ping, and there's no god that's easier to play than Nuwa when all you have to do is press 4 and you've immediately impacted the team fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've in a monumentous way, especially if you have that damage output, with the right build, you can just nuke health bars. That's just with your 4.
Yep.
Now, let's say you get in a range of somebody and you've got the stun and everything else in your kit ready to go. You can, again, destroy people. But the downside, you are a little susceptible to being picked out. You don't have a dash. You don't even have a move. Well, you got a movement speed buff through the 1, but still, it's not a leap. It's not a dash. It's not anything. You're kind of like a sitting duck. And you kind of have to hope Xingtian or whoever can give you a little more comfort moving around in team fights. And also, you don't get dove by Tsukiyomi, who just kind of piercing moonlights right onto where you're standing. And then you're just like, crap. There's also the Bat Spect, which will pull you right where you don't want to be, which is within the hands of the Bastet. So there's a couple, problems that could arise for the Nuwa. But overall, I've got confidence that it could work very well.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it can work well. My concern is that Contraction Assessment, they have all this damage across the way and so much early game aggression, right? Like the Tsukiyomi can be active pretty early on once they get a couple items, or even before the items, right? They can kind of be scrappy alongside that stun, can go for an all-in at level 5. Bastet Uller as a duo lane sounds pretty gross. Just a ton of damage over there, paired alongside some self-reliant CC. I do worry for Sap 7 on this new wall a little bit. I think has to spend some time farming, a long time farming, more importantly. Has to get the important items online before they can really play for that sort of big damage burst potential. And usually by then, we're kind of at a point where in the game where Contraction Assessment probably feel pretty comfortable to just outright pull objectives. Because the problem about Nuwa is she doesn't really contest objectives all that well, right? Like she has some self-reliant heal and CC, but she's not a Raw. She's not like even a Morgan Le Fay that can walk up and throw a cooldown and try and steal an objective for free. She does damage to the carries and the players on the other side. So I do worry a little bit for SAP 7 in this game and how reliable they can be for damage for their team.
So with the Serb hover here, that could also mean you've got good setup. Now, I don't think the peel is great for the new op. As a matter of fact, there's no peel. No. If anything, we're looking to bring people to the new WoW. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Stygian Tournament could, there's a couple, you could use things differently, but if anything, Jinxian is going to dive into the back line, find their squishies, and put them in the washing machine and throw them towards the new WoW. Same thing with Stygian Tournament. I'm going to the back line, Soul Expulsion or Blink in, knock up, and bring them to the new WoW. The new WoW says, minions, explode, and then health bars evaporate. That's really a game plan if things go well, but you got an Uller who can jump away, can also axe to defend himself. Let's say Sir blinks in. I'm throwing an axe right at one of the three heads, hoping it hits one of them, and then he gets stunned. Bastet can also, up down a lot of things, jump over walls, and with the aspect coming out, that the bat spec, you can't jump back and forth. You just get one jump. Yeah, I don't know. It's so shaky. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Book analysis.
Loki jungle for adapting. And I was curious where the damage was going to come from. Because you mentioned the Jingtian and the Cerberus, kind of big AoE teamfight ultis that throw someone towards your carries. The carries have decent damage. You don't have a big raw snipe, though, to follow up, right? You don't have this big teamfight ultimate to really follow up in terms of damage. It's kind of Nuwa clones into the Shining Metal, and it stuns and does decent damage, sure. But I think Loki can provide that a little bit better and really stop this, or really go for this all-in onto a key target that's been CC'd, locked down by the Jingtian, by the Cerberus. At the same time as well, adapting can kind of stop this 1-2 punch that wants to come through from Contraction Assessment, where they want to wall stun someone and then throw bombs from the Agni from a distance, or they want to pull someone in with the Bastard ult and then, do damage with the Uller, with the Agni, or even the Tsukiyomi. And that's going to be adapting's go button to get to that backline, pop the ultimate, try and assassinate someone on the backline, and go for an all-in. Don't give them a chance to throw out their damage off the CC setup.
So, 5-on-5 book. I'm thinking, where do you have your odds? I mean, I've seen two good teams, but who do you think's taking game one?
I do like Contractions Assessment's comp a little bit better. I think theirs is a little more cohesive and execute to play. Across the way, Happens Last Hope. They got a lot of CC, they got a lot of damage, but might be too late of game damage, I think.
Early game or late game? We'll find out what wins. We're diving into the game. Game one of the finals. It's a best of 3, and we'll find out who will take game one as we get settled in here. It's Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today. Musi, Test Die, and Jethan's behind the scenes. And go ahead and take a look for me, Book. What do you see? What's interesting?
Yeah, nothing screams too crazy just yet. I'm trying to see if there's anything. I think the only thing notable is that Donut Doug has gone for the Aegis over the beads. And that is an important window there at the very least. But yeah, we do get to see the aspect for Bastet. Again, kind of like how the old ult works, where you throw your ult at someone and it pulls them back into danger. Doesn't mean she does a little bit less damage, but at least she's got a disarm instead on her too, which is quite nice.
I do think that there's, you know what it kind of reminds me of loosely, not too much, is the Scylla aspect, which caught a lot of popularity from Aurora for quite a while. He was using the Scylla aspect very, very often, and this kind of does the same thing. You think about how, Scylla has that ranged root, and now, you got a ranged stun from Aurora, which is very nice. Sure. And you've got, instead of an ultimate for extra damage, you've gotten to the cat call, which will, it's like a displacement, like the pluck. I mean, there's a couple of similarities, not entirely, but it just seems like this is something that lines up with Aurora's playstyle specifically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, being aggressive on these assassin-like characters and not really being punished for it. Aurora was a big Fenrir player back in the day as well in Smite 1 days. True. When that was really prevalent in the support role. Kind of one of the more known players to be playing at the time. And does pretty well on it as well. And yeah, like you mentioned, the Scylla player as well will kind of play these characters that don't really get punished for it, but just kind of spam cooldowns and are a real nuisance and in your face. And I think Bastet can kind of fit that style with the aspect as well, but I just don't think she's as safe as, say, the Scylla is, or as, say, the Fenrir is, who has all this mobility. And I do think Bastet has some mobility, some self-peel as well. Like you mentioned, the 3 now stuns instead of roots. But I do worry just a little bit as the game goes on that Aurora will become the target of the members of Happens Last Hope, and they just focus out this Bastet forever daring to jump forward and looking at them funny.
So, as we're fighting over the oracles, they go the way of Happens Last Hope, and it's well, actually they went one way or the other. Is 1-1, but yeah, Firebrand's coming up in just a moment here, in less than a minute. Surely we'll see both junglers rotate over to try and find an upper hand. Looks like this XT is doing work, and Karmic is kind of struggling for sustain.
Yeah, I think has gone for the aspect as well for Karmic, so has a little bit of sustain, but definitely not what you would like to see just yet. Has to get a little bit of cooldown in the build. Maybe going to go towards a Barbed Carver eventually. Probably not. Oftentimes we see Thors go towards... Actually, you know what? It might be Daybreak Gavel. They'll hold that. Mid lane, Sap 7 low.
Okay. Diving in, and look at that. Magnetsu Strike will take down Sap 7 for a first blood contraction assessment.
Nice play. Donut Doug forced Aegis on this left-hand side. Quo and Happen being aggressive.
That's an Aegis pull from both duo laners, Happen and Quo, both down their relics. And I mean, it's a good resource taken out. That means an easy gank for Tegvir, who could show up later on, but surely we have our eyes on Firebrands first.
Yeah, I got to imagine that's where they're looking already. The 2v2 of Karmic and Tegvir are walking on over, and they'll secure those. And part of that is because adapting on this Loki and Sap 7 on this Nuwa kind of don't want to interact with anyone for quite a while. Both these two players need to spend some time farming it up, getting some items online before they can be relevant. Even adapting, hovering to the left-hand side. Probably going to look to split the purple, maybe. They'll hold that right-hand side to do it in trouble.
Very nice damage from Karmic, but XT is able to dive back under the tower. Karmic takes to the skies and ready to dive under there. Once Tegvir goes for it, no jump, ready to go. That forces away an Aegis. Can we find the damage to get a kill? Doesn't look like it. As a matter of fact, the tower kills Tegvir. Karmic stuck under there with no mana left. No way! Deduin outplayed the dive. Wow, great play from the Deduin.
Deduin gets assist gold for that and experience, so hits level 5, then pulls him back into the tower. A missed window there between Karmic and Tegvir. I mean, that's really bad. All that time adapting is spent on the left-hand side, taking away farm from Tegvir as well. He's now level 5, has caught back up to Tegvir, and on the right-hand side, Deduin now has a lead. All the while, Tegvir isn't spending this time pressuring Sap 7, so he can spend the time farming in mid freely as well. This has just been a huge opportunity for Happens Last Hope. Yeah, they got the first blood early onto Sap 7, and they're looking for another play onto him as well in the mid lane, taking him fairly low, who doesn't have beads just yet. But still, just a big missed opportunity. That would have been, I think, just a very snowbally play that could have gotten the game out of hand this early on.
So, 5 minutes in, and it's 1-1 with a non-existent gold lead. We're very early on and kind of finding out who can gank where. I mean, I feel like these are, if you really think about it, it's not too crazy of a team comp for Happens Last Hope, but we've got a couple oddities on the side of contraction assessment, right? I mean, the Thor solo we've seen for a while. Tsukiyomi, who's starting to fall back into the meta, feels good, but I think it's the Uller and Bat Spec that kind of threw a wrench into the plans of Happens Last Hope, where they're like, how do we address this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I do worry a little bit as well. How do you really kill this front line on the side of Happens Last Hope with this Uller pickup here? I think you're really relying on Moswell's damage. You can see Moswell working towards a Chronos Pendant first overall. Tells me that he's going to go for the proc build, going towards a Soul Reaver second overall, and then Bluestone as well, just trying to get as many Soul Reaver procs as possible in team fights onto frontliners specifically, and cast as many spells as he can with the cooldown behind it from Chronos Pendant. So I like this idea. While Doug has gone for the I'm going to kill the carries role, Moswell's trying to fill the I'm going to kill the tanks role.
And I think it's a good split. Usually it's the other way around, isn't it? Your carry is the one who's just firing basic attacks and shredding health bars. But I think as long as one does one and one does the other. But as a matter of fact, does Moswell stick to that game plan? Same thing with Doug. You have to be ironclad on those rules or team fights might fall apart. But I think that you hit it right on the nail.
Yeah, I think so. The only concern I have is that I think one does the correct job a little bit better, right? I think mages can kill carries a little bit better than hunters right now. I think Uller can kill carries pretty effectively as Aurora tosses out the ultimate. It's off the mark, but there's a good stun.
In goes Doug. Does not have the cat call ready. Moswell is around, does have an anti-bomb as well, but not a lot of CC to follow up through after. So Contraction Assessment will not get any kills, but at least defend their purple buff.
Yeah, important play there, but going back to what I mentioned, mages, they kill carries really well, though actually Karmic in mid trying to kill Sap 7 instead.
Look at the wall from Karmic. Lob Sap 7 in, and Moswell capitalizes, gets a kill. Very nice play.
Yeah, very lovely play. The wall play, like you mentioned, just locking down Sap 7 in place. Beads available, had to use them as well, but still ends up taking a spill. That's a big play onto the Nuwa. Again, I've been saying it. Nuwa, to me, in this composition, I just don't really like it. It's so vulnerable. Nice stun there from Happen, though.
Okay, and here's adapting. Invis goes for something on a Tegveer, but Tegveer does have his 2. In response, Beads pulls off, so there was no stun. Doin shows up from solo lane and has a washing machine that throws Moswell into the sky and into his grave. A great rotation and a kill from Doin.
Karmic in the sky, but I don't think he's going to go in. No, he does, but too late to the party. Just lands on the wave and has to walk away. Lovely sequencing there from the front line and assassin player from Happen's Last Hope. They get the beads, the dash from Moswell. The Doin shows up late and says, this guy has nothing. I'll throw him back to my allies and they'll finish the rest of the job. Lovely sequencing between all the players of Happen's Last Hope. And that to me is really impressive already from this team. It feels like this team works really well together as a 5-man unit versus Contraction Assessment. Yeah, they work pretty well together, right? Like Doug works well with Aurora. Tegveer and Moswell, I don't think on the same page just yet, but Tegveer and Karmic, before that play earlier on, I think would have said work well together, but I feel like they're just more individually focused, right? Tegveer is going to look for a crazy highlight reel play and go to the back line, kill 3 people, and then Moswell is going to clean up the rest. Meanwhile, Happen's Last Hope are going to play the slow game of, okay, this guy pulled this guy's beads, and then that other guy pulled his dash, and now I'm going to go in and finish the rest of the job here. They work better as a unit, while Contraction Assessment just have better individual players, I think.
It's 2-2 at 9 minutes, and not a lot of objective fighting just yet. Gold Fury, it doesn't seem like it's even been considered by either team, really. Firebrands have had a little bit of look, but not too much. There's some sitting up right now ready for the taking, but Adapting and Tegveer are busy doing other things, looking at their camps and trying to get farmed up, because, I mean, you've got to be able to fight for these objectives if you want them,
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what the side of Happen's Last Hope are doing, kind of spreading the map right now, using those Naga minions, pushing down the lanes, forcing the members of Contraction Assessment to have to answer to these minions. All the while, they're happy to try and defend their own purple buff. I mean, look, Happen's Last Hope, they're okay taking this to the late game. They're okay with the pace of this game. They have a very minor lead, but if the game is even at the 30 minutes mark, Happen's Last Hope are saying, we're winning this one, guys. Our Nuwa has scaled. Our Loki has scaled. And our Newt will do good damage. They're trying to defend this purple buff. Adapting in Sap 7 are nearby, and they'll defend pretty successfully.
That's good. It took a village to make that happen, but sometimes you got to make these rotate. I didn't think about it earlier. It was the same thing. Contraction Assessment had to have 4 to keep their purple buff, so numbers game.
Listen, Mort, it takes a village, man. You gotta get it done. Gotta get the job done. It takes a village. Doug's pulled back.
Doug? Whoa, Stygian Torment, and look at Adapting. Infiz, and has the flurry strikes ready to go. Aegis utilized by Doug to buy him a little bit of time, but death is inevitable. Down goes Doug.
This Aegis pickup from Doug, to me, is just not it. There is important CC that you just have to immune on the other side. that if you don't have that relic, you'll be put in a really bad spot. I mean, you got Happens ultimate, Deduan's ultimate, 2 big displacement ultis that can put you in really bad spot to the point where your Aegis, doesn't matter if you buy time with your Aegis, if you're still just in a bad spot, you're gonna die afterwards anyways.
So, Gold Fury doesn't seem to be a look. 1 pick on a Doug isn't enough to make that much space happen. You know, we've got to make bigger things happen. Granted, the pick on the Doug is good nonetheless.
Sure.
Obviously you take what you can get, but we're not looking at too big of objectives just yet. It's small little things like firebrands and oracles that make a difference in, the here and now. But it's just kind of duking around back and forth. Karmic in the right side jungle, invading very heavily, but ult utilized to get him into the air and escape right after. Lands into the pit of the firebrands, which aren't up just yet, but Doug catching a lot of pressure from Quo. Man, he's got damage. Diving under's happened too. Doesn't have a stun. Does have a stun, but missed it. Body blocked him under the tower. Stunned him in place too.
Oh, no.
Doug might outplay this. No! 1 basic killed Doug, but he killed 2. Took 2 with him. I'd say that's worth for Doug any day of the week.
Absolutely, that's worth more. Donut Doug trades himself out for 2 members, gets both those kills. A lovely play from the ADC on the side of Contraction Assessment. Unfortunately, they're not using this advantage where 2 members are dead on the left-hand side. I mean, Tegvir now rotating over to try and contest and actually looking for the all-in onto Adapting.
Okay, this is really bad for Adapting. Less health and even less mana. Piercing Moonlight forced out right after the assassinate. Karmic's able to clean up, throw the hammer out, and get the kill. Tegvir throws down the cow chops to slow down. In the side is Sap 7. Washing Machine takes up Tegvir dead. He is no relic ready for Tegvir to counteract that. And a Stygian Torment to follow through. Karmic thrown down in a really bad spot as Mozball watches over the wall. Sends a couple lightning bombs and says, good luck, Karmic. I know you're not living, but I can at least pray for you.
Man, the CC combo there, and that's what I'm talking about. Between the frontliners of Happen and Deduan, they could just keep chaining it again and again and again. And what are you going to do? Nothing. Quo on the left-hand side in a world of hurt here is going to take a spill to Aurora.
Whoa, my goodness, Aurora, please! Adapting is able to clean up, take down Aurora, but Doug dives past the tier 1 tower.
Happen.
Around the corners, Happen, who misses the stun, but slows him down with Ghastly Breath. That Adapting doesn't have Assassinate just yet. It's still on cooldown. Finds the stun and forces beads. Also Adapting. Doug is feeling very comfortable on this Uller pick, but stunned in place for seconds at a time. Soul Expulsion not even needed. Adapting's got the bleed and kills Donut Doug. A little egregious by Contraction Assessment, and they paid for it.
Yeah, I think at some point, Doug just needed to leave going down south rather than through the tower. Now potential purple buff invade could come through here. Adapting doesn't have ultimate, so doesn't have access to that safety tool. Had to use the beads as well. Means that he's going to back off after the neutral purple buff is taken away on the left-hand side there. So a win nonetheless towards Happen's Last Hope. Similar to how Doug was able to trade out, now Quo takes a spill on the left-hand side, and it's Adapting who pays for it. Or doesn't pay for it, but he gets the win for it, I would say.
Yeah, this is back and forth. 15 minutes, 6-8, the gold lead, 1,000 for Happen's Last Hope, which 1,000 at this point doesn't feel like much. I think earlier on, 1,000 would feel okay, but right now it's something, but it doesn't get you too far.
No, not yet at the very least. And it really is going to matter around these objectives. And it's interesting that, again, it's Happen's Last Hope that has the lead. Oh, Quo.
I don't know if Quo can live this. That's the cat ult thrown out too. Skyfall was the response, but beads can only take you so far. Good dot damage and a 3 thrown out by Aurora. Quo falls to the support for Contraction.
Queen Naga, though, is the immediate target here for Happen's Last Hope. They're all winning it, and they'll trade the Gold Fury for it, though, because that's where Contraction Assessment is, but maybe Karmic has something to say about it.
Karmic goes in, but not able to steal it. Karmic hopefully doesn't die for his bit of a sacrifice there. Hammers away, throws down the Eye of Erebus, but it doesn't give him enough space to escape. Meanwhile, Gold Fury, Stygian Torment is ready to go. Knocks up Aurora, but Doug secures the Gold Fury. Good play by Contraction. Happen will surely fall here. Shell of Rebuke does a little bit to help him out, but that range stun from Aurora makes sure that nobody escapes the clutches, the claws of Contraction.
But Happen will be up in 20 seconds to contest this mid pad. Oh, Quo in trouble.
Doug diving under the tower. Root not even cared about. Doug is just on a rampage with this Uller pick.
I love what Doug has done here. Yes, immediately into the beads as their relic option. Oftentimes we'll see Jotuns in that slot, but the beads upgraded into the active item version gives you 20 CDR. It kind of fits similar to how Jotuns works in that slot, and I love this answer here. He needs some purification beads, CC immunity, to avoid the CC chain on the other side. I love this idea for the Uller player.
Yeah, I do as well. This is not just a good thing for you, but for your team as well. I really like these Fury beads, and yeah, that is. So Ritual is going in the favor of Happens Last Hope right now, but Contraction have some type of will to make something happen, but Doug decided to not even rotate towards mid lane. Doug wants to kill Quo again, and I have never seen Doug this bloodthirsty. I guess that's what the Uller pick does, huh?
Yeah, you just kind of feel so comfortable and so confident, especially after that play on the left-hand side where Happens Last Hope went for the dive angle. You just, as soon as that happens, Doug is like,
oh yeah,
guys, I'm him. There's no world that they do this to me again. I just traded for 2. This is gonna be fine. I'm about to have a field day. I'm about to kill this nuke player on the other side a bunch more times. Even Tegvir as well, looking to make that one happen. Poor Quoa, man. What's he supposed to do here?
Tegvir just showed up and throws down the Caltrops, finds a slow onto Quo, and this 2. The Magnetsu strike will kill Quo once more. Doug's gonna go for this tier 1 tower right after. It's gonna fall to pieces immediately.
Yeah, a lot of gold going the way of this Uller. Quo really struggling on this left-hand side. Felt like he went for a 1v1 there. Didn't realize Tegvir was on the way. Kind of dashed in onto the wave. Just trying to find the slow to get a window or an advantage around that 1v1. But again, it's not a 1v1 here. Tegvir's there. He's always fishing, man. He's 2-2 and 4, but he's been fishing for a hot second now for a couple of plays. This Tsukiyomi character is starting to get a little out of hand as well. Has that Transcendence Book of Thoth completed here. Now working towards another important item for the Tsukiyomi. Just kind of go for a potential one-shot angle onto the carries. Starting to get a little spooky here for Happens Last Hope as this Tsukiyomi scales up.
So Karmic is hanging around adapting, but Doin's here too. 3 members by the solo lane. I think Karmic's just trying to do a bit of distracting, but on the other side of the map, there's not much else to do. I think everyone's just trying to utilize every camp they can because every lick of farm matters at where we're at in the game. 19 minutes in, and it's 10-9, a 1K gold lead for Contraction. And 1 gold Fury pip for Contraction, none for Happens Last Hope.
But again, to me, it's only a 500 gold lead, 700-ish. Favoring Contraction assessment. And again, I look at these comps and Happens Last Hope scales really well. The Loki in the late game, pretty disgusting, can go for those all-ins and one-shot a backliner. Nuwa damage as well, only gets stronger as the game goes on. Aurora playing aggressive here, pops the ult as well.
Wow, I mean, he's just causing a ruckus over on the right side jungle. Aurora cares none. He does have help through Tegvir, who's just kind of hiding right now. We don't want to go too far, but Karmic does. Look at the ult from all the way in solo. Karmic really wants Happen dead, but I don't think that kill happens just yet. Doug's going to go for the Pyromancer in the meantime. I think that Happens Last Hope are at least a little aware, but wow. The freehand stun didn't go through because adapting was invis, but a lot of damage dealt to adapting in the first place. 4 members of Contraction make it 5 here in mid lane. The meteor shower thrown down by Moswall does a lot of damage. Piercing Moonlight right on the top of Sap 7. Oh my goodness, that's a pick. Happens Last Hope, all of a sudden, a lot less confident. What will Contraction do?
Karmic is just able to zone here. He's so tanky now that he's got 3 items completed here on the Thor. Moswell is, well, able to just zone by way of CC and damage. So difficult. Only Happen here to try and steal this one away.
Okay, so Pyromancer goes the way of Contraction. Donut Doug gets the secure. Aurora is continuing to dive forward. I tell you what, Aurora does not care about anything that's going on.
Nope.
He is just looking to get into the thick and thin of it no matter what.
He's looking to make plays, and he's got the follow-up to come with him as well in this Thor, in this Tsukiyomi as well. They could just from a distance initiate so effectively. As soon as Tegvir lands one of the 4 shots from his ultimate, where Karmic goes to the sky, that's Aurora's go button. Once he knows he's got allies on the way to help out his sort of nuisance dive, I would say, is how best to describe it. It's not like a full send dive until the rest of the team shows up. It's just kind of being a nuisance in the back line.
Good stun, but not much follow-up. I think we're just kind of using Mazball as target practice if we're happening right there. Gold Fury and FG are both available for the taking, and neither team really feels like they have a huge lead to go and make these plays. We talked about how rocky the team fight phase can be due to crowd control immunities and relics being ready to go. The lack of skirmishing in the early game makes me think that we just are going to have a lot of stuff ready and available to go at all times, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It is important to note, though, that, again, it's not a crazy lead. Favoring Contraction Assessment. And Sap 7 has the Rod to Hootie online, working towards what I believe is an Ob Shard next in the build. The Nuwa is getting to be a point where she can become relevant in fights. Not scary just yet with those ultis, but eventually they will hit that point. But Doug, man, Doug this game, even Doug all day, it feels like. Doug has been the guy for this team, just bringing the damage every single game. Earlier today is on the Medusa, now on the Uller, looking so comfortable, has 4 items completed here. So has that Heartseeker rather than going towards the Titan's Bane. So he's going to do good percent damage to frontliners here in this next fight. I love this avenue that Doug has gone towards in the build.
Yeah, the Heartseeker is going to be very nice for late game tank shredding. I mean, you talked about it earlier, how it's kind of Agni's job to do that. You know what I mean? Doug is responsible for killing the squishies, and Agni, Mazball, will take care of the tanks. But, you know, sometimes you got to split these pryos up. You got to roll with the punches like Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? So I think this Heartseeker kind of makes up for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I love the slot he's built it in specifically. I think so often for so long we saw it was Trans, Hydras, Jotuns, and then into Titan's Bane. You just needed that Titan's Bane in that third slot. Well, Heartseeker and tanks being so prevalent the way they are, I like the identity and the shift that Doug has made here in the build and going towards that Heartseeker just a little bit earlier, especially now that Titan's Bane has a little less power behind the build. Heartseeker just kind of offers a little bit better of an option right now in this current game state. Oh, adapting is here on the left-hand side, but so is Tegvir, and Quoa, he does not want this smoke, but he's in trouble.
Piercing Moonlight ready to go, but it might not even be needed. Tegvir finds a stun, which doesn't take place before Skyfall does take place, but it doesn't provide enough room to do too much right after. Quo inevitably falls to Tegvir.
Adapting just knows his carry is dead, leaves him behind, while Gold Fury is being pulled here, and Aurora is just pushing out Sap 7 on the right. They have no idea. They have no idea that they're currently on gold. If they did, they'd probably be on Pyromancer right now, but Gold Fury going to go the way of Contraction Assessment, and now all of a sudden the gold lead is starting to get a little spooky here. I mentioned how you can kind of keep it in this little window here where it's like, okay, this is something we can fight into. It's not scary just yet. 4,500 gold is starting to get a little scary here more. Contraction Assessment are starting to run away with this one, and Happens Last Hope need to put a stop to it.
Yeah, it is getting worrisome pretty quickly. I think you're absolutely right about that. It's there's steps that need to be taken for Happens Last Hope to work their way back in. I mean, you can't just hope that, yeah, we'll steal an objective late game. We'll be good. You know what I mean? You've got to start making these prerequisite steps sooner than later.
Yeah, I will say, though, out of all the teams here in Smite Prime today, Happens Last Hope is the team I trust most to be able to stall out a game. We saw it earlier today. The goalie just kind of stayed the same because Happens Last Hope, they spread the map. They forced a couple of weird, odd fights. They really farmed for their important power spikes, which you see Adapting is working towards right now. That Avatar's Parashu being built here for Adapting on this low key. You just got to get that item. Get that item, and suddenly Adapting is back into relevancy.
25 minutes in, 12-9, 6K gold lead. Goodness, you were not kidding when you said they're starting to run away. I mean, they were running pretty fast. I don't know about Usain Bolt, but you know, we've got some quick feed on our under our legs here. They are moving quick.
Moonlight Ritual likely going to go the way of Contraction Assessment, and it will, because Adapting said, I'm going to go farm. I'm going to go. There's no point in me sitting here in this mid lane, spending time doing nothing, waiting for this thing to spawn. I'm going to go to the left-hand side, push a couple of waves, get this farm. Sap 7 is ulted and sundered here.
Wait, Aurora does have a disarm. Stun lands, can't find the
enough
body
damage.
block. Aurora can't find a pick by himself, but at least that puts a little bit of fear into the heart of Sap 7, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, takes him fairly low. Forced to use those Chalice healing as well, as seems like Fire's being pulled, actually. Happens last hope. They have to defend.
Yeah,
But
it is.
not
FG's
here.
getting pulled. It's down to 4K. It's down
Oh,
to
the stun.
435. That's a Stygian Torment. 25. Skyfall
back.
ready. Who will take it? Down goes the bomb, and it goes to Contraction Assessment. Contraction secured. The Fire Giant, and Dagger is picked up, but used immediately after is what it looks like. Sap 7 is killed. Taken down. 2 dead for Contraction, but down goes Sap, and Karmic's looking for more. To do it extremely low, but Happen kills Tegvir. So we lost 3 members with FG in the process. Starting to wonder, is this a worthwhile trade here? Karmic's having a hard time even escaping.
It is not a worthwhile trade, Mort. Karmic solo adapting arrives, trying to take down the Soul Laner, but he's just so tanky and so mobile, and Moswell's on the way.
Oof. Yeah, maybe we find a pick through Moswell. I think this could be the damage needed. Happen is there, finds a stun, Meteor Shower thrown down, Soul Expulsion used to get away, but Happen is still getting chased down. Is that basic attacks from Moswell that hurt that bad? The passive too, so Moswell is zuking it out, but Flurry Strike takes down Moswell. Quo gets the kill though. Karmic is still around, but doesn't have a lot of damage to offer, so he's kind of just jumping around right now. Thorold! But is he going to use it aggressively? He'll go for a red buff instead.
I mean, that's all the Fire Giants except for Karmic's now off the table for Contraction Assessment. What a play from Happen's Last Hope there. Happen stuns Doug in the Fire Giant field there. Didn't really have beads in that moment. As now Doug just way too far forward here.
Doug, please, you've got to get out of there. Oh, the root, the ensnaring root from the basic attack off Sap 7. Wow, that's what was needed to kill Doug. A very good play for the mid laner for Happen's Last Hope.
What a moment there. A big pick there. Aegis forced as well. Beads still not available in that moment. Now Gold Fury available. Happen's Last Hope have a window here to get back in this game, to start looking for objective wins of their own. You see they're grouping to this left-hand side, 5 men strong.
And AGF is available. The Doin's going to zone with Happen. The burn is pretty strong from Happen's Last Hope so far. They seem relatively committed. I feel like they think they can do this. Aurora forced to jump away. That burn might not be as fast as I think it is. Piercing Moonlight ready to go. Karmic lands into the back line, looking to disrupt as it's down to 4K. AGF is getting dropped. We're going for a fight now. Tegvir targets Sap 7 and eliminates him with Piercing Moonlight. Stygian Torment only can do so much for you. Skyfall off the washing machine. What a combo. Karmic kills Quo though. That's 2 dead for Happen's Last Hope. And Aurora and Karmic aren't stopping there.
Man, Quoa just does not have the damage to deal with this frontline dive just yet. Has a Heartseeker in the build, which is very... It feels like Quoa's just gone for 2 completely different identities. It's all for the auto attack on hit initially, and then now working towards ability damage with this Heartseeker. So different here for the new... Gotta imagine he's gotta get it like an Exy in there. Silver Branch eventually, I would imagine. Oboe as well, but the Heartseeker, man...
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
It's different. I will agree with you there. It's most certainly different. But is it effective? I guess we'll see as the late game comes around, because in a couple minutes, Book, we'll have an enhanced Fire Giant ready to go. Our regular FG is not even available yet, but if either team just wants to wait a hair, then they'll be able to have this incredibly prominent buff along with the Ancient Gold Fury that can be taken at any moment. Pyromancer gets taken down by Doug too.
Doug is swinging right now. Despite taking a spill earlier, now has access to both those relics back up. The beads and the active item slot and the Aegis available in his relic slot. It'd be hard to kill him, I think, in this next fight. You know, I saw, I mean, look, Contraction Assessment, they defended that Gold Fury Siege in a 4v5. Doug was dead. And they still are able to just kind of stall out, deal with the backline of Sap 7 and Quoa. I think adapting needs to stop playing for the dive and maybe help out with the team in dealing with this dive from the Tsukiyomi, from the Thor, because it's going to be so difficult to kill these two players right now.
So, Ancient Gold Fury is getting targeted. It looks like Doug thinks he can take it. Aurora is going to zone, and I don't think
he got
that's his last hope. Oh, cat call worked out. The cat call went through, and Quo is killed, and the burn from Mosball took down Quo in the air.
What a play from Aurora in that moment. Fire Giant spawning soon as well. 50 seconds on Quoa's
Nice.
death timer. Contraction assessment can reset, go right towards that FG.
This is good. This is really, really good. This is exactly what Contraction Assessment needed. That Ancient Gold Fury weakens 2 birds, not 1, but 2 for Happens Last Hope, along with that tier 2 on the right side. So this map has been exposed entirely. Contraction Assessment can win 1 big fight and probably end it from there, depending on how many they take out.
Happens Last Hope, gotta be careful, because Contraction Assessment, they don't want the Fire Giant necessarily. They'll take it if it's given to them, but then more importantly, around this siege, they want the fight.
Yeah. Yep, 100%. If an engage works out good, then Contraction should go for it. But right now, we're focusing on the burn for the FG. It's down to 10K, and it's burning. It's 8K. Okay, maybe a little bit faster than slowly but surely. I would say surely. It is surely burning.
Go for it.
4K. And down to 3, into the pit, goes 1. Karmic dives into the air. Can we zone away? Sap 7, 2K. City Torment used. Aurora's in there along with Happen. Can Happen take it? No. Happen dies in the process. In goes Adapting. No, he decides to walk away. Donut Doug takes the FG. Dagger in hand for Doug as well. Karmic targeting. Sap 7, 3 dead for Happens Last Hope. But with Mosball and Tegveer both dead, the fight continue outside of the FG pit. Adapting's targeting a very low health bar Aurora, but Karmic walks back and cleans up Adapting. So with 4 dead, the only one left alive is Quo. I'm not sure. I mean, with Doug, they do have some burn, but is the tankiness there?
I don't think they can go for an end just yet. I think they'll get both Phoenixes at the very least. They'll get the mid, or at least they'll play for the left. Happens up in 18 seconds, and Doug does do good damage here. I don't know, though. You can already see it is hard to do it without the minions. Now that minions show up, they're able to get the mid Phoenix at the very least. But Quoa already hovering this left-hand side, going to cut the wave as best they can. But Traction Assessment, they get the mid bird and they immediately leave. They make the right call, I think, here. As Happens respawn, the Doins respawn. Don't feel too comfortable going for that Phoenix Siege without the wave.
If Contraction Assessment can win 1 big fight before these buffs disappear, Happens Last Hope, it's game over. I don't think they stand a chance, but it's all about this next fight. Everything is in the hands of our next skirmish. 34 minutes in, it's 21-17, and look at that gold lead book, 17,000.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's gotten out of control officially here, I think, for Contraction Assessment. And the experience lead, yeah, it doesn't really tell the whole story because everyone basically in the game is level 20. And they have been for a hot second now. It's just that gold lead that hasn't caught up to it yet, where everyone is still working towards their 5th and 6th items. But if you look at Contraction Assessment, a lot of them have finished the build. So while people on Happens Last Hope are working on their 5th items, completed builds on the other side. And that is a scary deficit to fight into when you're on 4, maybe 5 items. Your opponents are on 6, working towards 3 K-pots. Not quite sure what you can do if you're Happens Last Hope. Starter items starting to come through at the very least. Koa has that Death's Toll upgraded there. So gonna get a little bit more sustain in fights. But again, to me, sustain isn't the issue. You need to deal with this frontline dive from Karmic, from Tegveer. That's just getting to you and killing you every single fight. There's no answer to the dive just yet.
Contraction Assessment. Have 4 members walking up the left side. That bird is no longer debuffed, but Karmic by himself, zoning up on the right side, splitting up the map a tad bit, goes straight for Adapting and takes him down to less than half health. But fight probably ends there. Karmic is just so fine tanking things away. Look at how much damage he's doing to adapting. Where will he land? What's the game plan? That is avatars, but low health on Happen 2 lands right on top of the Titan and goes for Happen 10 top. Very nice wall locks Happen in place. Stunned and killed. The dog is dead, but what will Contraction do right after? The bird ends up falling. That's 2 Phoenixes down for Happen's last hope, but we've got to do something to get them out of that Titan room and make them fight on our terms.
They can go to the right-hand side, look to push the wave in, and look for this final bird here. Happens dead for another 40 seconds still. Be very difficult to get in there and try and defend against this Contraction assessment here. Karmic is still pushing left-hand side, just looking for that flank angle.
Yeah, I think Karmic really wants to find the jump, but Karmic's ult isn't up, so you have to be careful and not step up too far. Adapting Assassinate straightforward. It takes down Tegvir, but Sap Doug kills 1. 7 dead, 2. Sap is gone. 3 dead. Make it 4 as they do and can't leap away. Look in the back line. Karmic going hard. Everything is falling apart for Happen's last hope. And hope is all you can have if you want your Titan to live. With 5 dead for Happen's last hope. Contraction take game 1.
Man, what a game 1 from Contraction assessment. They look good. Karmic looks disgusting on this Thor, and Doug on this Uller, man. Just those two in particular, Doug and Karmic in particular, I think both of them had a really good game. Just able to be so aggressive in their individual lanes and then transferring that over into the team fights. I mean, this play in the early game, I thought it was going to be a spooky one for Contraction. I think they just went a little too deep here, and obviously the kill goes to the tower, and then the assist experience goes to Duin. He hits level 5 and makes that play work out.
Yeah, that's just one of the many good plays that Duin had this game. A really good couple combos off the Duin ultimate that happened throughout the game. But overall, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of this falls on Karmic, and while the stat line might not reflect that Karmic's got this game on his back, it's really just about being the menace, a bull in a china cabinet, which is where I think Karmic specializes the most as a player. Think about it. The Yorm does the exact same thing, and he's kind of channeling the same thing with this Thor solo. You're just making sure you disrupt the backline to where they don't have room to breathe. They feel uncomfortable. And all of a sudden, now you're getting blown up by Doug or Maswal or whoever the heck's targeting you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be honest, Mort, this backline to me just did not do enough on Happen's last hope. Sap7 did not have a good game. You know, Quoa definitely didn't have a good game. Just consistently went for 1v1s in left when the jungler was sitting right there. I mean, that's a tough one to look at for sure. I mean, Quoa really struggled on this left-hand side. I think we need to maybe go back to the Chiron or make sure we're putting Quoa in a matchup that's a lot safer. At the very least, again, because of vault bans, we don't get to see Contraction assessment on any of these picks again. So Happen's last hope. They have that as a window of opportunity to take advantage of going into game 2 at the very least.
You know, and this is interesting because something I've been thinking about is how Tegvir and Karmic got target banned for picks and bans, right? We lost the Yorm, we lost the Susano, we lost the Achilles. And usually I feel like Tsukiyomi is going to be Tegvir's fallback pick. But if the same exact bans roll through, then what will Tegvir be going for? Same thing with Karmic. He's got a little more option to work with, I feel like. His God pool is a little bit deeper from what we've seen on Prime, but still.
Yep.
Wait, look at the Karmic damage. Oh my gosh. 47 thou on Thor.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
Feels quite good. It feels quite good, I'm sure, if you're a Karmic. That might be one of the best feeling games in a while for Karmic. I'm telling you, that stat line says one thing, but the player damage stats say something completely different. But most importantly, I gotta bring up, it's a best of 3. So there's another game waiting for us. There's an opportunity that we have a game 3 if we can maybe see some more life from Happen's last hope. But all they can do is hope that they can get there. For now, we're going to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few minutes. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the August Circuit. Week 1, finals, game 2. It's happening. It's here. It is right now. And we're here to talk about it. But who's here? It's Morty and Spirited Book. Here in the booth today, we've got Testai Jithens and Musi. behind the scenes. And we've got a couple things to talk about before we get into picks and bans. We've got vault bans to discuss. I'll let you go ahead, Book.
Yep. So once again, once a character has been played in the best of 3, that character can no longer be played for the rest of the series. So we saw, Cerberus in game 1 from Happen. Well, now neither team can play the Cerberus in games 2, and potentially if we go to a third game, if Happen's Last Hope can clutch out a win here, won't be able to see Cerberus there either. So that means that a lot of characters are gone more, 10 characters in particular. And I think this is a window of opportunity for Happen's Last Hope to kind of pull out a bit of a funky draft that we previously saw, but I don't think we'll see the exact same as it, but something similar.
Now, I've been doing my homework. I've been studying up. Today is a big day.
Yeah.
I mean, we've just got off the summer bash where we took our break from the circuits. We got some new teams put together, and this Quo character, who's been around a little bit under a couple different names, has something tricky up their sleeve. It's the Chiron aspect, which I think we might see if it's not banned away. The Chiron aspect, which takes a little bit of damage away from his abilities, but offers a lot of utility, which Happen's Last Hope have been utilizing very much so throughout earlier parts of the bracket. Now, the question is, can they get their hands on it in this game, or will they even opt for it, or are there other tricks up their sleeve? A lot to think about us when picks and bans come around here in a moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because we look back at that game 1 picks and bans, and Chiron was open. It was not banned away. It just didn't get picked. Instead, they prioritized the Newt in the ADC role. I'm maybe just saying, and look, this is Happen we're talking about. Happen, we hear the stories about Happen's sort of spreadsheet of how he runs picks and bans and whatnot. So I'm curious to see if he has this strategy in mind of, okay, game 1, it's other stuff. Game 2, this is where we pull up the Chiron.
Game 2, picks and bans, ready to go. We're heading on over. We're going to take a look and see what gods could be looked at so far. So vault bans, all the gods you see on screen right now were played last game and will not be played for the rest of this best of 3. So along with these 10 gods locked in, we've got 6 more bans, 3 for each team, and Happen's Last Hope surely will put a little bit of prio as far as what Karmic and Tegvir have been doing, because we saw them target ban last game. Why not run it back?
I'm curious to see if what the priority here for Happen's Last Hope is going to be in terms of the bans. I feel like the Achilles Jormungandr makes a lot of sense. Contraction Assessment, though, now that they're in that second pick slot, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep the same bans as well. The Aphrodite E-set, and Horus as well from Happen's Last Hope. So that leaves something open, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember that third ban from game number 1. Susano is available, yep. I think that might have to be the priority.
Yep, exactly.
Gotta do
Okay,
it.
but it makes sense to take that away from Tegvir. What does Tegvir play?
Yeah, we're kind of digging deep into the god pool here for Tegvir. Huiyi, if I'm not mistaken, is open, and I'm curious to see if that Huiyi is going to go to Tegvir. I think that might be an option potentially, because oftentimes once all of Tegvir's assassin pool is banned away, he starts to flex to some of those hunters.
That's gonna be super cool, and it's not like a bad, like, well, I guess I have to. No, it is very optimal. Your clear isn't bad. Your ganks are pretty solid, because if you don't go aspect, you've got a stun. There's a lot to love about this, but now we're looking at Happen's Last Hope. And that comp looks pretty solid, too. They got the Susano that Tegvir wanted, so we're taking away a prio pick. The Chiron's coming out, like we talked about a little bit earlier, and that's what got Happen's Last Hope to the finals. That's how they got this far in the bracket. And the Kabrakan, which will be giving Karmic a run for his in the laning phase. We already know that Karmic's more of a team-fighting menace rather than a lane bully monster, and Kabrakan is a god that will be shutting down Karmic in lane. So Karmic's job just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a lot tougher here to lane into this Kabrakan. Curious to see what the priority here is for Contraction Assessment. If that Huiyi is in the jungle, which I believe it is, now that Jingwei is locked in here for Donut Doug. Merlin as well. Okay, I want to talk about Merlin for a second. I don't think Merlin is in the best state right now. But with the build Moswell has gone towards, I think this is a pretty okay option here for him to go towards. He's also got a Jingwei and a Hui as well. That's lots of auto attacks to go alongside him. So Moswell doesn't have to all in focus on killing frontliners this game necessarily.
The only reason I really favor the Merlin, not the only, but the big thing that sticks out to me here is how important Flicker will be here. You have to keep in mind that Susano wants to get up close. Same thing with Cabrakan. Also, Cabrakan doesn't really have a good means of getting up close. So you want to try and forget about it. Yamoja Poseidon? Wait. Okay, so Poseidon mid lane. Yamoja's the support for Happen. Oh, that is not good for Kukachai. Wait, we might be seeing game 3. This is actually really big.
I hope so, more. I think there's a lot of interrupt here on the side of Happen's Last Hope, and look at the mobility on Contraction Assessment, right? It's Sobek Pluck, Huyi Dash, Jingwei Dash, Merlin Flicker. All of that is getting interrupted here by Poseidon Cripple Whirlpool. I love this option here for SAP 7. I love that he's gone towards it last on his side of the order side here. I just worry a little bit about the damage here. Maybe it's going to be okay because of adapting on the Susano, and you kind of can make up for the lack of damage from the Chiron that's going to be there. SAP 7 as well can also bring good burst damage as well. I think it'll be okay. I do just worry about how much damage across the way. Contraction Assessment, you pluck someone, they're dead. There's no living. Even if you're a Yamoja Cabrakan here, if you're getting plucked, you're donezo. But important to note, Chiron's got a cleanse, and that is a single target piece of CC that answers the pluck perfectly. You want to pluck someone, you're never going to get that off because of the Chiron's cleanse. That does mean Quoa has to hold that ability, the training exercise, or that key ability. The communication is going to have to be on point for Happen's Last Hope.
Yeah, if I'm Aurora in this game, my last target is Chiron, because so yes, the training, absolutely 100%, the training exercise is the counter for you and your friends, right? But let's also remember that Centaurus, his ultimate, also provides crowd control immunity. We can also remember that Giddy Up also provides displacement immunity. So that's 3 counters to the Sobek Pluck that Chiron has for himself and also for some friends too. But how does this really go down matchup wise? Only one way to find out. Are we going to see a game 3, or will this be a 2-0 sweep? We'll find out as we dive into the game. It's ready for us. Game 2 of the finals of August Circuit Week 1. It is Morty and Spirited Book in the booth today, and Musi giving us a wonderful scene to look at today at the beautiful battleground of the gods. It is quite a sight to see. Jetsons and Testai with us here as well, and Book, we've got a lot to cover here.
Yeah, a lot to go over. Chiron aspect, we'll touch on that in a moment here. I want to talk about this Yamoja lock-in here for Happen. I feel like once in a while we saw Happen kind of go towards this almost every game and then kind of dropped it for a long while. And then feels like recently he's been picking it up a little bit more as of late. Just so much space control with that ultimate, as well as good damage. And what is Happen up to here? Is Happen gonna do... He is gonna do something really sneaky here.
Yes.
He wants to stop Tegvir from clearing, I think. Or no, where is he going?
We saw this from Chang Bet. He's gonna take camps. He can take camps with his one by himself, or maybe he is gonna disrupt Tegvir. Moonstrike.
He can kill him.
Oh no, he absolutely can. Tegvir's down to less than half health. Another one ready to go, waiting for the Omi for Moonstrike, but not even now. It doesn't have it around. That forces Moswell to leave the wave, by the way. Huge disruption, but that is going to let Quo have to sit under tower. It doesn't seem like a very fruitful endeavor. I mean, I guess shutting out Tegvir makes sense. It's good, but is that worth?
It's going to depend on what Quo can get done on this left-hand side. I mean, so far it's worth in terms of it's actually delayed the clear on the right-hand side. And this is a good answer, though, from Contraction Assessment. This invade on the bottom left-hand side, they're looking for the speed buff invade onto adapting. This would be a big answer here. But Taduan's killed Karmic on right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that, you know, something I was looking at earlier is that, yes, this Karmic pick makes a lot of sense, you know, just in the popularity, but it's not very popular for Karmic. Hold on, Moonstrike off the mark. Aurora is very deep into the jungle. What is this game too, man? What are we like? We're all over the place with kills and positioning and camps and like, man, it's crazy.
Adapting has gotten a lead here over Tegvir. It is minuscule, but he is getting better neutral farm and invading very successfully. While the duo lane was invading for contraction assessment, sure, Tegvir had to secure his own camps instead, so it's Adapting who comes away with the better win because he's getting more farm than his counter opponent. Now they're looking for another play onto Karmic, who's low here.
Karmic, please, you've got to get out of there. Adapting on the chase. Around the corner is the doing. There is surely no way that Karmic can escape this. Blink use, but wait, are we chasing still? Karmic might be able to get out of there. A good yank, but here comes reinforcements. Tegvir is around the corner. Down to 50 health is Karmic. Shout out Tegvir. Help the homie out.
The body block at the end of the day. Adapting doesn't commit the one because he knows he's dead there if he goes for the committal of the dash, and Karmic lives. Adapting to me just kind of felt like Diduin probably called, don't worry, I got this one. I got the kill. Trembles, slows him down, and then Adapting kind of stutter steps, doesn't really fully commit, backs off, has to go back in with the blink, and then by then doesn't have the appropriate cooldowns and damage to really catch on to Karmic. Again, Adapting, it's back over here again.
Yeah, this is not very good for Karmic. And, you know, okay, so something I didn't really get to say it. Karmic doesn't really play MLF. I've seen this from JR. I've seen it from Aurora, a number of different tank players. Karmic doesn't play this MLF aspect very often. This is not a signature pick of his, but it is a good pick nonetheless, but I don't think it's one he's comfortable with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there aren't a lot of other options open. I mean, maybe you could have gone for the Osiris. True. I think that had to have been the angle. Oh! Happen.
Good pluck. It happened. Surely falls here. Tegvir dove the tower. Wow, look at that. Hey, this Huye jungle looks pretty nice, man.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That was well played. I mean, again, the cleanse was not on point there from Quoa. These two have got to lock in on that communication. Training exercise has to be used to cleanse that Sobek pluck and force Aurora into a bad spot on this Sobek. You get one if you're Quoa. You can't be allowed to do two. So Quoa's got to lock in, make sure he can get that cleanse on point. The timing of it is going to be so important.
You know what makes that hard too is training exercise is also kind of your wave clear, if you think about it. You know what I mean? Wait, Sap7 might get caught in the jungle. Sap7 dove a little bit too far and it is cornered. The Kraken thrown down, but it won't save his life. That's Tegvir who gets the kill on Sap7.
What a bounce there from Tegvir. Just a small moment of just, okay, this guy's going to path out this way. I'm going to hit him with the ricochet. He's stunned in place. That forces him back into the area. Maswell rotates on in. Tegvir hits level 5 off that, which is also important because in the moment before, he was only level 4. That kill gets him level 5, and now he has access to that ultimate. Speaking of ultimates, Karmic uses his ultimate there just to secure those right-hand side camps.
Yeah, just dash it around, but then the wall's thrown down from the doing, so Karmic's locked in place. Phantom Shell forced and Tremble as well. Karmic has 0 mana because his blue buff was ripped from his hands. Oracle was being fought over by Happen's Last Hope. Oh. The River's Rebuke thrown down and looking for a Moonstrike. Stun barely off, but able to find a pull is Adapting, who takes Aurora down to less than half.
No ultimate from Sap7 means they can't go for that all-in onto Aurora. At the very least, Aurora had access to that ultimate, so he probably was okay there. But at the very least, you force his shell, so that is a win for Happen's Last Hope. And you also secure yourself an Oracle, so you trade those. Again, just small things right now, but it feels like contraction assessment. They're not getting as punished as you would expect for some of these kind of crazy plays.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little... I feel like it's been a very aggressive game overall. Even though there's only been 3 kills, it's been a lot of, you know, catching out and moving up too far, and it has been a wild ride. Book at 6 minutes in, 1-2, and a non-existent gold lead. There is not a gold lead. Nope,
dead even game. 6 minutes in. Our first Moonlight Ritual going to be spawning here in around 70 seconds. Just to see who it favors right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the members of Happen and Adapting, maybe even Diduin, using this lead that he's got for himself on the right-hand side. 2-level lead advantage, by the way, for the Cabrakan. over the Morgan Le Fay. And yep, we're starting to see it come to fruition. Quoa has the Daybreak Gavel, can use it really well with his passive, as adapting, looking for an all-in onto Karmic.
Typhoon used, and it was needed. That last little bit of damage secured the kill onto Karmic. All he wants is his blue buff, man. let him have it.
Left-hand side, though, they're grouping here contraction assessment, making sure that they can push these waves in on the left-hand side, looking for another purple buff invade as well. I don't think Quoa can do much about this one. It's already taken down, and no response, really. So you do get the kill on the right-hand side, but you trade the purple buff, but I don't know. I feel like you're saying worth keeping Deduin ahead here on the right-hand side, so when he eventually rotates, feels pretty good. Doug isn't going towards some Devourer's Gauntlet build where he infinitely scales, so he's not where you're not on some crazy timer like you can be usually as Sap 7. I don't know about this pathing, man.
Yeah, I feel like Sap's been a little too aggressive and caught a little bit too much. I feel like this Poseidon pick just doesn't do enough to like get you out of position by your, you know what I mean? It doesn't save you. I mean, yeah, sure, the Kraken can hurt, but one Spear of Deso, and we just got the Evil Eye. I just don't think you can, you know, provide enough space by yourself. You need friends. You need men. Where are my men?
In the mid lane, on the right-hand side. I mean, look, adapting path right. I think going to the right-hand side of the red buff, smart call, but now you're losing your own red buff here, adapting nearby. Can he defend it?
Sunbreaker thrown down. Yeah, I think he did too. Lurking in the waters, finds a slow. Typhoon does provide a little bit of space, I guess, but crowd control immune, says Sobek. I don't really care. But whoa, Rivers of Youth thrown down, and Techbeer all of a sudden in a really bad spot, but Happens Health Bar does not like what Mozball is doing.
Ooh, Kraken committed there. Aurora gets the pluck though.
And Sap 7's all of a sudden put in a really bad way. The Dragonflight knockup from Karmic will make sure that Sap 7 dies immediately. And things are looking rougher and rougher for Happens Last Hope by the moment. I am becoming increasingly less hopeful.
Damn, I hate when that happens more. I mean, at the very least, you have some small windows. Deduin, again, has a lead on the right-hand side. Looked to transfer it over to the mid lane there around that fight, but just couldn't get there in time. Quoa's actually done a pretty good job this game of keeping pace in terms of farm. Has that Daybreak Gavel ready to go, working towards some other items I would imagine next. Probably more of the on-hit realm of things, as we do see a look here onto Doug, who has ultimate. I think he's fine here.
Yeah, I think so too. Things are, again, a little crazy, but I think that we've got something planned out. Oh, luck onto Quo, takes him up for a ride. Displacement immune right after, and Quo is just
good body blocks.
Really good body blocks from Happen. Yeah, you know, considering he's got 3 displacement immunities. Oh, adapted kills Karmic yet again. Karmic, please, you got to be careful, man.
I've seen this anime before more, where adapting prioritizes the right-hand side and then just continues to feed Deduin as much as possible. And that was that EU tournament that we casted one time where they just kind of won the whole thing after. Sap 7 hunting here on the left-hand side.
The cripple thrown down, so we can't see a jump from Jing Wei. Centaur snipes from the tower line. Look at Quo. Like, oh my goodness. Mozball is there to find some revenge. Sap 7 does get that kill, so 1 dead on each side. That's a mid for carry.
That's okay, though. I think Sap 7's saying, I'm not worth anything. Let's do this. Let's kill this guy. Finally, he gets a kill onto Donut Doug. Trades his life, sure, but Quoa gets a kill, and Quoa's going to be an important member this game in particular compared to, you know, recent games that we've seen from this ADC. So getting Quoa into a spot that can become relevant, I really like the idea there for Sap 7. Plus, I feel like Sap 7's kind of been sitting on his hands for a hot second. He's been dying a lot. He finally wants to be relevant and get his team a kill. So I love that idea there for the mid laner.
Yeah, me too. I think that that's really all you can do. You know what I mean? It's just try and play for your team. I mean, Sap 7's not in a great spot, so play for the friends. It's 4-4 at the 11-minute mark and a 1K, less than 1K, like, what, 300 goal lead for contraction assessment. It's still dead even, but, you know, something I've been thinking about for a minute, Book. I want to hear your thoughts on this. I'm looking at the team comp for contraction. Look at Mozwalls, Merlin, and then Hu Yi and Jing Wei. That objective burn is wild.
Yeah. That is a pretty disgusting burn for sure. The problem is you have Sap 7 with a Kraken on the other side. And while Sap 7 is behind, so his secure becomes a little worse, that's still just more secure. Oh no, happen.
Wait. Oh, Whirlpool was actually super clutch there. A Cersei's Whirlpool combo just got happen out of a really bad way. Aegis forced out, but Doug doesn't mind taking a tower shot for a kill. Quo's dead.
Quo's dead on the left-hand side. You mentioned the Shred. Gold Fury is available. Contraction assessment. They can go towards it, but they're just going to go back to the mid lane, look for the push. Maybe go for the Pyromancer instead. They have the Shred. They can kind of do whatever. Doug here.
Oh no, Adapting is almost looking for a kill there, but Doug didn't have a lot of mana, just enough for an ult to escape under the tower.
Adapting is really trying to get something going. Happens dead.
Cracking out, Rivers of Uke as well. Sunbreaker ultimates across the board, but doesn't find... Wait, Deduin's on the flank. Can we find something? Mosball low with the ball thrown down. Look at the damage from Deduin. Wow, but a pluck back under the tower and stunned as well. Aegis won't save you today. Body blocked by Karmic. Body blocked by Karmic. He got his revenge. Karmic always gets his lick back.
What a play from Karmic there, and the rest of the members of Contraction Assessment. Moswell's dead no matter what. At the very least, they trade him out. That was a big window there for Happens Last Hope. If Deduin gets out with his life intact, all of a sudden Gold Fury becomes available. Pyromancer as well. You can use that window to get yourself back in this game. Once again, we're kind of just at a stalemate. We trade out 1 for 1. And at the very least, Doug is continuing to farm the left-hand side because Quoa's rotation to the mid lane means he's the biggest beneficiary of all these rotations.
It is a crazy day for Smite. We have seen so many ups and downs. But me and you, Book, we've laughed, we've cried, but now we've got to get serious because there's a goalie developing for Contraction Assessment, and they want to make this a sweep. They do not want to give up a game 3. They need to lock in, and the later the game gets, the smarter that Contraction Assessment gets. We've seen Clocked In, Hostile Takeover. This team of Tegvir and Karmic just gets so good as the day goes on, the games go by, and right now I feel like they're really reaching a good moment.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they're getting to a point where they're becoming quite scary with their composition. You mentioned the Shred, and that means the window of which they can do objectives, even the bigger objectives like Fire Giant. That ticking clock gets a little bit quicker, I think. And so it'll be difficult for Happens Last Hope to try and find a way into this one, I think. They're starting to let it slip away. Adapting is very relevant, though. Actually has himself a level lead over Tegvir, despite being tied in terms of kills. Tegvir even has 4 assists over Adapting, but Adapting has got to find a way to kill Moswell or Doug in these fights, maybe in Tegvir as well. He's had a hard time piloting through the fight, and that's why we've seen him specifically in side lanes, in left, in right, looking for plays onto Karmic or Doug. Still need to start focusing out this Merlin in the mid lane. Again, if this game goes late enough, I can't help but feel comfortable for Happens Last Hope, though. They just gotta get there. They've
just got to get there. Queen Naga and a Pyromancer.
The
Gold Fury can all be looked at, but on the flank is Aurora, who can't steal the Pyromancer. As a matter of fact, finds a pluck and uses Lurking in the Waters to try and find an escape. But Doug is all of a sudden going for pressure onto Sap 7, but Aegis away. Very nice Aegis, the Kraken, and Sap 7 getting jumped on. Doug gets a kill on Sap, but dies to happen right after. Who's catching a lot of pressure is Quo, knocked up by Karmic. Aegis forced away, and up goes. Wait, Moonstrike off the mark because Giddy Up was ready. Finally off cooldown. Aurora's going to help out his friend in the backside. Karmic is very, 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 very tanky. I mean, this is just a team that cannot be killed. Contraction is just doing what they want with the map, and Deduin and Hope can do nothing but watch.
Deduin is pretty healthy here. Finds the cage onto Karmic, but a good bit of peel there from the Soul Laner, but Adapting still nearby. Pyrobomb on the ground, and Queen Naga available, and Doug back on the map.
Definitely so. Things are getting rocky indeed for Happens Last Hope. This gold lead doesn't seem like it's furthering too far, but, you know, I mean, there's objectives to look at. A Pyrobomb dropped, and This mid lane ritual seems to have the numbers game for Contraction.
Sap 7's working on a Dreamer's Idol. Third item, fourth Poseidon. Realizes he just has to one-shot someone, I think, in this game. I mean, it's a ton of power. The passive as well. Very similar to Avatar's Parashu, but it's going to take him a long, long time to get that item and make it relevant. I do worry a little bit for Sap 7 and the investment in this item in particular. But if he gets it and a couple of kills follow afterwards, he'll look like the smartest player in Smite 2 right now.
Well, but also, you know what? Displacement immunity for the pluck.
Oh, true.
Oh my god, it's literally Peel. That's
literally
actually
beats.
Crazy. Yeah, it's literally beats. It's actually just beads and a whole bunch of intelligence. The cripple thrown down to stop Aurora from going anywhere. Juggled around in the air for a moment, lurking in the waters, finds the slow wand to snap. In Contraction assessment, feel fine with taking this fight. They say, you want Queen Naga so bad? Come take it from us. You won't have it over our dead bodies. And that Contraction immediately realized, well, it's going to be hard for us to find a fight. We'll just instead go for the burn on the Naga. We have Hu Yi, Merlin, and Jing Wei. This thing is going to disappear whenever we want it to. And away it goes. Good secure by Contraction.
Well, on the left-hand side, not even going to get the tier 1 tower. Aurora just trying to solo invade this red buff. Adapting shows up, though.
Yeah, this is really good. Adapting with a Typhoon, ready to go. Chasing down Aurora, who falls to the hands of Adapting. That's a really nice pickup.
Big pickup indeed. And now they're still keeping going. Looking for Tagveer as well.
Tagveer, please, you got to get out of there. Deduin gets the wall off and locks down Tagveer with nowhere to go. Moswall 2 in a really rocky way. Sap 7's damage is starting to come online here.
Indeed, still working on that item and those kills. That assist gold going to Sap 7. Big deal right now. It has to be careful, though. Karmic in the area looking for Happen. But meanwhile, Pyro's just being taken all the while.
Yeah, Pyro is just going to be an easy pick for Happen's last hope, but Karmic wants to make sure they can get it free. Look at Happen's survivability there. I spoke too soon. He dies immediately to the Kraken, and Whirlpool will get Happen's last hope out. So, I like that from Karmic. He got him off the Pyro.
He did. He trades his life, though, and look at this. Everyone's spreading out, looking for farm right now, and they're using these windows where they're killing one person to immediately go find farm for the individual player to do it immediately to the right-hand side, trying to get farm Happen low here. And so close in terms of the dots. But Doug is just soloing the Pyro.
Happen almost died to Aurora. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Doug has got the means to do it. This is Jing Wei we're talking about
Adapting.
after all. I mean,
Adapting cannot die.
Adapting, no. You've got to get out. The tower shot's not ready. No, dove by Tagveer and shut down right after. This is really bad for Happen's last hope, but they're able to find a pick onto Aurora, which doesn't mean as much, but at least it's something.
Dreamer's Idol completed here for Sap 7, but already popped the passive. Tells me they're probably not going to go for a Fire Giant pull just yet. Go find farm yet again. Quoa back to the left-hand side. 3 items completed here. Very interesting items, to say the least, as well. Daybreak, Avenging. Oh, what is it? It's Scepter or something? You got me, Muse. Vital Amplifier. That's it. Vital Amplifier. Just lots of power, attack speed, and basic attack damage as well off of heals, which he gets every time he throws out an ability and his passive starts healing people up, himself included.
Yeah, you can proc it so easily. And not only that, but with the aspect of the Heroic Tutor, that bonus attack speed lets you proc your 2 a lot quicker, which gives you a free stun. There's just so much love. It just seems like such a wonky tech. Like there's just a lot of it's levels. You know what I mean? But when you put it all together, when you put it in the calculator and you do the math, you're like, wow, this hurts.
I mean, it hurts for sure. The only problem is traditionally what we've been seeing it paired alongside is something like an E-set mid where, Sap 7 went the aspect and then was just tanky, full tank build. And then was kind of like a second soul laner almost, a body on the map. And that aspect works really well where there's just more tanks in the game and they don't really have that. It's Happen, it's Deduin, and right now they're giving a free Gold Fury. Fire Giant's available and they're pulling it.
Wait, yeah, they are. Happens Last Hope are going to go for this FG burn. Aurora's in the pit with him. Rivers of Buke thrown down. And look at Doug flying out of the base, but he won't make it in time. Adapting secures the FG. Very nice play. The dagger picked up by Happen. And it looks like Contraction are going for a fight right after. Yeah, they're trying to escape, but I don't think they can. Tegvir's in the back line going straight for Sap, but Seven gets out. And Adapting goes for Karmic. Wait a minute, no. They turn this around a little bit. Karmic and Maswal both deceased, and Aurora just getting just passed right by. Tegvir trying to find a son, but Aduin locks him down for quite a moment. Hops into the sky and looks to escape. But Vortex and crippled Aurora can't dash. Finally gets the pluck away, but Adapting won't let him live. Tegvir under the tower. Can we find a kill? One more basic. Tegvir took fire off of the Aduin. Quo doesn't have it either, but Tegvir still getting chased by Happen, and Adapting dies to the tower. That's the best that you can do. Crazy turn of events that puts Happen back in a really good place.
Doug hunting here onto Sap 7, has that crit, so can go for an all-in, but realizes Adapting's on the way. What a fight from Adapting, man. Finds himself 2 kills through all of that. Just all-inning the right target the whole time as well, using that mobility to just skate around the fight. The Kraken on time as well. Now Adapting getting low here because Doug is hunting, but he has to use that dash to get to safety. Woe has respawned and is in the area. The Fire Giant still available on 3 members.
And what's interesting about this entire thing, 22 minutes in, 13-11, the goal lead is still less than 1,000. Happens Last Hope are trying to even things out rather than gain an advantage. They've been at such a deficit for a majority of this game. It's, you know, them just trying to climb back into a spot where they can say we're in the lead.
And Contraction Assessment as well have been doing a good job of spreading the map here. You can see Doug on the right-hand side getting a bit of extra gold to just try and fight back into that gold lead, getting it back into their favor, because they know with this Fire Giant on the other side, they're going to lose a lot of their towers, so they're just trying to find whatever gold they can before that lead swings back the other way towards Happens Last Hope. Look at Karmic on the flank for this fight. I believe he was spotted out, though, by a ward, and so this Morgan Le Fay flank will have to be cut short.
Gold Fury will take a bit to spawn. Same thing with FG. Both teams have some time to farm up, buy some items, wait for our relics abilities, everything to come back up off cooldown, and then we'll have a very nice fight. This next FG is going to be a while, but the mid lane ritual is going to be up soon. I'd say that Happens Last Hope should be right on top of it.
Absolutely. Question is, are Contraction Assessment going to deny that option and try and stall this one out? And just kind of stall whatever farm they can, because they're doing a good job of that right now. I mean, Happens Last Hope, they got the Fire Giant some kills after, and then they've gotten the tier 1 in mid. That's it. There's so much standing gold on the map for them to take right now. I mean, tier 1 in right is weakened. Tier 1 in left, a little weaker, or, weak in general, but still relatively healthy. But Happens Last Hope, they haven't really grouped and pushed a lane, really. They're just kind of stalling the game out, which, again, I think they're okay with. I think if this game just is stalled out long enough, they can finish the builds, keep farming safely. They don't have to risk any crazy tower plays where they're fighting on uneven terms, or there's a tower just kind of slapping their tank in the face while they're just trying to take it down, and then the rest of the teams are throwing cooldowns at their faces. They're just going to take a full 5-on-5 on even terms around this Gold Fury.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like both teams, wait a minute, Ancient Gold Fury, is it getting ripped? No, it just got started on the burn, but I think that Contraction realized, and Doug does get found out, and looks for a wall, but silenced by the Gargoyle. Very nice play to provide some space for Tegvir that ends up finally getting walled off. Gets a decent damage on a Tegvir, plucked back to the team. The Duin needs to live, and Rivers of Buke slows him down for a moment. They can't chase the Duin, so that's a really good escape from Happens Last Hope.
They got to heal up, though. You can see Karmic on the rotation first. This is going to be a 5-on-4. Four-man
knockup! Oh, four-man knockup off the Dragonflight. That lets Contraction catch up for a moment, but not fast enough. Very good knockup from Karmic, but at least it provides some space so this Ancient Gold Fury can go the way of Contraction.
Somebody's got to clip that and put the Jaws theme over top of it. That was diabolical. But at the very least, Contraction Assessment use that play and get the Gold Fury away from Happens Last Hope. An important objective you would have liked to have seen Happens Last Hope get. Instead, goes the other way, and now they're going to lose the Moonlight Ritual in mid as well.
And this is exactly how it goes. Just when you think that Happens Last Hope can find an upper hand, can fight their way back in, Contraction shuts them right back down. And the Pyromancer goes the way of Contraction as well. Doug secures it. Deduin takes a lot of poke damage trying to walk up and find a stun. He gets chipped away out. Deduin says, never mind.
These two in particular, Tegvir and Donut Doug working together. Tegvir can provide that CC heal tool in the Mark and the Ricochet, just set up for Doug to just start chunking in autos into Deduin. And that forces Deduin to have to back off to safety and play the sustain game. Go find farm instead. Between these two ADCs, it's going to be very hard to get to the back line of Doug, Tegvir, and even get into Mazwell, who's also got the pen. But as our lovely spectator points out, Adapting's got that Avatar's Parashu ready to go.
So that's a good tool. And again, I want to shout out the displacement because that's going to stop the knockup from Karmic. That's huge. That knockup that we just saw, that no longer means anything with Avatar. Same thing with the Sobek. So, there's the Avatars. All of a sudden, Big Mode adapting, trying to escape, but Big turned to little. Size means nothing when you've got strength. Karmic shows them up in a really big way, but look at the fight unfolding by the mid lane. Right side jungle. Aurora's really low. Deduin takes him down, but a Sunbreaker walls off 3. A really nice Sunbreaker. Make sure they're locked in place for a moment. We need the rest of the team. Karmic needs to get here. ASAP, get your butt over here. Let's kill some members of Happens Last Hope. Down goes Adapting. Deduin's very low, and Happen looking to zone for the rest of the team, but Rivers of Youth thrown down, finally needed. Quo kills Karmic. The front line down for Contraction. Both tanks are dead. Mazball, Tegvir, Donut Doug retreating. That's a good defense for Happens Last Hope.
Yeah, but they lost the right-hand side Phoenix, so there are going to be fire minions pushing down the right-hand side. A little bit of pressure there for Contraction Assessment around this next Fire Giant siege. There is a window here. Karmic is dead for another 30 seconds, and Adapting has respawned. If Happens Last Hope, they want to make a play, they got to do it right now.
Yeah, this is exactly the moment. With Karmic dead, that is a huge player knocked off, and Happens Last Hope say, you know what, screw it.
No Avatars.
I think they hear you, Book, and they say you're probably right. Avatars Parashu and Dreamers are both down. Shell of Rebuke and some relics away as well. Happens don't have everything they need, but it's going to have to do. 4K health on the Fire Giant. Kraken thrown down. It's Sap. Sap secures it. Sap secures the Fire Giant. Doug goes in 2, and he wipes away 1. Quo is deceased. Deduin locks down 1 member. Tegvir very low. Forced to play back, and in goes Sobek, lurking in the waters, utilized, and look at them go. Adapting. Wait a minute. Happen turned it around. Oswald is dead, Doug deceased, and Karmic's barely getting out of the base. Karmic just now showing up and looking for a knockup, trying to peel him off for the team. Maybe Karmic looks for some revenge and just runs at whoever looks at him. I think that's probably the move. Maybe you can kill Deduin, maybe not. I'd say just play back. After all, Aurora did get the dagger. I wouldn't want to throw that away.
Doug has got to be the target of Happens Last Hope. He just walks into the back line, gets the knockup. The crits are ringing true right now. He's got so much damage behind his auto attacks. And Happens Last Hope don't really have an answer to him right now. They finally kill him off, does Adapting. But for now, I'm just going to have to take their time. I do worry. Contraction Assessment might have stuck around a little too long. This CC combo is pretty gross. The shell is forced at the very least. Now you have a Yemo ult to kind of chase with.
Yeah, I agree. An overstay, I think that's exactly what happened. But Ancient Gold Fury is what Happens Last Hope will look at. With ult down for Deduin, that's a decently good tool that Contraction are going to have to work around, but instead they got Pyromancer. A Runic Bomb will be okay for them to work with. But Sap 7, the rest of Happens Last Hope, will take down this Ancient Gold Fury. Weakened tier 1s on the sides and a weakened tier 2 in the mid lane. Happens are grabbing anything they can at the 31-minute mark, where they're still down on gold, but they're climbing back up a little bit.
Yeah, the gold is starting to become a little irrelevant as people are starting to finish up their builds. No one's completed their builds completely yet, but we are getting closer to that point. Doug nearly finishing up the build here. I wonder if that is an Avatar's Parashu last overall for the Jingwei. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, with how the game has kind of gone and what Doug is really doing in these fights. But I don't know. It's so back and forth. This game is really on a razor's edge. Adapting has to have another crazy team fight, I think, in this next one. Doug has to be prioritized in terms of who's being targeted. Sap7, you saw in that Fire Giant pit, kind of looked at him for a moment, then looked away to help out Deduin, pop the Aegis to buy himself some time, but the damage was already done. Doug had already done like 400 with a crit auto right to his dome, and you're not living that one. But Sap7 now has a Spectral Armor in hand, gonna help keep him alive a little longer, specifically against the Jingwei. In fact, there's two now.
I'd say get 5. Treat them like shifter shields. No, I'm just kidding. But still, it's gonna be it's helpful. It's good. I mean, that plating is gonna be very beneficial, and trying to peel off. I mean, all of the basic attacks from Doug, from Tegveer, even Karmic's gonna be using some through Wildfire. No. We can't do this again. Not in the finals.
Not again.
And here we go.
Karmic.
Going in for another fight. That's the Typhoon thrown down after the Shell of Rebuke. And Moonstrike slows down Aurora for a moment. Good play from Adapting. And that wasn't the Parashu's pop, was it? It was. The Parashu's popped.
Man, I mean, every time he pops his Parashu, that's a window you kind of have to sit back and wait for it to come off of cooldown. It's not a crazy long cooldown, 120 seconds. It just means there has to become this downtime for you as a team. You have to suddenly just say, stop, wait a minute. Let's just kind of take a breath, take a moment, wait for this one item to come off of cooldown, and let's go again.
We are 33.5 minutes into this game, 17-14, and we still have that 3K gold lead. It's always a small gold lead that just sticks around. And granted, you are right, it's not as prevalent as we get through items being built, but it just seems like Happens are always down just a hair, just a smidge, just a tiny little bit. Contraction continues to hold their foot over the toes of Contraction. The top of the mountain is where they stand, and Contraction are just staying there. Happens Last Hope are trying to hold on to the ledge, but can't seem to keep a good grip.
You want to hear something scary, Mort? Donut Doug just finished the Parashus. He's full build. 34 minutes in. He's got a lot of damage behind his auto attacks all of a sudden. I feel like the Spectral is a great pickup, but it may not even matter now, I'm not going to lie. There's so much damage behind this Jingwei.
That's terrifying. That is truly, truly tragic for Happens Last Hope. I mean, you could do a money spread with Spectral Armors, and I still don't think it helps against the Donut Doug crit build here for Jingwei. This is just getting monumentally worse.
Oh.
And I'm just... What can Happens Last Hope do?
They gotta just group up, win a team fight. I mean, look right now. Doug is in the base, and there's two members walking forward. They obviously don't know that. Not enough vision control around this right-hand side, and that's where I think they're really struggling, is to get good war control out on the map right now. I mean, man, this is a tough one. It's just a good team fight is what they need to get back in control of this game and look for the opportunity. But Doug is continuing to just farm out on the left-hand side, working towards a 3K pot at this point. Yeah, as our spectator points out, there's just no vision right now on the side of Happens Last Hope. Shoutouts to Moswell, by the way. Unsung hero this game. Tegveer's made a lot of flashy plays, so has Doug, but it's Moswell at the top of the player damage charts as Sap7 and Happen looking for this Fire Giant. They're on it. Karmic's flanking, though, on the backhand side of it.
Wait, can Happen take this? Can Happens Last Hope just rip this immediately? I don't think they have the
too
DPS for this, but look at Karmic. Karmic went in way too early, and that's the Kraken baited out, but Adapting kills Karmic. That's one dead, but Deduin's dead too. Both solos taken out, and both teams just cower immediately after.
A lot of ults committed on both sides, so neither team likely going to feel comfortable pulling this one. But again, double ADC, and with a Merlin, in theory, Contraction can take advantage if Happens Last Hope for whatever reason, send any members back. Good bees there from Happen.
Okay. But, okay, Happen still kind of healthy. In we go through the giddy up, chasing down Donut Doug, who just got picked. Doug just got picked. Doug is dead. Tegvir low and Aurora nowhere to be seen. Where is our support? Where is our front line? We need men, but we have none. We need an army. We barely have a village. Shut down for Happen's last hope. But will they go for the EFG? Sap7 just destroyed Aurora. 4 dead for quite some time. And Moswell all alone. Sap7 on the chase. Kraken hits him for over 1,000 and crippled in place by the Whirlpool. Happen's last hope have all of a sudden just gotten a whole lot more hopeful.
They have to back, though, with the minions pushing all 3 lanes, and they have to clear those minions now. I mean, mid tower likely going to go down. Sap7, because of this nimble ring, he just has to survive. One of these two, between Quoa, between Sap7, they have to survive, and they can look to dupe towers or objectives, whatever they want afterwards. Pyromancer available for them if they want to. Moswell, no Aegis as well, makes him a prime target once Sap7 has access to that ultimate yet again. And look at this, actually a weird flank angle, maybe looking to catch Tegvir, going for his speed. But look at this, Fire Giant gonna be pulled here by the side of Contraction Assessment. This might be a big blunder by Happen's last hope. It's done.
This is the biggest blunder they've ever seen. It's done. That objective burn that we talked about earlier, it's here, it's present. What Kraken steals it? None whatsoever. EFG pulled by Contraction Assessment. Phenomenal play there. And all of a sudden, these fights that Happen's last hope thought they could fight, I don't think they can. With EFG belts around every single member, things are on rough and rough. Karmic dashing around does take a lot of damage, but he can heal it up. They have EFG. He does have a chalice. I mean, there's a little bit of regen here for Contraction. They can go for this Ancient Fury. There's exposed birds on both sides too.
Yeah, Happen's last hope realized they cannot afford to lose this Gold Fury. If they get that left-hand side exposed and weakened, it might become a little too spooky to handle. And so Contraction Assessment grouping here on the left-hand side, and Happen's last hope make the call. They will defend under the Phoenixes to try and stall out this EFG. Build's just about being completed here. Happen needs a whole other item after this component is completed, but everyone else is full build. Adapting has finished up the build with a Hydra's Lament. Avatar's Parashu here for Quoa. No Silver Branch to speak of, which is interesting. To do it, Nat Nemean will do good work against Donut Doug. A very big pickup. And look at these Phoenixes, weakened and low HP. This is going to be a tall task for Happen's last hope.
A 3-2 split from Happen's last hope is going to make sure they can defend the entire Titan room, but Doug's got damage to boot. You've got to be careful just walking up to that bird. You cannot afford to lose your life, but Doug does have the dagger in hand. The Kraken utilized, and whoa, we've got a low health bar. Sap7 almost got destroyed, but Karmi taken down very low too. Typhoon utilized, Sunbreaker, a lot of volts thrown out from Happen's last hope. Just about every single one. And Contraction Assessment back off. They realize, okay, we'll wait. Let's bide our time. We've got some time to regen. 2 minutes left on the EFG buffs, but Adapting finds a pull on a Donut Doug and almost destroyed him and forced it back away right after.
This is such a close game, more. I mean, left-hand side goes down. There's no real answer there because of how weakened it was. Right-hand side also weakened here. And all that damage that was used and Contraction Assessment are able to sustain it back up because of this EFG.
So, we are in a bad spot for Happen's last hope, but we've defended the Titan room in rough spots like this before. Maybe they can do it again. Doug takes down another bird. How can Contraction get into this Titan room? A pluck onto Adapting, but lurking in the waters right after because he could not afford to get pulled. Down goes a third bird, but what are we going to do? Wait on minions? Is that our best option? Karmic goes into the back line and backs up right after. We can't commit too hard. We're waiting on the minions.
Stampede
used, but walled off. Taduin finds a stun, and into the air goes Donut Doug. Tagveer kills. Quo, that's one dead. Taduin extremely low too, but Doug in the back line extremely low as well. This is bad news for Happen. Down Adapting and Quo. Your front line and Sap are your only living members for Happen's Last Hope. Contraction send everything they've got towards the Titan. Triple kill on Taduin. Tagveer is destroying everybody, and the finals have a victor. Contraction assessment.
The new team forged from the flames of overtime. Karmic and Tagveer join up with a solid 3 players of Moswell, Doug, and Aurora. And all of a sudden, this is the new team to beat, honestly. Hydrogen Bomb move aside. This is the team on the block right now that you have to try and defeat. Man, Adapting had such a good game, man. He played so well in the Sasano. And then to me, that one play where they're on the left-hand side when EFG is available, there's so much shred on the side of Contraction Assessment that they just don't think that they can go for that play. They do anyways, and they lose out on a free Enhanced Fire Giant.
Wow, just wow. I mean, there are so many moments where I thought Happen's Last Hope have it here, Adapting, securing FG, and a couple good fights here and there. I mean, you would think that they could find some footing here and there, but every time Happen's Last Hope took a step in the right direction, Contraction took 2. It is crazy to see this team formulated. This is the death of Clocked In and a rebirth like a phoenix. They have come back as something even stronger. Look at how well they did.
Yeah, they worked so well. I was kind of, saying earlier on, this team doesn't really work well together. It feels like they're a little disconjointed. But as that game went on, it really felt like they found their stride. As the series has gone on, it feels like they've worked really well together. Doug and Tagveer especially, as this kind of backline unit with so much crit and damage in the build for the Jingwei and the Huiyi, able to just shred down Taduin, who dares to walk forward. And look at Doug just free casting this entire fight pretty much. He goes almost untouched and is able to just free cast in fights. Adapting does his best work, finds Donut Doug, and so Moswell dies as well. It's just not enough. This play as well was so close. They take down Doug. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I honestly thought this was endgame right here. I really did think, but then Tagveer hits a good bounce and kills. I mean, I'm speechless. I am speechless after how awesome that game was. I mean, so many good moments. I really thought the Chiron aspect was going to bring them back and get us to a game 3, but this Contraction Assessment team is nasty. It is good. Very good.
I agree. I'll tell you what, though. Happen's Last Hope for a team on ping looked pretty good. They looked pretty good. I think ironing out the God pool will be important here for SAP 7. Obviously, the E-set looks good. Poseidon looked decent, but I think, the new ob, maybe put that one in the bag, find something else. It's just so difficult and so tall of an ask for SAP 7 because of, again, the ping issue. You gotta feel like you can make an impact easily. Poseidon and Nuwa characters that can do that, right? They're just big AoE team fights, ultimates, and they will automatically make an impact almost no matter what. It's just unfortunate you can't ask from him of like, hey, why can't you play like the Merlin, a character that requires you to just kind of be on top of your buttons. It's just unfortunate, I think.
Well, hopefully they can iron things out and figure things out at a later day. Let's talk a little bit more about today, though. The bracket. What happened today, and how did we get to where we're at right now? And this is the small version of the bracket from the quarters up. If you want to see the full bracket, you can go and check out smiteprime.com, and you can see not just the whole bracket and what other teams participated, but also what else had happened as far as specific details. What builds were used, what gods were played. All of those details and more are coming on the Smite Prime website, smiteprime.com. If you haven't checked it out already, I'd add it to your bookmarks, because why not? I mean, if you're a Smite Prime fan, it's where you want to go, right? But enough advertising. Let's talk about what is happening with this August circuit. What are we all collected here today for? And it is for a pretty sweet prizing of $7,000. The first 3 weeks today, and then the next 2 Saturdays are open bracket, where you and 2 teams can get together. You and 4 friends can get together to sign up and potentially qualify for the closed bracket in week 4 and fight over this prizing of $7K. And man, if you think you've gotten a competitive spirit, I'd say you should sign up. But look, any final thoughts for us?
That was a good game. That was a fun series. It was a fun day, Mort, of casting Smite Prime yet again. I feel like this is only the beginning of what is to come for this month. I think we're in for a pretty heated month of Smite Prime action. I think we got a lot of fun action in store.
I think you're absolutely right. It was a fun day, Book, and thank you for being with me here. It's always a blast with you, my good friend. It's always a blast to be a part of Smite Prime. So thank you to Jithins and everybody else involved for making this whole thing happen. And most importantly, thank you to every single viewer that tuned in for today, because we wouldn't be doing this without y'all. That being said, we will be back next weekend, Saturday, noon Eastern, right here on the Smite Game and Smite Prime Twitch. So do not miss it. We will see you next time, and take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.